any means possible, the darkness will overcome. We black knights, just like the former mayor, Mayor Weaver, running for the president of the United States. Trump got another thing coming when he debated with Mayor Weaver. Talking about he's scared of black people. And he gonna prove it when he gonna debate against. Hey, we ain't forgot you, Trump. You in sports, the governor of California. Come, welcome to Flint. Because we got plenty of room to spare for you burning up black people in California. Take that, America. Tick-tock that. Give me my money.
And thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. My name is Rose Morrow. I'm a resident of the First Ward. First, I want to speak about funds. Funds, we all know what the funds was given for, but there's a lot of organizations out there like Metro Community Development, Habitat for Humanity, G-Card, and others that are trying to assist the residents of the city of Flint. I would ask, and a lot of residents that could be tonight, I speak for them also, the ones that I did meet with, and myself. If you guys can learn to just put your differences aside and agree to disagree, everyone is an adult. I understand about not being disrespected, but a lot of times, people are just, some of the council persons, and I'm not gonna name names, are just being rude to each other. You know, if you could put those differences aside and just, when you get to the city council, speak on the city council, the issues at hand. I know some of you try and some of you, I don't even know why you're here, to be honest. Because I know some, when you can see, you know, who's working and who's not. You can sit back and listen and just observe and see who's throwing pot shots at each other. You know, we're not in high school. The city's in a crisis that is hurting. A lot of these residents really need that money. You know, and the second thing I want to speak about, there's a rumor, I'm a resident of the First Ward. And it might not be a rumor, and I haven't confirmed with anyone, there's something about a suspension for Councilman Eric Mays for 3 months. The First Ward can't go without a voice. 3 months is a lot. We can't go without a voice, period, for a week. We need help. You know, we need help. So if everybody could agree to disagree and just, you don't have to like each other, but just respect each other. A lot of threats and things that are going on, that hurt my heart because I don't know any of you. I've met a couple of you, you know, and a lot of you, to be honest, and I've only attended one council meeting before, and I left because everybody just started arguing. I had high blood pressure and didn't want to hear it because the meeting kept being adjourned. And I'm not familiar with how you guys do things, but right is right and wrong is wrong. Oh, 51 is okay. And then, Council Mays, like I said, we can't go without a voice for 3 months. So if you guys can please reconsider that, whoever's doing it, whatever the problem is, I don't know the whole situation. It's just something I heard. So I said I had to come down and speak. We're already hurt in the First Ward. Like I said, we can't go without a voice. We need help. All the wards needs help. And then the last thing I'd like to say is, to the City of Flint residents, I would like you just to think about one thing. Research before you vote. I don't know when the next city council member's election is, but we need to find that date and research. I don't know when the next election for the mayor is, but research. Do your research. We voted everybody in. A lot of people complaining, but you voted people in. So you can't complain. And then lastly, what are you doing to help the city, residents, and the council? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the council?
Yes, my name is Melissa Zaramsky. I live in the 6th Ward. You know, I've lived here for a little over 3 years. I've never had one good experience. Well, I can't say that. I've had a couple. But most of them haven't been good experiences with the police, Flint Police Department. You know, they need to either get more police, get someone in there that could get more officers in there, get more money, whatever y'all got to do, right? Because there was an incident that happened with my child who was 13, and you got switched in and out of 4 or 5 different police cars. So you're telling me we had that many police for my 13-year-old when there was actually crime being committed? You know, I'm not sure what, you know, the chief is doing for Flint because I'm not seeing nothing. And Sleazy Santos Neely, that's what I called him. he is definitely not doing nothing for this city, but putting us more in debt and costing more residents more money and everything else. And that's not cool. You know, we have council people up here, and obviously the ones that don't like me speaking aren't looking at me. You know, y'all need to do your job for the residents and stop working for the mayor. And, you know, besides, I really hope that, you know, with, you know, all the lying that's been going on, because Liddell sat there and said that she didn't walk out on, you know, the Mitchell boys' parents and at that night. Yes, she did. Right on video, lady. Okay? Quit lying. You gotta stop lying. It's ridiculous. You can look at me all you want, okay? Because every time you lie, we can show that you lie. Because it's on recording, honey. You know, the only ones that I care for on council is Eric Mays, Miss Jerry Winfrey Carter, Tanya Burns, and I don't know Dennis Pfeiffer, but he seems to be a pretty good guy. Now since he seems to come to see what's going on around here. You know, with the ARPA money, I don't get benefit from it, but why can't you help the residents with it? I mean, why not? I mean, if you're getting money for your organizations, I mean, why can't you help the residents with roofs and home repairs and everything else? I mean, is that why you're on these seats, for the residents? Because I'm not seeing anyone really doing a lot for the residents, especially the north and east side. I mean, that's just ridiculous. And that's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who wants to raise their hand?
I'm on the time frame. Excuse me, everybody. My name is Logan. Oh, this is louder than I thought. See, when y'all did the testing, y'all didn't. Oh, okay. They speaking. Okay, Flint speaking in the building. How everybody doing? Anybody from Michigan? Anybody from Michigan?
Sir, you have to address the council.
Okay, a council. Any council from Michigan?
Yes, sir.
Any council from Michigan? Salute. How you doing? And I give a clap to me. If you from Flint, Michigan, I give 2 claps for you. A quick meeting to speak. Real quick, I'm on a time schedule. I'm busy right now. I'm busy doing everything, but I still support Flint, Michigan. This is where I was born and raised since '96. I want to say a few things. With the presidential politics, everything is under presidential control. We have been attacked. Everything is under political control. I can't do it. Okay, look. Everything good. Firstly, Louis, I seen you on TV the other day on the hey, how you doing, Mayor? I love you. I love everything that you're doing. Representative Pfeiffer, good judgment. City attorney, I haven't seen, he's not in there. But as far as it goes, the week spent, I've been living in these years, spent of Michigan for 30 years, and I want to say congratulations. Everything that Michigan is doing has been appointed, and it has been a great thing to do. Everything in the United States of America, regardless of the tax, and regardless of regardless of everything that we've been through, has been great. And I want to say congratulations. Thank you for not dying, because it's looking like World War III from what we got going on. And I want to make sure I'm supporting Flint, because as a city, I want to make sure that Flint is doing great and doing positive. I will do anything that is needed to be taken as part of the country of America. And as a military reserve, or as an ex-former CIA agent, or as formerly priorly known as Logan Montgomery Ragland, I will do everything that is needed. But I want to make sure that as the future to come, as in 2030, 2024, 2023, 2020, I will make sure that when we took down all of these men, that this is the right decision to make. And I have my family's life on the line, everything that I have on the city on the line, the state representatives on the line. I have lawyers, I have governors, I have this country on the line. And I've been serving this country for the past 5 years. This is half a decade. And I want to thank you, Flint, Michigan, for this is now an establishment on
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
And
sir. You have, thank you, sir.
I love you.
Is there anyone else who would like to address the council?
Hi all, my name is Adam. I have a few rental properties in the city of Flint. But more importantly, not just an investor, as a community member, as a person who deeply cares, and I've helped people in the city of Flint place them from the homeless shelter into my homes and continuously help them out. I want to tell you about a recent experience I had with the rental inspections. I went through a Section 8 rental inspection, and it passed just fine as usual. 28 properties, all of them passed without a problem. And recently, the city of Flint rental inspections have been getting stricter and stricter. And I was informed today that we don't follow the uniform standard rental inspection code, the same as Detroit, the same as Wayne. There, if I go through a HUD inspection and I pass, I can turn that inspection into the city to get my rental license. In the city of Flint, I can't. And I'm telling you this because today and last week, I have been failing my city of Flint rental inspections and not being allowed to put people in my homes. And if you ask why, the city's asking me to get furnaces re-inspected, even though they all have green tags on them and they've been inspected and they've been approved. The city is saying it's been some time since they've been inspected and I have to get them re-inspected. When I asked how, they said you have to get a mechanical contractor because you can't pull the permits. Only mechanical contractor can. When I call the mechanical contractors, they tell me, sorry, we're not gonna pull a permit for you unless we do that install. So how about, hey, you spend $6,000 with us, put a new furnace in, and we'll come out and we'll inspect it and we'll pull the permits for you. I need to ask this council, how does that make any sense? A furnace that's already been inspected before, already been approved. I've already passed a HUD inspection, and the city of Flint is telling me, no, you failed because you need to go get another inspection. But legally, a licensed contractor cannot put his name next to work that he did not perform.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the council?
Good evening. I am tired of Mayor Sheldon Santos Neely. Tired. This council of 5 tyrants. Y'all sad, for real, man. I'm serious. Stand at ease doesn't mean you leave. Stand at ease means you stay in place, but you're free to talk. I just thought I would tell you that, and y'all don't have any rules. Attorney Kim, you need to quit really going out of your way to help this dictator and the dictators on this council. Let me say this, right? We sued the city. It wasn't about guns. It's about people taking your rights. If you follow the law, and the law states that you can put a metal detector at the door, then do it. But follow the law doing it. Attorney Kim, let me say something about your brief that you sent in and that you're appealing because you did it unreasonable. After reading it, carefully reading it, it says public body. The mayor is not the public body. The public body makes the rules and regulations for the Open Meeting Act. It's executive and legislative. They are co-equal branches. So how can you go to court saying that you can make these rules when the council hasn't voted on it? I really wish you would answer that. I was up here earlier today, and again, your ordinance, y'all passed back in 2020. The state and the federal courts say that they don't have to have inspections. They able to turn down inspections. I got 6 people who paid $350 to get their water turned on. and they haven't got their water turned on. I sent Katie O'Neill all the names, because we got into it last Thursday about it. These people are not getting their water turned on because Mayor Sheldon Santos Neely and Attorney Kim wants to lie. This city gonna be sued, man. You got a $50 million lawsuit for the Mitchell, Lamar and Zaire. You got $10 million for Chief Barton because he wouldn't lie for Mayor Santos Neely. Then you have 2 more coming for a 9th grader who they arrested over at Hamley and didn't even do it. Didn't even break into the houses. He was at basketball practice, at tryouts on a Sunday. And they went and arrested him in front of his classmates. Then you got one that got whooped up after coming from the hospital. Then you have our lawsuit. 5 lawsuits, man, because of incompetence of this administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address council?
Gina Marie Arbor, 7th Ward. I'd like to urge this council body to please support repealing the existing resolution that prohibits the sale of liquor on Sundays between 7 a.m. and noon. I think it's important to our business environment to help stimulate growth and tax dollars for the city that we allow liquor to be sold. There are events that occur where people might enjoy a mimosa or a mixed wine or whatever their beverage of choice is prior to 12 o'clock. I think the prior resolution, or the existing resolution, I should say, might be based on religious expectations. And it's time to move forward. I think that if it's okay for one to, quote unquote, drink the blood of the Christ prior to noontime in church, then it's okay to sell liquor before noontime in our restaurants, or our bars, or our grocery stores, or other establishments. Thank you. The next request I'd like to make is that a couple of our council people come together to form a resolution or some sort of proposition. I'm sorry, I don't know the correct way to do this, but to address the late taxes, property taxes, to help to prevent residents from going into that second year before it goes over to the county, so that we might prevent any future instances like we've just had where an investor has purchased 190 homes within the Flint area. Because our treasurer knows when people are late on their taxes, they have access to the records, they know when a person is a year behind. That's the time when the city can work with another body or contacting that homeowner to say, hey, we recognize you didn't pay your property taxes on time, can we talk about it? Is it that you're short on funds, or did you give someone the money and perhaps they didn't get around to paying it? Or just find out what the situation is and try to resolve it so that it doesn't get to that second year and really put strain on them for 2 years and then potentially get over to the county. So with the ARPA dollars that we have, perhaps this city administration could come up with a plan to help residents who are under threat during that first year, right after that first year. I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the council?
James Morris, 2nd Ward. All 9 wards up there in the city of town. I'm getting calls from all over the place in regards to the whole argument, the why. People are telling me that their kids wasn't in Flint schools, they're canceling them out on that, they're taking the bone density test, it ain't coming up. They said across the board that if you was in Flint from 2014 to 2019, you're eligible because you was affected by the lead water. We let these lawyers come in and take out $240 million out of this community, And now they're telling these people all these excuses. Flint is being victimized again and again and again. You guys need to get together and we need to come up with some lawsuits and let the governor know, go get our money back and then y'all can give it out like y'all gave ARPA funds and help these people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Callie Gale. I'm from the Fifth Ward, and this is my first time here. And I'm very upset because I'm sitting out here in the audience, and people are coming up here to speak with you, and you guys have your heads down. I don't know what you're back there doing, if you're on your phone, reading the book, but I've come here to see what's going on. And what I see from you guys, it seems like I waste my time. Because if I'm coming up here to see what's going on in the city of Flint, and you guys back there not paying attention, y'all not even giving eye contact, I'm not including all y'all. Because I see a few of you guys that did. But for those who's sitting back there, you got your head down, you're not even paying attention to what's going on. So I know ain't nothing gonna get done because you're not even giving eye contact right now with me. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the council?
Hello, problem solvers.
Hello.
Michelle Young, 6th Ward. I'm up here to finish my request from last week. I think I ended with Mrs. Lewis and I don't want to mess your name up, Michelle. I think I'm saying it right. I did not give you your assignment. So I asked all council to team up and do resolutions. So the resolution I'm speaking to you about is please develop a resolution to provide money to citizens through companies such as Habitat for Humanity to improve their home life. I would ask that you would replace roofs, water heaters, windows, insulation, paint, and I also would ask that you give the qualifications. Don't go by their qualifications. One of them I printed up and it says for Genesee County, not for City of Flint, that you must be under $34,000. Well, we know that's not the median income of City of Flint. So give your own, as a body, qualifications. It should not be something like you're behind on taxes. You don't have homeowners insurance. That should be taken out of that requirement. It's your money. You can give your requirements if you're giving your money to this group. So I gave you all an assignment, and I'm going to be coming back and showing you who's doing well and who's not. Well, that assignment that I gave Liddell and Candace, Mr. Mays asked for a resolution that night to bring that 20 million into an addition of the 5 million. So right now, Mr. Mays is ahead, as you can see. And I'm gonna, every week, I'm gonna bring it back. Because if you can't get them, a resolution is nothing but an ask. It's asking to give money to these residents. This building here, it was done, it looks nice. It's something we could be proud of. Allow the residents to be proud of their homes. Ms. Jan Marie just asked about giving money to people who may be behind. Someone bring forth a resolution to do that.
That's right.
It's an ask. Be a blessing. You are here to be a blessing. Learn to bless others. Somebody other than 501Cs. Help the residents.
All right.
They are asking you for help. Please, Miss Liddell. Miss Liddell, thank you. Help the residents. Learn to be a blessing. Be a blessing.
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to address the council?
John, the board. First of all, I'm back with the water issue. Has anybody gotten any information since the last time I asked you guys for information about the water? Well, like I said, Y'all do better just telling us if it's swept under the rug, don't inspect nothing. That's the same way with opera money. It ain't going to the citizens like it should. If it came in here for us, we should be able to know the check and balances of that money. The citizens should. So next week, I want y'all to tell us, the citizens, how much money of that opera money is left to the penny, since it's our money.
That's right.
And we need to know. Or y'all just tell us we ain't getting no money. Then we could come down here and ask them. Now, first, Eric Mays and trying to give them 3 months. If y'all remember, the judge sided with here, told all y'all, he was right and y'all was wrong, that y'all all needed counseling.
That's right.
Yeah.
How many of y'all have been to counseling as a group? Why don't y'all seek counseling like the judge told y'all before y'all trying to get rid of anybody?
Dr. Lewis.
Some of y'all need to go for real. But I just want y'all to seek counseling, maybe y'all can help y'all and quit being divided as a race city. If the board, if this council is divided as race, how y'all think the city looks? That's rubbing off into the city to be biracial. That's it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the council?
Claire McClinton, City of Flint resident, Flintstone, and all of that. We've been trying to follow the meetings over the last months. We attended the hearings council on how to use the ARPA money. We attended some of the mayor's public hearings on how to spend the ARPA money. And what use the council to give you some direction. We did not hear, and in these last meetings, when you were at the Dome across the street, you back over here, nobody came to this council and said, remove first ward councilman for 3 months. I didn't hear no resident say that. We censor 5th ward councilwoman. We didn't hear no community say that. Censor 6th ward councilwoman. We didn't hear community come up and howl about that. But we did hear residents come up here and say, get the tops off the roof. So the question becomes, your resolutions that y'all are presenting, who are you listening to? Who got your ear? We don't got your ear. So again, before my little time is up, we need you to pass a resolution that councilman of the 1st ward presented about 20 million, a total of 20 million toward home repair and rehabilitation. We asked for additional 16 million, that's an additional 15 million. We can live with that. Let's get some business done. And the business of the council is not business. It's not the businesses and the big box 501c3. That's the business that's being done here. Your business is to represent community. Another proposal, I was disheartened when we went to the library where the attorneys were there to speak to the impacted residents who lost their home through the bundle sale of the county treasurer, that only one council person was there. That was disappointing. But the thing that we want to present is this. Did the county treasurer properly sell though that bundle? In other words, did they bring the right of first refusal to this council? Can anybody answer that? We need the attorney to look into that. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to address the council?
Hi, my name is Beverly Biggs Lee. Oh, I don't like myself. That's that. My name is Beverly Biggs Lee. And the deal is sad. I've been out 1 week, Thursday be a week. I have 100 pictures. That looks bad for you right now. I'm going, Miss Priestley, we will be doing another recall for you. So don't get content, because I will be out for that one too. And I see Miss Eva ain't been back since hers came up. She been missing in action. And if it come up one for Mr. Murphy, okay, I'm in the third ward. I'll walk that in personally. You guys are out of control. You got the big head. And we're gonna take you down a peg or two. Okay? I'm not even worried about you guys. You might get your name on the paper, but that's it. Nobody's voting for you. It's sad that y'all can get your 501c3s and you think you're doing something. Make sure it lasts you for a minute. Because after this, you won't be getting no more 501c3s. Miss Priestley, I heard you got your kitchen remodeled on the citizens of Flint. What? This is ridiculous. Y'all got y'all hand in the cookie jar and you look sick, like sick puppies. That's what you look like. Liddell, your mayor has you his puppet. It's sad to say, you his puppet. And Candace, you her puppet. Y'all just, and Eva on the list, so y'all gonna be like 3 musketeers looking for another job. Have a blessed day.
Is there anyone else who would like to address the council?
Yes.
All right, seeing as how there is no one else, it's now time for council response.
Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Thank you. Ms. Claire, thank you everyone who spoke. We only have 2 minutes. Ms. Claire McClendon, you are correct. A lot of us do work, but let me tell you, I've done my homework. I was not there, but no, we did not get the right of first refusal. The city did not. And it was not sent to the city clerk. There's a lot of things we talk about. Ms. Rose, I don't remember your last name, but I remember speaking to you months ago because you were doing a cleanup. Tomorrow, you were doing a cleanup, and you had all these great things that you wanted to do, and I don't even know if you recall the time. You're not in my work, but I talk to everybody. And I think what you're doing is great. It takes more people like you to get out. Because what this is, because I was censured when 5 of my colleagues told a bunch of lies, which on video showed they were lying. And that's just what they do. You're not here to do the work. Some of them are. You don't go wrong when you support the people. People have a great need here. We have 2 of our council members who have 501c3s to get money. They're affiliated with one for $300,000, another for $50,000. So as long as you talk, they get mad. They got mad because I said it. I'm going to keep saying it. They got mad because I said they weren't a nice person. Well, you're not. You don't treat people with respect. When you have people who don't look up at you and pay attention, when you take your time, that's disrespectful. So, Melissa, send me an email. I talked to you about your son. I want to make sure we're taking care of him. And for residents who have a tax issue, you can call me. Might have a program I can help. I don't know how many. For those who want to tell my story incorrectly, I spent time over in the basement of the county building to help people save their homes. for that last month for hours. So if you need help, call me, get in contact with me. I still go to residents' homes who don't know how to use a computer. Contact the My Half program at Michigan.gov will help you pay those back taxes in your gym.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the public? Is there anyone else on council who would like to address the public?
Madam Chair.
Yes, the chair recognizes the councilwoman in the fifth ward.
First, I would like to thank all of the public speakers. Thank you for being engaged in the process. Thank you for your input. Thank you for bringing forth your concerns, opinions. I just want you to know that everything you get up here to this podium and say, I take in, I listen thoroughly. As far as the water crisis, I heard someone mention the water crisis. In my opinion, I feel that the residents of Flint, I feel we're being taken on a wild goose chase. Yes, and that's all I have to say about that. Ms. McClendon, the answer to your question is no. And I think my colleague here in the 6th Ward just spoke on that. The question, the answer is no. I wanted to touch on the rental inspections. I want to put in a referral to the department who's taking care of the rental inspections. I want to find out what is on the list of the things that they're looking for when they go into these homes, the rental properties, and inspect them. So, Davina, if I can get something sent to that department, asking, and please have it put in all of the council members' mailboxes, or email all of the council members, because we do need to know what the criteria is, what they're looking for, and does it align to the state requirements or recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the public? Is there anyone else who would like to address the public?
Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes the council president in the 4th ward.
Yes, I was just looking for the report for ARPA spending. I prepare that after every council meeting, so we do know how much money is left. And through the resolutions through November 27th. And by the way, I prepare this. We have $40,542,919.76. That's what's left in ARPA as of the 23rd of, or 27th of November. And that is the most recent council. So anything spent today will come off of that. Any, approvals. So I just wanted to let everybody know that that is tracked. I prepare every council, and I give it to, and I send it to Ms. Donahue, who sends it to all council members. So if you want to know what the most current amount left in ARPA is, contact your council person because they have the information. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the...
Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes the council president in the 2nd ward.
Thank you. So just want to thank those that took the time out to speak today, and also to make sure that I clear something up. Because in Flint, we suffer from no information and misinformation. Right now, the Michigan dollars are no more. As of December the 8th, those funds have been exhausted. So my colleague just said that you all can refer to those funds. Those funds are no more. They have 0 remaining funds left. We have some council members that took advantage of it several months ago. Too bad that they didn't get that word out when they took advantage of it. So as of right now, as of today, there's no more Michigan homeowner funds to help you with $25,000 grants. The funding it was exhausted December the 8th. And if you would like a receipt for that, please refer to the Michigan website, which tells you that there are $0 remaining funds for that account. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to provide a response to the council response? Is there anybody else who would like to provide a response to the council response? Anybody else? All right, seeing as how there's no one else who would like to provide a response to the council response, I will take my time. Thank you to everyone that took the time to speak in public speaking. Thank you to those who showed up and those who remain engaged. Thank you for those who stuck to the agenda that we had before us and spoke to it. Ms. Jean Marie, I do want to talk to you about the second thing that you proposed. I want to get a little bit more about the resolution you would like to see. So when we have time, I'd love to talk to you about it. At this time, we will now move on to the consent agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes the council president before the board.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve, to send the consent agenda to council.
All right, there is a motion on the floor to send the consent agenda to council. Is there a second?
Support.
It has been moved and properly supported. Roll call, clerk. Are there any separations? All right, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays is not in. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Piper? Ms. Worthing is not in. The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. The consent agenda has been approved. There's order to adjourn on floor has been properly supported. This meeting is adjourned. Madam Clerk, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Piper? Yes. Vote is 6 yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. This meeting is adjourned.
How you doing?
Yes, I will. As soon as I can. This is a good
Thinking that there's
Every time we eat breakfast at their house, we get salmon and cheese and farm fresh eggs.
Nation.
You can't stop.
Meeting has to start again.
How are you? I just want to let you know you're student. So I got 2 applications. So we have 3 about a zone. But they submitted a did give return because that's not my department, but I've worked with them a lot. But they or just I'll circle back with him, but that just hit me as like, oh, they sent in 2 checks and they don't need to do that. 2. We're gonna buy a Cooper League on Monday. Well, I only got 2 things on the agenda, so. Map and text amendments. So, trying to get rid of all those green neighborhood things that people thought, oh, we're going to turn people's homes into a chicken coop. So we're going to try to fix that. We've got 880 hand-selected parcels in every single ward. To be fair, most are in wards 1, 2, and 3 because that's where it's disproportionately down zone. And then the other one's out close enough. phone's always on, so if you ever have any questions or any solutions we can bring in, both my phones are not answer those phone calls. No.
Let's go ahead and get you in on the spot.
Have you talked to her lately?
Stop!
She got Rover and everything. She got running with the other.
So River is running with the puppy.
Oh yeah, River and Rover. So she's out running with this dog, Fritz.
It's okay.
Broke her whole foot.
Hey, I learned more than her. I really have a broken leg to be surprised.
Yes. Very true.
Yeah. So very well. What's going on, sir?
That's why they didn't file the motion last week. They didn't file it today. After we filed it, so. Let's talk about
Look, we'll see. I just got the agenda. And it doesn't look like it's that big.
move to enact the ordinance. We also
Ooh. I don't care.
I got people.
Yeah. No. Luckily I found this. That's why I did it. But man, that bothers me.
Hey, what up?
The time is now 6:13. Will the council members please make their way to their seats?
Is she listening? I just said something.
I'll have her. She's read copies, but I'll have her.
I stayed up and had some help yesterday. Working this morning. I didn't get a nap.
The time is now 6:21 and the Flint City Council meeting is now being brought to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays. Ms. Lewis.
Present.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Ms. Priestley.
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Present.
Ms. Burns.
Present.
Ms. Shad.
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer. Ms. Worthing is absent. We have 7 members present.
We have 7 members present. Now it's time for the Pledge of Allegiance, and we'll be led in the pledge by Ms. Judy Priestley.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now it's time for our prayer for blessing. But before we do that, we would like to take the time to acknowledge those that may have transitioned. Would anyone like to honor anyone with a moment of silence? All right, hearing none, I will go ahead and offer up the names of Mr. Mario Liggins, Mr. Leon Derrick, and also Miss Minnie Harden, who was the owner of Harden Grocery Store on Industrial in Lomita in the 3rd Ward. So we will have a moment of silence starting now. All right, thank you. So now we'll be led in the prayer of the blessing by Bishop Bernadette Jefferson.
Thank you. Let us pray. Father, we come thank you for your goodness and your mercy. We thank you that this is the day that you have made and we shall rejoice and be glad in it. We thank you for the assembly of your people in this place today. And we thank you for the council people that have come together to be the voice of the community, working in harmony, on one accord, for the rights, for the will, for the faith, for the wisdom, and for the love of this community and other people. Now, Father, we pray right now for your guidance, your wisdom, your knowledge, and your understanding.
Yes, Lord.
We pray for unity and oneness. We bind that spirit of foolishness and ignorance.
Yes, Lord.
And we come together to do a work, knowing that you are the center, knowing that you are at the helm of everything that we do, and that you have an all-seeing and an all-watchful eye. Now, Father, guide and bless, direct us, in the matchless name of the one that I serve. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Amen. That's me.
I'm sorry. We pray for those right now that are at war and in turmoil. We pray for the uproar in other countries. We pray that the peace of God that surpasses all understanding will encamp all around us. Now this is our servant's prayer. In Jesus' name.
Yeah.
So now it's time for the reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of the Flint City Code Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, the individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from the meeting. So now it's time for requests or changes to the agenda.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Bates.
Yeah, I've got some additions and changes to the agenda. In the resolutions, did you pass out the two resolutions? I've introduced a resolution to increase the allocation of ARPA funds for home improvement from 5 million to 20 million. Copy should have been passed out to everybody on the council by the clerk. And then another resolution to allocate $300,000 in ARPA funds for the North Flint Reinvestment Corporation. That's the North End Supermarket. Those two resolutions. I also want an agenda change dealing with a motion and or resolution to deny the pay raise for the mayor. And then I also got a resolution dealing with the tax reverted property from the Genesee County Treasurer's Office. I want that added to the agenda. And then one last motion and or resolution dealing with the investigation of the right of first refusal notice that should have came to the clerk on the properties that was bought by some investor.
All right now.
And finally, I want to see if the clerk's office can bring me resolution to censor Ms. Winfrey Carter and to suspend me for 90 days. I want that added to this agenda. And those are my requested agenda changes.
Yes. Okay, so let me make sure that I have an understanding. So I have two resolutions in front of me. We will call which we will all vote on. And we have resolution number, I'll say the ARPA allocation for the 5 to 20 million. We'll call that resolution number 1. And resolution number 2 for the $300,000 for the North Flint Reinvestment Corp. That's resolution number 2. And where did you want those two resolutions to go?
I want them in there with resolutions. Doesn't matter if they come first or last as long as they're in the bunch.
All right. And then you said, what was the third one?
If I'm not mistaken, in the order, it was to deny the pay raise. We have to do that within 30 days, a pay raise for the mayor.
Okay, and you don't have a resolution for that?
We do have a pattern resolution, but in the motion that's being made, or if the agenda change happens, we'll try to introduce it and amend it on the floor. We had it from the last council.
So you don't have a resolution for this? This was on here?
Well, I guess you could say resolution number 3.
So-
If the first one was 1 and 2, that could be number 3.
Okay,
We
so-
can run off a copy. We can run a copy of this and give it to Madam Clerk, correct?
Okay, so that'll be, number 3 is the resolution to deny the mayor's pay rate?
That is correct.
Okay, and what was your fourth one? You
The
said this.
fourth one would be an objection to the tax reverted property. We would have to do the same thing with a resolution from there from the last council. It can be amended on the floor depending on whether we object to them or take them in. But that has to be done in a timely manner as well.
Okay, so do you have a resolution for that?
Can we pull some, that would be number 4. Would that be right, number 4?
And then you said the 5th one was the,
Yeah, the 5th one, I've asked that right of first refusal and notice to the clerk on those tax reverted properties. I've requested legal department on the record, if I'm not mistaken, to investigate that. That would be a motion until we get a resolution. And so that could be after resolutions. I wanted to let motion.
so after resolutions, you want to do a motion for,
An investigation to investigate the right of first refusal and the notice to the clerk on those 100 and some properties that the residents lost. I guess that's the best way to put it. And see if this council will help me push for an investigation on that. The clerk didn't get notice, and we didn't get notice.
okay. All right, so that was 4 was tax reverted properties. 5 is the investigation of right of first refusal for the property.
And 6 and 7 would be the resolutions. 6 would be, I guess, or 5 or 6, however you worded it, would be to see if we can do an agenda change to bring the resolution to censor Ms. Winfrey Carter. And then the next one would be the resolution to attempt to suspend me for 90 days.
All righty.
Madam Chair.
One second, please. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I will make a motion that we, well, those are my requested agenda changes, and I will make a motion that we take them in order and have discussion and so forth.
So So, Mr. Mays, that's improper. We have to vote on them.
There she go again, Mr. Mays. Doctor.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Byrne.
what was resolution 5 and 6, please? Could you reiterate that?
5 is the investigation of the right of first refusal for the homes that were lost to the county. And then 6 was the censure of Jeremy Carter.
Do we have a 7?
Yes, suspension of Eric Mays. All right, so,
Madam Chair,
go ahead, Ms. Michelle.
just give us all 3, 4.
I can't hear you.
Can you please just give us all of them? We have 1 and 2 in front of us, but we don't have one for the rest of them, so I want to make sure I have them in the right order for 3 and 4.
Right, not a problem. So, number 3 is to reject the mayor's pay raise. And number 4 is the tax credit of properties that goes back to the city at the end of the year. And let's say 5 is the investigation of the right of first refusal for the home that were sold in the bundle. 6 is the censure of William Carter. 7 is the suspension of Eric Mays. Okay. All right, anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Shan.
For number 4, is the resolution going to be to refuse them or keep them on to make sure, as I understand correctly what you're saying?
Yeah, so I haven't seen the resolution.
Okay.
So, but we'll go ahead and ask Mr. Mays, will this be to keep the property?
Madam Chair, if the council votes for these agenda changes, then we'll get into discussion on each and every one of them.
Okay, so, he's not going to answer. So,
Well, Madam Chair, point of order.
Okay.
It's not that I'm not going to answer, it's just that's the discussion. Right now, we're on the agenda changes on the subject matter. I would love to discuss each and every one of them.
Okay.
Before we get to that, if you want that to happen, I'll discuss each and every one of them in detail.
So, Councilwoman in the 7th Ward just asked a question for some clarity. So, what we will do, we have 7 additions to the agenda. So, we will vote on them one by one in sequence. So, we'll go ahead and start with resolution number 1. What is your point?
Agenda changes should have discussion. There was no motion of order or sequence, so we should have discussion.
You said discussion on each item? No, that's not how we usually do that. We, when we did discuss them in the motion, all of them were put together. We didn't have a motion for each individual item.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What is your point?
He's right, we've always voted for him individually.
But what we did not, well, I'll go ahead and defer to the clerk.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What is your point?
This will be something decided by the council. That's why when I made the motion to discuss them in motion form, you went off in another direction. Really, you were supposed to say, is there a second to the motion? Normally, what happens before we make agenda change, Ms. Priestley would say, vote on them immediately and in sequence. But while I had the floor, I put a motion to vote on them individually and made a motion for them. You just never asked for a second. But normally, we do vote on them individually. When you said that we would vote on them, I said no more.
Okay, so, for the record, Madam Clerk. So for the record, whenever we don't do it all at the same time, do we typically do each agenda change? A motion for each agenda change, excuse me?
I'm going to say that you do it different, and it just depends. Sometimes you don't even vote. You make somebody will say they want it, or the objection. Sometimes you do vote, but more often than not, you do vote individually on each change.
I didn't hear the last part.
You do vote on each change individually.
You said on each individual?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so not voting on them, but we were saying have separate debate. Because I don't remember us having debate.
It depends on how you do it. If he's doing it as a motion, then you have to debate. Sometimes you just do changes, do an objection. Sometimes you get a motion, sometimes you don't. I have minutes where somebody makes an agenda change, nobody seconds it to vote on it like it's a motion. So you do it different all the time.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Under the normal process of business, we do stuff by motions and we have a discussion and a vote. That's how we normally do business for 30, 40 years.
All right, so thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what we will do, since you initially made your motion to, go ahead.
You kind of ruled it out of order. We kept moving. Right now, my point of order is we would be on the first proposed agenda change, which is resolution number 1, and that would be you asking, is that agenda change going to be approved or denied? So I would make a motion and move that we put resolution number 1 on the council agenda. And I so move.
All right, so there has been a motion to put resolution number 1 on the agenda, and it has been supported by Mr. Pfeiffer.
Madam Chair.
1 second, please. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I want to make this quick and get this agenda over with. Look like we can be out of here pretty quick if we take care of business today. We can make the city proud. This is a $300,000 allocation to North Flint Reinvestment Corporation.
What's your point?
Number 1 is the $5 to $20 million.
Oh, I got them labeled wrong. Okay, thank you. My bad. I'll relabel them. This is a motion to put resolution number 1, the resolution to increase the allocation of ARPA funds for home improvement from 5 million to 20 million. That's an increase of 15 million. I've noticed when they had the meeting in the dome, people were lined up. I noticed that.
Please hold, Mr. Mayor. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've noticed that there's an outcry in the community for this type of service. What I'm thinking is if we can move this agenda change, it might end up being amended and sent back to Finance Committee meeting, but right now I want y'all to approve this agenda change so we can have a short discussion to either move it forward or move it back to Finance Committee meeting. I want to see how much money we have left in those ARPA funds. If it's 30 or 40 million, I'm going to be very comfortable with this. But we need to have a conversation because the people who I see lined up at the dome, they were told that that money has already been ate up by other folks. And some of them feel like they were first in line with their request. But when Ernst & Young did the first assessment of those initial forms, the amount of money requested for home improvements was 7.5 million. So if we allocated 5 million and it's been ate up, then we need to increase it, whether it's 15 million, 5 more million or whatever. So I want want this agenda change and hope that the majority of the council will support it so we can discuss this as we move into the end of 2023. The discussion on it would be a great Christmas present for me. Thank you so much.
Us too. Anyone else like to speak first round? Anyone like to speak in the second round?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Carter?
I am all in favor of putting this resolution on the agenda. I have said before, $5 million for home improvements is simply not enough. When we had over 700 individuals to put in for home improvements, I had already calculated that we were going to need more money. I've been getting calls too that Habitat and what is the other one? Metro. I was told that Metro do not have any money for residents that's calling to be approved for home improvements right now. So we really do need to put more money into home improvements. This money was sent here to our city to help the people, to help the residents. And that's what we need to be focusing on, helping our residents. I understand there's a couple of members here that's trying to get our money for their 501(c)(3)s. Now, that's not right. It's not right. Let's help the residents first. And in fact, I thought that we should have helped the residents first before any of this money went out to nonprofits. Take care of our residents. So I will be in favor of putting this resolution on the agenda. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I believe we're in the first round, said second round.
Anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair, we're still in the first round.
Anyone else in the second round? What did you want?
I thought we was in the first round.
We were until we were in the second.
With regard to the first or second round.
She's in the second round, first speaker.
Trying to put a fast one on you, mate.
Madam Chair.
Mr. May.
In all due respect, I didn't catch that. I spoke. You asked, was it anybody else want to speak?
I did.
And I thought she spoke.
She spoke when we said the second round. So would you like, anyone else like to speak in the second round?
Well, I'm going to speak in the second round.
Go ahead, Ms. Brown.
Because you were so rude.
Excuse me, so we don't want to get started with that. I'm not.
You're taking the floor. Warn yourself, I have the floor.
Ms. Burns, you don't want to call colleagues rude. So let's proceed.
You can call.
Let's proceed, Ms. Burns.
Don't tell me what I can and cannot say. My speech is not dictated by you. That's my First Amendment right. I defer to the city attorney.
City clerk, would you please start the time?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I want to say this. So you can say, you're not going to restrict my freedom of speech to something that's pleasing to your ears or melancholy. It's not what's going to happen. Not ever. So you can censure me till the cows come home. You know, I took my censure and went on about my business about it. But I want to tell you this because she started off before. Miss Claire McClinton, I support this. I don't know if she's still out there, that Paul's tower right here. I support this. Paul got everything covered in here. I support this because residents, it's not enough. It's not enough money. We know the degree that people, when we see blue tops, and some blue tops are blown off and tagged.
Yes.
And we talk about hot water heaters and the different programs. So as my colleague tried to correct me, I support this resolution. But I want to urge this lack of information, misinformation. Well, when it's coming from the president of Flint City Council, She wants people to be hopeless, in my opinion. Because here it is on the website.
Ms. Burns, you're out of order for speaking to people's motives. So if you proceed, you will receive a warning. So let's go ahead and go.
So she deferred everyone to the website says, my half and Michigan. It states, it does state after December the 8th, any homeowner needing assistance can be added to a wait list. You can still be added to a wait list. It doesn't guarantee. She tells you half the story. So if you still need your taxes paid, water bills, condominium fees, homeowners insurance, they can add you. They can add you. But she's so quick to give an inappropriate clap back and tell everybody what they should or shouldn't do because she is rude. She's very rude. Very rude. You know, she acted someone that's cussed at and said everything up here in this council before. Everything. So you can send to me because it's going to end up you in court like I told you.
Let's stay germane to this resolution. Let's stay germane to this motion.
You are taking the floor. You need to warn yourself, Madam Chair.
That's right.
You need to warn yourself. You're out of order.
Warning you out.
You're out of order.
Yeah, to their own house.
So, thank you. So when we talk about this, so if you have, for those people who needed home repairs, there is help, and I put them also, and I put them on my list, on my Facebook and social media for the past year. So you can get Michigan to help you. There is, Metro is stating that they're out of funds, or they won't have Habitat. Habitat won't have until, I believe, January, February, they're stating. But you need to call daily for those homeowners, because we do know there are some people who have received, I believe, one person, but that one I'm kind of skeptical, because it's a who's who and who you know got it done. And that's not what it should be. So that I am disappointed about. But I support this project. I support it because we have council people who won't even support residents who are in their own ward, who need a roof, and the lady is sleeping in a shelter. She's sleeping in a shelter, second ward.
Ms. Burns, once again, you have been warned. You have been warned about speaking to people. So it has been Councilwoman Burns giving a warning for speaking to the motive colleague, and it has been appealed and seconded by Ms. Winfrey Carter. Go ahead.
It was appealed by Ms. Winfrey Carter. We're waiting to see you ask, is there a second to the appeal?
Okay, so I thought that Tanya Burns said that she appealed ruling chair, and I thought Winfrey Carter said that she seconded. Is that not correct? Okay, thank you. So it appealed, and was that support by Dennis Pfeiffer? Not a problem. So it has been an appeal by Winfrey Carter, seconded by Dennis Pfeiffer for Mrs. Burns' second warning of being warned of speaking to the local college. So we will go ahead. So we will go ahead and we will go to the appeal. Go ahead.
If you're reporting it correctly, then you refer to the clerk with the number of warnings. That should be the first warning.
What the chair was stating was Ms. Burns was, anyway, I'll talk about during my time. So this right here is appeal for the ruling of the chair. What is your point?
My point of order is you're not stating it correctly. This is the first or second.
This is your point.
Let me finish. You're interrupting. Go ahead. You need to refer, you stated second warning. You need to ask the clerk, is it the first or second? You stated it correctly, so please defer to the clerk.
The chair does not need to defer to the clerk. So what the chair will do is state what I'm going to say. So Ms. Burns was giving a warning, her first warning, and then it was appealed by Jerry Winfrey Carter and seconded by Dennis Pfeiffer. So now we're off to the appeal. So go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter, since you are the main appeal, you're the first to speak.
From what I understand, this is the first warning, not the second warning.
That's what I appeal, okay? I think you mentioned second warning.
She did.
Yeah, but this is the first warning. But I'm gonna say this.
What's she gonna do?
First of all, this is not a dictatorship.
Yes, it is.
Okay? Everybody sitting up here. Everybody sitting up here, every member up here, we were elected by the people.
Really quick, stop, so Ms. Clerk, please start the time. Officer Metcalf, we have a lot of audience disturbance from this side of the room. We want to make sure that we're not yelling out.
Point of order, Madam Chair. First,
What-
you're supposed to say point of order when something is not wrong. You just told
The chair doesn't have to say that.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. So you're saying you can interrupt what I'm saying. I'm up here speaking and you can just interrupt me.
Police brutality on the people.
That's rude.
Go eat up over there, police brutality stuff.
You're supposed to say point of order and everything stops.
No, I don't. According to the rules.
Also, you can just speak while I'm speaking.
I told you to hold so we can start the time.
Oh, my God.
So please proceed, Madam Clerk, with the time, and go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
See, this is why we're in the appeal. This is why we're in this appeal. Because it's rude. It's just rude. It's simply rude. All while Councilwoman Burns was speaking, the chairperson rudely interrupted her a couple of times. And like I said, you didn't elect us to sit up here. Chairperson, the people elected us to sit here. This is not a dictatorship. And everyone sitting up here, I believe we're wrong. But see, when it's something that you don't want to hear, you tend to get an attitude. And you take in everything so personal. And it's not right. So yes, I appeal the ruling of the chair. Councilwoman Burns should not have a warning right now. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Green.
Yeah, Madam Chair. You doing this wrong. Now, we can try to help you, we can try to correct you, we can try to wait and see if you're gonna get it right, but we've been trying for weeks and months. Even when you're not cheering, you're egging other chairs on to warn somebody to throw them out. Even when you're not cheering, it has become your MO. What Ms. Burns said, when you warned her, the record, the tape will show, she said Second Ward residents got tarps on their roof. Because you're the Second Ward council resident, it pissed you off. And that's what the record will show when you warn her. Now, saying Second Ward residents has tops on their roof, that's not a motive. That's a fact. I'm in the First Ward. There's some First Ward residents got tarps on their roof.
All right now.
And I'm sure it's in the Fourth Ward. Mr. Viper represents one of the wealthiest wards in the city, and you go, and some of them mansions might have a tarp on part of their roof. I don't know. But that was no reason to give her a first warning because she said Second Ward got tarps on their roof. The First Amendment gives us the right to petition government for our grievances. And right now, Ms. Burns' grievances as well as mine and some of the residents is that we won't allocate additional money. And so this is just a discussion to have on the agenda. We got a light agenda. We're just asking for discussion on this in a public place. I've asked that Ernst & Young come to the next Finance Committee meeting. I've already indicated I want it on the agenda, so we might have to go back to finance, but at least let us have a discussion. That's what this is about, an agenda change. Not for you to feel like you're being personally attacked. You have to have thick skin. When you're in this business, you have to have thick skin.
That's right.
I take it all the time from you and everybody else. And as a caveat, when you interrupt them, you do have to say point of order. Just because you're the chair, you have no right to violate our rules and just interrupt. And say, Mr. Metcalf, come up here in the middle of somebody speaking, you say point of order. And then call Metcalf. And we can appeal, but it ain't what you think it is.
All right, anyone else like to speak? Go ahead, Mr. Piper.
The reason I seconded this appeal is because I believe in the First Amendment, and obviously the chairperson is a fan of North Korean TED Talks. First, at not one point did she call the councilwoman in the city board to say any person's name. I believe she said some of my colleagues don't help residents or something like that. To me, that is not speaking in motives, that's speaking in generality. Part of the First Amendment is not only free speech, but it gives someone the right to say something that you don't want to hear. As soon as you hear something that you don't like, they're out of order, and then you start to weaponize the police against the residents.
Every time.
So, to give a warning for speaking in generality and basically saying something that, and she didn't say your name, but you popped off and immediately went defensive and said your warning. So, and the record will show, and the tape will show, she didn't say not one person's name. But you see the guilty party that chimed up immediately.
Okay. Yeah.
So, I mean, if I would chime up immediately, then I guess that would be easy. So, I would just hope that my colleagues would allow free speech, and right now we're trying to even have a discussion on reallocating ARPA funds and possibly amending the budget, but they don't want to do that. They want to throw the meeting in chaos.
Right.
We'll see how this vote goes, and we'll see how the vote goes on the subsequent agenda change to actually have a discussion on amending the ARPA budget. So I yield the rest of my time.
Great. So just for the record, Mr. Pfeiffer just spoke that we want to bring chaos to the meeting. What is your point?
This is not your time to speak.
Again.
The chair goes last.
Okay, thank you. So what we will do is remind the colleagues not to speak to the motives of other colleagues. What is your point?
You should be saying, is there any other speakers?
Mr. Mays, I'm chairing this meeting, so thank you. Point of order denied. So, what is your point?
Let me make it clear. This is my point of order. You might be chairing this meeting, but I'm an elected First Ward City Council person who has the right to participate in the meeting. So you made it clear to me that you're chairing the meeting. I want to make it clear to you that I'm elected to participate in this meeting. So I'm waiting for you to rule on my point of order. The ruling will go something like this. If it's time for you to speak, Mr. Piper done told you, and I'm telling calling on anybody else and speak last. So you done made it clear you chairing the meeting. I'm making it clear I'm an elected official participating with a right in this meeting.
Mr. May, that was an invalid point of order. So let's not abuse privilege motions.
Point of order.
Mr. May.
It ain't invalid to try to get you on track and not breach the rules. The breach of the rules, I've made it clear, I'm gonna make it clearer. I've called a point of order, because you're giving speeches and you're supposed to be trying to see who else can speak on this and you speak last. Now that's a valid point of order.
You are abusing again.
I'll appeal the rules, Mr. Chair. I'll appeal the rules, Mr. Chair.
That's fine. That's fine.
Just leave.
Go ahead.
We are in the middle of.
Oh, so you can't, so you can't have an appeal in the middle of an appeal. According to the rules, you cannot appeal in the middle of appeal. So you can't appeal in the middle of appeal. Go ahead, Mr. May.
You want me to read the rule that says any decision of the chair can be appealed immediately?
That's right.
Ms. Mashat been here about 3 months and don't know what I know. I'm appealing the rule that's been appealed.
That's fine, but according to Robert Rules of Council rules, I'm addressing Mr. May. I'm addressing your point.
Do you want me to read the rule or you want to read it?
We don't need to, because we read it last meeting.
Let's read it this meeting.
Right, somebody don't understand.
You want me to read it?
Not at all. Well, we want you to be in order.
You want me to read it or you want to read it? Should anybody read it? The clerk, the
So, Mr. Mays, you keep, let's see, issue one.
Talking to a ghost, Mr. Mays. And she gonna talk to the ghost again. They call the Ghostbusters.
Okay, so now we are back to our first appeal for the morning of Ms. Tanya Burns. Mr. Pfeiffer, he already spoke. Anyone else like to speak? What is your point?
Did you rule on his appeal that you?
I did.
Can you repeat it? This point of order, can you repeat it, please?
Absolutely. So that point of order is improper because, because that appeal is improper because we're in the middle of appeal. And according to the rules, you can't stack appeals.
So can you warn him, so his warning is invalid?
No, his warning is valid.
So he can't give his appeal, he can't, but the rule states you have a right to automatically appeal a warning. So you, as the chair, you don't have the right to not allow him to appeal your warning. Do you understand that?
No, I don't understand.
Okay, well, he has a right to appeal that.
Again, according to our rule, Robert's rule, you cannot stack appeals. What is your rule? What I'm saying is that you can't appeal during. So right now, Mr. Mays, he received his first warning for misusing points of order. And so right now, we are moving on so we can finish Ms. Burns.
Point of order.
Go ahead.
Did you rule on my point of order when
Which point of order?
Point of order when you took the floor illegally after I spoke. Did you rule on that?
No.
No. See, the chair didn't take the floor. The chair was just stating order, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Point of order. And I'll appeal you if I have to.
That's fine, but not now.
Because this rule states that you speak last, and if you want to call me to order, you should have done it when I was speaking, not after. That's taking the floor.
So what the chair did after you continued to speak, just wanted to remind the colleagues that you cannot speak tomorrow. I didn't want to. I could have warned you. It would have been fine. But the chair didn't do that again. As I continue to chair the meeting, we just need for colleagues just to be be cool and be in order. That's all we're asking. And so, as we move on, anyone else would like to speak on Ms. Burns' appeal?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
First of all, you are abusing your power and your position. You are abusing your power and your position as the chair. You gonna tell us to be cool? I mean, be cool, but you are not cool at all. You are really, this is really, and it is out of control.
Excuse me real quick.
Stop my time.
Yes, stop my time. Mr. Metcalf, thank you. Let's make sure, 'cause I hear Alderman yelling out she's out of control from the audience. So let's make sure that we're having order in the chambers. What is your
chair's responsibility to call the residents to order? It's not the chair's duty to tell the police officer to call.
So, okay, well, thank you so much, ma'am. That's your first warning. So let's go ahead and go. Go ahead, Ms. Burns. Finish your time.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
I'm gonna do another appeal.
You can't do an appeal in the middle of appeal, Ms. Burns.
You can take appeals and they can be supported and you put them on the list.
Not according to Robert's rules.
It's not going by Robert's rules, it's going by our council rules.
What is your point, Mr.
Madam Chair, I've said here, look at rule number 1.2. The president or chair, the presiding officer shall decide all questions arising under these rules and parliamentary practices, subject to appeal. The chair shall first decide the question, and any member may appeal that decision. Our council rules supersede Robert's rules. These are the rules. You can decide any question under 1.2, but every question you decide is subject to appeal. So if she wants to appeal on behalf of that lady and you made a decision, it's subject to appeal. If I get a first warning and it catches me off guard, it's subject to appeal. Now, when we get to it, and how y'all vote is a different thing. But these things are subject to appeal, and you are subject to appeal on each and every decision you make.
Thank you.
Hey.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Burns. Proceed with your time. Go ahead, Ms. Donovan.
Before, I want my 5 seconds back, please, because she was speaking and taking the floor, Madam Clerk. It was actually 2:37 before she.
I'll count it in my head.
took the floor, please.
It's easier for me to count
She
it in my
said she
head.
got it.
You got it? Okay, thank you. So again, this is abuse of power and position, and she's doing it every meeting. And it's back, it's the dumpster fire. It's the dumpster fire meeting. Now, we may not want to hear that, a resident of the second ward, Ms. Mayfield was here, and her ceiling fell in. This ties directly to giving money for our home repair, because she can't stay in her home. This resident was put out by Councilmember Liddell Lewis. She put her out. She called Metcalf home. She weaponized the police. She was removed. She was also a resident who is handicapped.
Whoa.
She was in here on her walker. And so she was removed. So it's a fact. Not speaking to motives. That's a fact. A motive is something that you might be doing or likely to do. This actually happened. It's a fact. She was removed. She's now sleeping in a shelter. She needs a roof on her home. She needs a home repair. I met with Ms. Shelley Sparks screaming about this. A couple of times we talked about it, never in person. You didn't even go talk to your resident. You escorted her out. You keep doing this, you want people to be quiet, you want us to be cool and work with you, when you are not workable.
Hello.
You're not nice to people. You're not respectful to your colleagues. You want to chair and rule with the iron fist like a tyrant, like a dictator. You want to tell people the rules without a clear understanding of what the rules even mean. Which means you cannot chair fairly nor correctly. You come in here to make a point, and the point gets lost. Because you're not trying to work with anybody. How do you go wrong with helping people get their homes repaired? You don't. And these are your residents. Because you don't like what I'm saying. You're going to put me out. Well, you censored me. And I meant exactly what I said. Because I've talked to Attorney Kennedy. You want to use the city attorney, put me out again, fine, when you did it, I want a city attorney to represent me. Because I'm not going to put out my city legal official lying. I'm not going to do it. And the 6 residents are not going to allow it either. You are not fair. You don't understand the rules. And this is a dumpster. And it's probably to the point that we're not going to get far. We may have to vote to remove you to get through this meeting. As we did before. You don't get it. My time is up now.
Anyone else would like to speak on this appeal? All right, anyone else? Seeing no one else, I'll go ahead and be the last to speak according to Robert's rule. Well, we went over this last meeting, and we spent a significant amount of time talking about the stacking of appeals. It was confirmed that you cannot stack appeals and that our council rules do not speak to the stacking of appeals. It just speaks to the making of appeals. However, when you refer to Robert Rule, and that is rule number 24, which specifically deals with appeals, it states that you cannot stack appeals. So therefore, we can't stack appeals. Now, the reason why Ms. Burns, why she received her warning was because as Ms. Burns began to speak, she began to speak to the motives of colleagues, talking about speaking to motives of colleagues, per usual. And then she began saying that I voted against my ward, speaking to things like that which are not true. And unfortunately, you can't speak to colleagues' motives. This is a Robert rule that she quotes all the time. You cannot speak to colleagues' motives. Just stick exclusively to the resolution. Not what you think, not how you feel, but exclusive to the resolution. Too often we get caught up in personalities and who don't like who. It's already been stated on the mic by other colleagues who like who. Doesn't matter to me. What we're here to do is get through these resolutions for when we're still on agenda changes. We're looking to get through agenda changes so we can vote it up or down if we're going to accept this agenda change so we can move on. That's what we're here to do. And according to council rules, if you look at it, it says a point of order is to correct the chair. So the chair can't use a point of order to correct the chair. So again, the chair does not have to state point of order when you are chairing this meeting. So with all that being said, I said second time. What I was trying to say was this was the second time that I spoke to Ms. Burns about this. So I told her she was out of order the first time, and I was telling her that she will be warned the second time, and she proceeded to speak on the motives of colleagues. What we won't do, we won't continue to speak to personalities or to project feelings on colleagues. We will do the work. And if we're talking anything outside of the work, if we're doing anything outside of these rules, you will be called to order. Colleagues and audience members alike. We will give this chamber back to the city so they can feel safe coming here to practice their democracy. That's the goal. So with that being said, we are on the appeal of Tanya Burns' warning for speaking to motives of colleagues. If you would like to go against the chair, you will vote yes. But to support the ruling of the chair, you will vote no. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Mashat,
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no. The ruling of the chair stands. So now we will go back to the first resolution.
Madam Chair,
What is your point?
I'm appealing the first warning that you gave me.
Support.
Mr. May, so you can't do that in the middle of, yeah, so we are on to something else. You did that during an appeal.
You say you couldn't do it.
What is your point?
All the citizens of the chair are reviewable.
Okay. I just want to confirm this with the attorney.
He's back there, point of order. Point of order.
What is your point, Mr. May?
He's back there eating. You see that chair?
Has nothing to do with the business of this council. Thank you.
Can't, request information, Madam Chair.
What is your request?
Can't you read and decipher this stuff? Is it an easy read?
So, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so, Attorney Kim, so just for clarity purposes, since we cannot stack appeals, during an appeal, is it possible for them to appeal it afterwards?
Madam Chair, the Robert's Rules of Order, Section 24(3) says that if a point of order is raised while an appeal is pending, there is no appeal from the chair's decision on this point of order. Although the correctness of the ruling can be brought up later by a motion covering the case.
Okay, thank you. All right. So, Mr. May, you appeal the ruling of the chair. And Mr. Pfeiffer second. Want to make sure that's clear? All right. So, and this is the appeal for Mr. Mays misusing points of order. So, go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Madam Chair,
Hold on. Let's make sure that the time is started. Go ahead.
let me say this. It might piss you off. It might piss Miss Priestley off. And it might piss Miss Michelle. But I'm elected. And I can read. I've been getting A's and B's in reading since elementary and junior high. And clearly it says, any decision of the chair is subject to appeal. Now, why you need a city attorney to read that to you, I don't know. Why you don't believe we can read, I don't know. Why you can't read and understand that, I don't know. Let me say this. If any decision of the chair is subject to appeal, and we appeal it, whenever you hear it, it's appeal. We shouldn't have to do it 2 and 3 times and get legal opinions. You talking about what ain't covered in council rules. That is covered. It says any decision you make. If we listen to you, you can warn us and throw us out in the middle of an appeal and we couldn't do nothing about it till we gone. You and Candace Mashat is dead wrong. She been sitting here for 3-4 months and she done told you what to do. And you did. That don't even make sense to me. And then when she chairing, you telling her what to do. It's becoming obvious. And then Miss Priestley, cause Hurricane wrote and y'all changed the rules. Everybody watching see 4 yes and 3 no. But y'all changed the rules that you have to get 5 yes. Cause y'all got the chairmanship. Y'all better pray on your knees and hope we don't get working out of there. Because if it's Flint would abide with the common sense, y'all gonna get dragged. Politically. Now here you get rides with the police, saying somebody gonna rape you. I ain't never seen such a thing. And here you coming in here raping us politically, trying to throw us out our seats repeatedly for a bogus ruling you making repeatedly. You can warn me 3, 4, 5 times. You can throw me out every meeting. But in the long run, if we pick the right federal court judge, y'all gonna pay me.
Madam Chair?
Oh, go ahead, Councilwoman Shaw.
Yes, I'm fine with everybody being up there being elected. Surprise, surprise. And also, I was saying, when you get told you couldn't appeal, I was going out here saying you could appeal because you did so right away. I've got A's and B's and can read as well, which is why I knew you could appeal right away. Agree with the fact that you should be able to appeal. That's all.
Wow, what you just said?
Go ahead and provide.
I find it very humorous that Mr. Mays got a warning for his abuse for calling the chair to order. And every time the chair has had to refer to the attorney or the clerk, and she's been dead wrong. So, the person that shares the worst, we have to call to order the most. And when she gets mad that you call her to order and when she's wrong, you get a warning. That is some...
Yes.
Blackmail.
I said it earlier, that's some North Korean Kim Jong-un. And this is what my colleagues voted for when they appointed her to be president. They voted for chaos because she's the worst chair that this city has ever seen. And it's truly amazing that she wants to give out warnings for correcting her every time she's been wrong. Every time. Now, the colleagues won't vote that she's wrong. This will get a 4-3 vote as well. And Mr. Mays will get his first warning because the other colleagues will get shamed and talked down to by her if they vote the correct way. Because not only does she demean every person that she talks to if you vote wrong, and that's what colleagues are scared to vote a different way, because they will get demeaned. You've seen a few meetings ago when our colleague in the third ward got a talking to when he voted incorrectly.
Mr. Murphy?
And he put his head down and cowered. And I'm not stating opinion. The record will
Facts,
as a
facts.
Maybe that was taught in, when she got her doctorate. But as city councilor, that doctorate is irrelevant. If you can read the rules and be fair, and this is another one that will go 4-3. Mr. Mays will get his first warning. I'm not blind to that because the other colleagues don't want to get talked about. So, that is all. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak on this appeal?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Murphy.
I don't know, Councilman Pfeiffer, I call it bullying.
Yeah.
Bullying. This is getting out of control. This been out of control.
Yes, it has.
They weren't. This been out of control. Just like Councilwoman Burns, she shouldn't have received a warning.
for speaking during her time, and Councilman Mays shouldn't receive a warning. I mean, is it wrong to correct the chair?
No.
He's just trying to correct the chair. And he's doing it right by calling points of order. There's nothing wrong with calling a point of order. It's not an abuse to call a point of order. So I'll be voting no. I mean, yes, to revert this, because this chair, in my opinion, she's on some personal stuff. It's all personal with her. She comes in here every week, every meeting. She pokes at Councilman Mays, she pokes at me, she pokes at Councilwoman Burns, and she pokes at Councilman Pfeiffer. Every week. And you know what? Councilman Pfeiffer is probably going to be next to get a censure. I'm sure of it. But the thing about it, she's not fair, because she'll never call Councilwoman Burden out. Never. It's unfair treatment. Unfair treatment. It's a double standard up here. Shame. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anyone else like to speak on this appeal?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns?
Thank you. So, again, it is an abuse of power and position. A gross misuse of power and position. And she wields with the iron fist. And she's incorrect in how she's chairing. She's incorrect in how she decides to interpret the council rules. Frequently, she misquoted the Michigan website. I do consider it to be bullying, because I've listened to the tongue lashings and what is this person doing, what's this person doing? And some of them, I believe, are scared to vote in the right way. I've seen it several times. She will come after them. What are you doing? That's what you're doing. And the looks, y'all can get all the looks. You don't get them. We have a First Amendment right to say whatever we want to say. Every single point of order or request for information that is said from people that she doesn't like, you get a warning. You get a warning. And the playbook stays the same. Warn them, get them out. It doesn't matter what they say. And I'm not going to agree with her, but some of the stuff she's dead wrong. Doesn't tell the truth. She said she didn't walk on the Mitchell boys. She didn't walk out on them. Video shows she did. Video shows she did. And then my colleagues, 5 of them who I think may be being bullied, voted that was true. That, they said that, that didn't happen. They voted and agreed with that nonsense. They voted with her when she said I became argumentative with Doug Matthews. It wasn't true, he became argumentative with me, but she did ask him in that video, the video shows, she asked him to get himself together. So you watch my show, you said you tuned in. Thank you for click, liking, and sharing. It's not fair what you do. And show Doug arguing with me, and he wants to be that buzz. When I was speaking, he was interrupting. And you did call him to order. Didn't warn him, but you called him to order. You're not fair. And people are watching. And you don't care about it. All you care about is vengeance is yours. But it's supposed to be the Lord. Okay? You are not God, you're not a deity. But you're putting yourself in the position that you are. And people see it. And you got colleagues who won't speak out against it. I'm surprised Councilwoman Priestley, because she wasn't here for the first half. I thought she would have abstained. To vote for that nonsense was ridiculous. She said, what can you do? Like she's somebody's mama. I never seen nothing like this. We're all elected here, not just you.
anyone else would like to speak? Oh, okay. Seeing that no one would like to speak, I'll go ahead and use my time. This resolution, this appeal is about the warning of Councilperson Mays for abusing points of order.
Request for information.
What? Your request?
Are you aware that there's no rule against multiple points of order? The rules are for multiple requests for information.
So,
Doctor, answer that.
So, the fact that Mr. Mays continued to abuse privileged motions, it holds back the business of the city. And that's what we're talking about.
Warnings hold back the city.
And so, Mr. Jones, that is his warning.
Oh my God, you called somebody name.
Again, we can make a lot of this.
Point of order.
Go ahead.
I appeal the ruling of the chair to give Mr. Jones his first.
There is no appealing the ruling of the chair to call council, all these members to order. Again, we're bringing him to order. We're bringing him to order. So according to law enforcement and our rules, yes, all these members can be called to order. So go ahead.
What does law enforcement have to do with this? Are you
Police brutality.
What does law enforcement have to do with this? If you give him a warning, you have the right to appeal this warning. What does law enforcement have to, are you discombobulated at this moment?
So again, as stated, when all these members are being called to order, there is no warning and appeal for that. And so, anywho, and plus you can't appeal in the middle of an appeal. So I'm about to reclaim my time. Ms. Donahue. So unfortunately, as others begin to speak, we continue to get interrupted. Audience members, colleagues alike. This is the problem. If we are talking exclusively to the misuse of privileged motions. You're only supposed to use your point of order when the chair is breaching a rule or a chair does not call a breach of order. That's what our council rules say. But unfortunately, people want to use this time to say things that are not true. So, again, Mr. Mays, I will stick to what's relevant and germane because we don't have time to talk about the other stuff. So, Mr. Mays was being brought to order for misusing points of order several times. I brought him to order. He refused to listen, so he was issued his first warning. So with that being said, if you want to overturn the ruling of the chair, you vote yes. To sustain the ruling of the chair, you vote no. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis.
No.
Ms. Priestley.
I abstained because I wasn't present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Ms.
Chad.
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
I abstain because we have the right to correct the chair in multiple points of order, not a rule violation, so I abstain.
Mr. Mays.
Yes.
The vote is 3 yes, 2 no, 2 abstentions.
Vote is 3 yes, 2 no, and 2 abstentions. The ruling of the chair stands. It is sustained, and Mr. Mays has his first warning. So now we're about to go back to resolution number 1.
Order, Madam Chair.
What is your point?
I'm gonna remind you there's an appeal of the warning you gave that lady, and then there's an appeal of the warning that you gave Mr. Jones. That's the order of business.
Oh, take that.
All right, so there is an appeal for councilman, for the chair calling the audience to order. And it has been, excuse me, what's your point?
It ain't an appeal of the chair calling the audience to order. It's an appeal of you warning that lady.
And that's called bringing that lady to order.
Well,
So it's
to
fine.
that lady.
It is fine. So is there a second for his appeal? We have support for Mr. Pfeiffer.
Point of order.
So what, Mr. May, what is your point?
It had already been appealed. So you want us to do it again?
We want
When we ain't in the appeal?
Because you can't do it in the middle of appeal. So you said yes, supported by Mr. Pfeiffer.
Right.
Okay, just checking. Let the chair chair.
You saying two.
So, excuse me. All right, so there has been an appeal for bringing the audience to order. So is there, let's see, brought to you by Mr. May, you speak first.
Who made the appeal? You just stated it was made by Ms. Winfrey Carter and seconded by Mr. Pfeiffer. If you really knew Ms. Winfrey Carter would speak first, when you gonna learn this stuff?
Oh, Mr. May, I thought you made the appeal.
You just told me who made it. Within 2 minutes ago.
I did not say that, I did not call her. I told her that Mr. Pfeiffer seconded. That's what I told her. So anyway.
Who made the appeal, me or you, Ms. Winfrey Carter, if I may, Madam Chair?
Councilman Mays, you can go ahead and appeal, but I did make the
Go
additional
ahead.
appeal.
Ladies
And
first.
Pfeiffer.
Well, let's make it clear for the record. Thank you. So, Jerry Winfrey Carter made the appeal, seconded by Dennis Pfeiffer. All right.
Now, I'm gonna say this. You guys are walking on thin wall. When you point out our residents. First of all, this chamber belongs to the residents.
Thank you.
This chamber belongs to the residents of the city of Flint. They should feel free. They should feel welcome.
You don't want us here.
To come into this chamber and be engaged in the process. Be engaged in this meeting. But see, this is the problem. When the residents make their sounds, when they are confused about what's going on up here, when they see something that's not right, they're gonna say something.
Absolutely.
Because it's not right up here, I'm telling you. This is not being read right. So what's wrong with the residents voicing or expressing how they feel? There's nothing wrong with it. The job of the chairperson is to say, audience, can you please quiet down? You know, it's not the job of the chair to point out the residents and say, this is your warning. This is your warning, so-and-so. This is your warning. It's not your job. It's your job to engage everyone in this room into this meeting. That's the job of the chairperson. To make everyone in this room feel welcome.
Amen.
And engaged. But you tread on thin waters because it's the residents that vote you in. And when you continue to warn residents and put residents out, that's a problem. It becomes problematic.
Hit the road, Jack.
The resident should have never received a warning. So I'll be voting against the chair's ruling. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Ms. Winfrey Carter stated something that the chair don't want you guys. They want to pass everything in the darkness of the night.
That's what they want, yep.
I mean, I think there was a committee meeting last Wednesday when one of my colleagues said that the opinion of her resident was invalid. I mean, they were talking about a walking path, and Miss January Arbor was told her opinion was irrelevant.
That's what they said.
So, they don't want you.
Seventh Ward.
They don't want you. And, you know, now, well, she didn't call the chamber to order. She immediately, the first words out of her mouth was to weaponize the police and to intimidate folks. So, it's
Say it, Tarzan.
a sad day. It's a sad day, Mr. Mitchell.
Yeah, sure is.
Because the residents of this chamber, you know, all those seats out there, there's what, 200 seats? There's only 9 here.
Yeah.
So who's more important? It's those 200 out there, it's not these 9. These 9 come and go.
Go ahead.
These 9 come and go. Residents who are in the audience have been here, I would guess, more than we've been appointed or elected.
Yay, man. Now.
So, I think that there's a process when you're unruly and you're disrupting the meeting and stopping progress of the meeting. That's one thing, but speaking when you're not slowing down the meeting didn't have to take a break. We didn't have to take a recess because of the audience was out of order. I think that this is just another slap in the face to the residents who worked deep down for over a decade. in this community.
That part.
That now, shut up and get in line. That's what's being told.
Yep.
Sad day. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, ma'am. Come and tell me what your name is.
Who, me?
Yeah. Hey, let me say this, if she come up here. I counted about 30-some people in the audience. And these same people are the people who've been watching council, pretty much. Kelly, you say you do. But I know Flint, and I know the people who I'm looking at in this room. And I know city council. And I'm gonna explain something to you. It is about getting the business of the city of Flint done. It is about allocating millions of dollars to residents when you get one chance to do it.
Thank you.
I've been here 10 years, probably gonna be here 3 or 4 more. And I know you only get one chance to allocate this tax money to help residents. And I'm not gonna let 3 or 4 people block it if I can help it.
Thank you.
If I have to call 30 people together, what's 30 times 20? 10 times 30 is 300. 20 times 30 is 600. Y'all know how many signatures we can get in a day?
Hello. Get the work done.
30 people can get 600 in a day.
Working on that.
Eva is done. They missed about 24. This ain't gonna go on for me for 3-4 years. I don't care if they do me like overseas. They can stone me, pull my fingernails out. They can whip me like they did a slave. I ain't going nowhere too easy. I ain't studying, but I am studying helping folks in this city. And I'm gonna try to get some obstacles out the way.
All right, you too.
I'm not gonna come in here every meeting and get 2 bogus warnings and keep continuously wrongfully throughout my city. And they think ain't nothing can be done. Here she can't even read the rule right. 25.1. The purpose of a point of order is to correct a breach of the rules when the presiding officer does not correct it, or when the presiding officer makes a breach. You can correct any rule with a point of order, and you can correct the presiding officer. We got somebody up here who can't read, and it's causing a problem.
Ms. Burns?
Listen, each time you come here, you have a missed opportunity. And it is an abuse of power. And you keep weaponizing the police on the residents. It doesn't make sense. When you're chairing, a part of, and the most important part, is to keep the people in the council chambers and to keep all council members in there. Excuse me, Judy, this is mine. I said apart. Apart. And let me finish before you have a disagreement. Yeah, thank you. Because you the same one voting with her with all this crazy nonsense.
Please proceed, Ms. Burns.
Same one who, if you support that nonsense, I understand her mind shiver. And you fall right in line with it. Right in line. Same thing with the censure with me. When you fell in line and said about the gun. We had a whole conversation about that. You fell in line. Because you don't stick up for yourself. I'm going to stick up for myself. I'm going to stick up for my people. But when you weaponize the police against the residents, this is about the residents. You have a right to say something. So if the little baby that was in here started to cry, was the baby going to get put out? The baby out? Yeah. Because the baby is in here. I mean, some of this stuff is foolishness. It's just straight foolishness. You talk about the meetings being going on so long, and we hear people tired. When you start warning people for speaking, we have a right to say what we want to say. You don't get to critique or tell us selectively what we can or cannot say. And when you get to 5 people who go along with it, shame on them. Because there's only 2 ways to remove a council person legally from their seat from the length of time, which is going to get y'all sued. It's by the governor and by a recall. 2 ways. 2 ways. And y'all don't get it. And just be lying. Just be lying. I ain't never seen so many liars. Do anything to, yeah, you a liar, lied about the Michigan. You already lied. You lied about Michigan. Now, them people can go, they can go online to apply. Yeah, they can. You tried to check me, read it for yourself. You can get put on the wait list. The wait list. So you so busy into, is that supposed to scare me? Because I'm not scared. I feel sorry for you. I feel sorry for you. Me too. I seriously do. Because you were supposed, you're in a position to bring this council together. We have 4 council members that you do not get along with. You exploited one by making a malicious lie, but you were called something that you were not. And you used that, wrote that horse, called in and got the pastors in on it, made fake little tears, and then you got the pastor, lied to the pastor. Got them in and lied to the pastor. They didn't even know what they were getting into. I'm sorry, residents, y'all gotta go through this. We know this isn't right.
Anyone else would like to speak on this appeal? Okay, seeing that there is no one else, I'll go ahead and use my time. This specific appeal is about the audience member being called to order because according to council rules, you cannot yell out and speak during the council meeting. The time to speak at the council meeting is when you're at the lectern. Past councils, councils across the nation, when you yell out in this early manner, you will be called to order or you will be removed from chambers. The Flint City Council chamber is no different. So therefore, the chair called the audience member to order. So with that being said, a yes will overturn the ruling of the chair, a no will sustain the ruling of the chair for calling the audience member to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley? No. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Burns?
Yes.
Mr. Shannon?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, the vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no. The ruling of the chair stands.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I'm appealing the chair's decision to give Mr. Rich Jones his first warning, and that would be the last of the appeals as of right now.
All right, is there a second? Supported by Mr. Pfeiffer. And so the appeal on the floor is calling Mr. Richard Jones to order for yelling out during the council meeting. Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, let me explain why I think it's important for us to make these appeals. Y'all, as a bigger audience, might not know what I know. But in this particular case, I know that Rich Jones was out getting petition signatures to recall Ms. Lee. She called me by name. When we go to church and the sermon is good, folks don't get put out of the church for saying amen. They don't get put out of church for clapping. They don't get put out of church for moaning and groaning. When my mom and dad died, you looked at me, you couldn't tell. But when I got to myself, I broke down. Some stuff you just can't help but do. When you in these council meetings dealing with millions of dollars, residents coming down here, and we up here fighting for millions of dollars, sometimes you can't help but moan and groan. You can't help but clap and say amen. It should get you put out.
That's right.
See, there's some extreme stuff. You got a woman up here want to put elected folks out repeatedly and regularly for trying to conduct a meeting, for exercising our constitutional and civil rights to agree and disagree. But you know what makes it worse? Those who condone her wrongdoing.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they want to be chairpersons and presidents and finance chair people so bad. I've held all them positions. And that ain't where it's at. But they want it so bad. They'll cut your vote, my vote, to go home to their relatives and friends and say, I'm the president of the country. They're looking bad. I wouldn't want no position that bad. And then you got both people condoning wrongdoing. They done changed the rules. You can't win on a majority of vote 3. You gotta have 5. That's why I put that on here with about censoring Miss Winfrey Carter and removing me. Cause they click in here.
Oh, yeah.
Now they might walk in any minute, but look, evil words and question, missing in action. That's a gang mentality to condone wrongdoing.
All right, anyone else like to speak on this appeal? All right, so seeing none, I will go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
I would say that the rule of city council states that the city public and the city council are both subject to the disorderly persons ordinance 31. It says that's 11, but it's a housing distribution, but 31-10 is its intent. the presiding officer has a responsibility and duty to enforce those rules. So, what is general code of conduct? I guess that's up to the chair. But they were not disturbing the peace. I don't believe that anyone spoke out today that got a warning was disturbing the peace. I think that there would be, if there was a vote of the audience, whether or not Mr. Jones disturbed the peace, I believe it would be probably 35 to 3 would be the vote, saying that he was not disturbing the peace. But 3 will decide. And when did we stop saying, come to order, Mr. Jones, or whoever, or audience, and automatically go to a warning? I thought warnings were a progressive stage, and now because you don't like an individual, they don't speak to what you approve of, it automatically escalates to a warning. I believe that you should call them to order and give them an opportunity and then escalate it if they truly become disturbing the peace to 4 or 2 or 1. But to immediately call somebody out by name because they disagree with you and your policy and your politics, and you immediately jump in the warning. That was the first time, I didn't even know Mr. Jones was here. It was the first time I heard his voice, and you escalated it automatically to 1. So if that's the way we're going to go, when someone who agrees with your politics, they better get a warning if they breathe wrong. Because that's a precedent that you're setting. And I'm not intimidated by you trying to stare me down.
Wow!
So, that's not gonna work.
Oops, second time.
Anyone else would like to speak on this appeal?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes, I did not hear Mr. Jones speak out at this time. I don't hesitate to stand with you in the case that I do hear something. I did not this time. So I am going to vote against the chair on this appeal.
Anyone else like to speak on this appeal?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns.
Thank you. We gotta be careful, and I think you have to be careful, because you're ruling with this iron fist. And it goes back to the debate was dry. Making a sound or an agreement or a gesture should not escalate, as Councilman Pfeiffer said, to automatic removal. You're so quick to throw everybody out. I don't know what it takes. I used to say team building, let's, get together. I think we're past that point. Because you come here, unfortunately, with a vengeance. If you made one remark, you got the whole left and right side. People are talking and clapping or, whatever they're doing. And you cannot keep throwing people out, violating their rights also. You are so busy, you should be worried about what we're doing up here and not paying attention to what's out there. You should be chairing this. And you fall each and every time into the wrong thing because you're yielding your power around. You gotta stop that. You gotta stop that, because we can have good dialogue. We don't have to agree with you. So you get mad when people don't agree with you. And you don't want anyone to say anything that you may feel may be against you. That's a terrible chair, terrible leader.
Ms. Burns, let's not speak to people's motives. You know your motives.
Am I going to get another warning?
Oh my God!
You took the floor. Warn yourself. You have to say, warn yourself. You're the chair.
She didn't say
You took the floor.
first time.
You need to warn yourself. Give yourself a warning.
That's right.
You You didn't ask me, you didn't say point of order, you said requested information, you stole the floor. You stole it. Give yourself a warning. Let's see if the rules apply to you tonight.
They don't.
Madam Clerk, please proceed with the time.
So there's,
What is your
When, after this is over, you're gonna entertain my motion to give you your first warning.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
What you're doing. I'll make it now or make it later.
Well, if we do that, I will give Ms. Burns her second warning for speaking to motives. The chair, as a courtesy, excuse me,
Point of order.
let's be clear. Go
Point
ahead.
of order. I don't think she spoke to your motive. She stated her opinion. That wasn't speaking to your motive.
That's clear.
Can you understand?
It is.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays, go ahead.
You blackmailing now. If we don't do this, then I won't do that. Is that how you're cheering now?
We are wasting time with these frivolous points of order. We are in these frivolous appeals. We're wasting time. So if we're going to waste time, we're going to go ahead and warn the colleagues that are doing so. Ms. Burns, you have been asked not to violate Robert's rule, wasn't that 46.23, which states don't speak to people
no,
more.
that's incorrect.
Oh, my fault, 2-1. I can call it out, but the chair is speaking. The chair is speaking. What is your point?
I have the floor. Does the chair understand that? You keep taking the
No,
floor.
you don't.
yourself.
No, you have order.
I have the floor.
Ms.
And
Burns.
I'm in my time. You see that clock?
Ms. Burns.
That clock means I'm in my time.
Ms. Burns, you're being out of order. Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
I make a motion to recess.
All right, there is a motion for recess. Any support? Any support? All right, so it looks like that motion fails. So, Mr. Mays, what is your point of order?
Yeah, Madam Chair, this meeting can disintegrate, and we all can go home, but we trying to take care of the business. We not gonna let you breach the rules, blackmail us about if we appeal or don't appeal, what you gonna do. We'll stop the meeting before we do that. My point is this, quit messing around, leave folks alone, and let us do the business of the city.
Mr. Mays, that was point of order. So we're about to move back to Ms. Burns so she can proceed with her 1 minute and 56 seconds. Proceed, Ms. Burns.
I would like you to warn yourself from taking the floor. That's where I left off at. Because you continuously take the floor. So if you choose to give me a second warning in your blackmail tactic, I have no problem. You can feel free to do it because you gave an either or. If you do this or this, then you quoted all the wrong, and that was Robert Y'all was supposed to try to get people under control. That was what y'all was doing. That was mine originally. I write Robert's rule. So you blackmailing, and that's interesting. So you're gonna use a tactic to get somebody in control. This is supposed to be a democracy. This is healthy debate. So you are not saying exactly what we've been saying, that you rule like a dictator. Yes. You prove that. You need to give yourself a warning. Are you not going to give yourself a warning? So the rules don't apply to the chairperson, who is this councilwoman in the second ward.
No.
The rules do not apply. She's exempt. She is privileged from them and entitled because they don't apply to her. And see, that's what my colleagues got to start looking at. When you support this nonsense, you support her, you support the nonsense. And this is nonsense that you're doing right now. It's nonsense. Ruling like this is a totalitarian government. You don't have any rights. You can't speak out. You can't clap. You can't breathe out. You can't do anything over here that she did. Nothing. What she did. Then if you don't do what she did, then it's an either or. You can't do that. It's just terrible. Terrible. That's not how you chair a meeting. And she's complacent in doing it with the smugness about herself. Shameful, shameful.
All right, anyone else would like to speak? All right, seeing that we have no one else to speak, I will go ahead and utilize my time. Mr. Jones, this was the second time that I acknowledge that Mr. Jones said something, but this was the first warning. According to council rule, as stated the first time, if you want, you can feel free to clap. However, when you start yelling out phrases, that's reserved for the lectors, and that's making your behavior out of order. Mr. Jones yelled out. He was out of order. So with that being said, that's why Mr. Jones received his first warning. Unfortunately, we have wasted too much time.
Yes.
Talking about nothing, appealing nothing. They just got a warning to get in order, and now we're about to hopefully get on with the business, which has been stretched out by motions made to discuss everything. What is your request?
If it was a waste of time, don't you look at the action which caused the reactions? You don't take no responsibility.
Again, you can't take the floor and use a frivolous request for information, because your request for information, according to council rules, should be you seeking an answer to help with your next vote. So again, Mr. Mays, you should know this, because you've been here the longest.
Request for information.
Mr. Mays, if this is a violation, this will be your second warning. So what is your request?
Oh, God! What we gonna do with him, man? Blackmail?
Yep, that's what that is.
Well, we ain't gonna put your foot down, you only got 2 foot. You gonna cut the other motion to remove her.
Okay, so moving on. Let's go ahead and let me continue with my time and let Mr. Mays stop banging on the table.
Oh my God, she went there.
Again, what is your point?
So now you're trying to tell the man he can't his pencil on this tabletop in front of him.
A dictator.
Who are you?
Yeah, that was.
Again, Ms. Winfrey Carter, your point of order is denied. Whether you are banging on the table or yelling out, I don't know why you're acting like you don't know what order is. If I'm banging on the table, we have a problem. So we just need for colleagues to just be in order so we can move on. So with that, what is your request?
Do you know what order is?
Whoa!
That's an invalid request for information. That is out of order, Ms. Winfrey Carter. So, as I proceed to wrap up and continue to get interrupted, all we're asking is for individuals on the council body, as well as the audience, to just be in order. Stop yelling out. Stop speaking to people's motives. Stop talking about individuals and talk about this resolution at hand. This is all we're here to do. But we're not doing that. So as I was stating, Mr. Jones received his first warning for violating council rules, which can be found in the council rules. You can only speak at the lectern. So therefore, he's in violation. If you would like to overturn the ruling of the chair, vote yes. If you would like to sustain the ruling of the chair, vote no. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Michelle.
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Mr. Mays.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
No.
Ms. Priestley. Yes. Vote is 5 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no. The ruling of the chair is overturned. And so we are going back to Mr. Mays. You don't have the floor, so we are going back to our first. We are going to. You don't have the floor, Mr. Mays. So is it about this motion? Is it about this
Point of
motion?
order.
What is your point?
Madam Chair, that's how you obtain the floor, by saying Madam or Mr. Chairman. So I know I didn't have it, that's why I kept saying Madam Chair. And I'm gonna say it again, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays, is this about the first resolution?
Are you giving me the floor?
It is if it's not about the first
Madam Chair.
resolution, you do not have the floor, Mr. Mays. So let me double check.
Point of order. I appeal the ruling of the chair. I've been here for 10 years and it's been 30 years worth of council meetings and I've never seen such a decorum or lack thereof when somebody asked for the chair. So I appeal the ruling of you not to give me the
There is no appeal. The chair,
You made a decision.
excuse
Point
me,
of order.
Mr. What is Mr. Mays?
You made a decision not to recognize me and give me the floor. That's a decision. All decisions of the chair is subject to appeal.
We're on a motion, Mr. Mays. So therefore, the chair,
Point of
the
order,
chair is
Madam
going.
Chair. I appeal your ruling.
The ruling of what?
We was on a motion when we made the appeals for Mr. Jones that you just lost in the other ones. When I say Madam Chair, your job is to decide, make a decision whether you give me the floor or not. You didn't. I'm appealing.
Excuse me, Mr. Mays. This is at the prerogative of the chair. The chair is going back to the original motion. The chair has not made a motion. The chair has made a decision yet. The chair is trying to get, Mr. Mays. Again. So, according to the first resolution that we're on, which is talking about the $5 million to $20 million in ARPA fund, we are in the second round, and we have, what is your point?
My point of order is, as you stated, point of order is when there's a breach of the rules. Madam Chair, you did deny him the floor.
She did.
You did deny, you made a decision by denying him the floor and by not acknowledging you. So you did make a decision.
As the chair is, again, so point of order, I understand what you're trying to say, but going back to let the chair
She
share.
said it, she ain't trying.
So we are on the first resolution, we are in the second round, and so far, what is your point?
Rule 28.3 says a council member who desires to speak on any matter before the city council must obtain the floor before recognizing the presiding chair. It does not say anywhere in here that you cannot get the floor. So you have to recognize if he wants the floor.
No, that's not true. The chair is recognizing, listen, this is really no debate. We're getting back to the first resolution. So far, Ms. Barnes and Ms. Ricardo have spoke. And so if Mr. Matt, what is your point?
Point of order, this is a breach of rule. Rule 20, as Councilman Pfeiffer stated, 28.3, a council member who desires to speak on any matter before the city council must obtain the floor by being recognized by the presiding chair. It is a breach of the rules. Madam Chair, 28.3, it is there. You have to do that. You just ignored him.
So what has to happen is a motion has to, we'll proceed. Go ahead.
Thank you so kindly. And so where it goes on to say, council member must be in their seat when requesting to be recognized. He's currently in his seat. And so you ignored his, and you did not rule on it. And so, Madam Chair, this is a breach of the rules. He asked for the floor, so Madam Chair, you are wrong.
So according to our rule of motion, we must speak on a motion on the floor. The chair was going back to the original motion to declare who has spoken. So the chair does not have to give you the floor just to speak willy-nilly. That's not how this meeting operates. Now, again, we have Mr. Jones yelling out again. Well, who was it, Ms. Byrne?
You're not gonna snitch.
Again.
Point of order.
Again, my apologies. So since we're not going to snitch and maintain order, we will continue going the way that we're going. We're back to the first motion, and what we have is this. Ms. Burns spoke, Ms. Winfrey Carter spoke. If Mr. Mays would like to gain the floor in the second round of the first resolution, he can have the floor to speak on this motion. But the chair will not give the floor to Mr. Mays to speak about anything. Right now, we are specifically on the first resolution, which deals with the ARPA funds, increasing it from 5 million to 20 million. Second round. Mr. Mays, would you like the floor?
Madam Chair, I have asked for the floor 2 or 3 times.
I believe when all the chaos started, Ms. Burns had the floor and had more time.
Well, not a problem, was she's not in her seat. So by her not being in her seat, what is your point?
You ruled that she had spoke and Ms. Winfrey Carter spoke. Mr. Piper is doing something and trying to call to your attention. You see her. If you want her to be able to finish her time, all you have to do is let her. Don't invoke the rule that she ain't in her seat. Now, if she got more time between you and the clerk, I'll wait.
Well, will you go ahead and wait? And so, Madam Clerk, let me first check. Ms. Burns, you want to proceed with the rest of your time?
Absolutely.
Okay, so Ms. Clerk Donahue. And again, for the record, the chair does not have to give the floor to any member without a motion being on the floor and it not being their turn to speak.
Hey, what does that mean?
I'm not giving a speech. I'm reminding the body what's taking place. Well, go ahead, start the time. Go ahead, Ms. Donahue. Go ahead. What is your point?
Madam Chair, you have illegally taken the floor. You can warn yourself.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns. Start the clock, Ms. Donahue.
I appeal the ruling of the chair not to warn herself repeatedly, and I so appeal.
All right, there's been a ruling for the chair not to warn herself. Is there support?
Support.
Supported by Ms. Burns. So the chair refused to warn herself because she's keeping order in the meeting. Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Madam Chair, you had to sneak in an argument because she's keeping order in the meeting. You just couldn't give me the floor without cheating. I go first. You're going to have the time at the end to say, because she's trying to keep order in the meeting. Ms. Lewis, repeatedly, you causing chaos in this meeting. You calling audience members by name, and it ain't that audience member. You apologizing to them and won't apologize to your own colleagues. This is a little much. You interrupting people in breach of the rules and won't warn yourself. And Miss Priestley, for the most part, she didn't on the last vote. But Ms. Mashack so far on every vote is condoning your wrongdoing. When I was a committee person at GM, management used to say, when we issue a warning, or we give them a balance of the ship and 3 days off, or a balance of the ship and a week off is to correct behavior. We will never correct your behavior if we got council people like Candace Mashack. You wrong. You causing chaos in a meeting that got about 6 or 7 resolutions. We should be to public speaking by now. We really should. We should have go through these agenda changes and be at public speaking, but you so intent. And I'm feeling sorry for you. Now you can warn me for feeling sorry for you, but I look over there and look at you and feel sorry for you. Because you can't even remember what happened 3 minutes ago in some cases. In order to be a chair, you gotta be pretty sharp. And you really need to be pretty fair and not discriminatory. you'll never win in the sense that we gonna appeal you. I'm 65 years old, and you talking to me like I'm 7 or 8.
Yeah.
I wouldn't care if it took 2 days to go through appeals. I'm gonna stop you and appeal you and try to get you right. Your behavior needs to change. So I appeal you because you steady disrupting this meeting. You steady out of order and wrong. Now you done took it to the level of blackmail. If you try to rule me out of order, I'm gonna give you your second warning and call the police on you. That's blackmail.
That part.
You done went to the all-time low. So I'm appealing. I hope that somebody do vote right to give you your first warning.
All right, thank you, Mr. Banks. Anyone else would like to speak on this? Anyone else like to speak?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Well, I think it's all wholeheartedly deserving. I'm not, I wouldn't count on this passing.
No.
It's an authoritarian dictatorship, and instead of being a humble servant and acknowledging wrong and fixing ways, you double down every time. And at some point, Mr. Jones, whether you did it or not, you're going to be guilty. Whether you did it or not, your name is going to get called out and you're going to be guilty.
Yeah, man.
You have said but one word, and I think you got 3 warnings. This is literally, we have the smallest agenda we've had in a year, maybe not ever.
Yes.
And we can't get to public speaking because of this nonsense. The chair has a duty to be a neutral referee, and instead, you want to take the floor when you don't have it. Just because you're the chair doesn't mean you get to give speeches in between giving other people the floor. That's not the way it works. That's not the way it works. You don't get to admonish and treat your colleagues in a demeaning fashion in between trying to spew out rules when you're the biggest violator. It's not, the chair doesn't give you, the chair doesn't give you 10 extra minutes to talk and to berate your colleagues in between their talking time. If there's a breach of rules, you say point of order and state the rule as broken, not to give empty speeches in between people's time. It's not the way it goes. So I hope my colleagues recognize that the chair has a duty and responsibility, and they're not a dictator, and that they have the same decorum rules that everybody else does. So I hope that they vote to give you your first warning as a show that you are not above any other member on this body. Thank you.
Anyone else would like to speak on this appeal?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns.
Thank you. You are wholeheartedly deserving of the warning, about 3 or 4 of them. You even tried to blackmail Councilman Mays when if I do this, I'm going to give Ms. Burns a warning. Blackmail. You're the chair. You're the chair. And you said it, and it's on camera. We know it, she'll say later, it wasn't on camera. It didn't happen. It happened. You are not neutral. You are not neutral at all. And I don't believe that you possess the capability of it. I mean, you actually was blackmailing. And you did it. Maybe I'm just stuck by far one of the most ridiculous things this evening. You can't take constructive criticism. You're still warning the audience, putting them out, warning them, and actually warning the wrong audience members. It's the wrong one. So quick to punish. So quick to punish everyone but yourself. You hold yourself exempt of these council rules. You hold yourself exempt from Robert's rules. I don't think that you will ever get it into bringing this council together. And as I look at how council members are voting, I'm not going to vote if it's something that's wrong with a colleague that is morally or corrupt or that's wrong. I'm not going to do it because I want to be able to sleep at night. I won't do it. And we wonder why there's so many recalls. You got to be able to live with what you're doing. If you can live with what you're doing with yourself right now, something's wrong. You keep taking the floor. And yes, we should have been, as Councilman Parker stated. This is the shortest council agenda we have ever had. Ever. Our first day was, we had 437 pages. Was our first council agenda when we were sworn in that night. And we're caught up because she's trying to shift the blame. And she gaslights this community, gaslighting this council chambers. It's not what you see. This is what it is. You know, this is something else. No. You need to warn yourself. But the blackmailing, you took your position and power and then let it come out your mouth to show us your intent. Right here on camera. I've never seen nothing like that. I never have. I will be voting to get your first warning because you wholeheartedly earned it.
Anyone else like to speak? Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes, I will to be voting for you to get your first warning. You're not exempt as a chairperson to the board because if you breach the rules, then you deserve a warning. You have continuously, during this whole meeting, you have continuously disrupted, disrupted certain individuals while they're speaking during their time. I don't know, you know, you trying to control us? Yep. And she's bullying other colleagues. I just don't get it. This is terrible. It's terrible. So I'll be voting yes to give you a warning. And if need be, I'll vote to give you a second warning. I'll make that motion. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak on this appeal? All right, so seeing none, I'll go ahead and be the last to speak. The job of the chair is not to keep everyone in the room. The job of the chair is to maintain order and to direct the flow of the meeting. Yes, like a referee. But if the players in the game is out of control, then the referee can't do anything. We got to call a fair game if we want to use sports analogies. And the point, and again, we don't need people yelling out. We'll call it. Anywhere else in America, that will not be acceptable. But here in the Flint City Council, where we have people afraid to come, we have my colleague making fun and making light that somebody threatened my life and threatened to rape me if I come to work. And we think this is funny. We have, and this is what's coming from the mouth of our colleagues. So, what we're going to do, we're going to make sure that we restore order in these chambers. Because we have residents that they are fearful. Because I'm getting those kind of threats. They're fearful to come here. They're fearful to approach the lectern and to speak.
Request for information.
What is your request?
Where did those threats come from? How'd you receive them?
Stop. We already had this conversation and people was making fun of it. Regardless, this is what it is. It has been reported to the police. If you were as concerned, you would. I'm not speaking to no one's mode. I'm not even talking about it. I'm talking exclusively to Warren and myself. So as the chair, as I am refereeing this meeting to make sure that to keep colleagues on track, the chair, as a courtesy, told the colleagues, let's not violate this rule because we're violating. So before I toss out a warning, I'm saying, hey, let's come to order. Let's not go there. But when you go there, the warning will follow you. So I don't feel bad at all. If you want to stay in this meeting, I encourage everyone here to follow the rules. No, I'm not going to warn myself because this attack on me, because I'm telling individuals to not to do that, saying I'm blackmailing them, totally untrue. I'm letting colleagues know if you violate the rules, then I'm going to call you to order and you're going to get a warning. So maybe you don't want to abuse the privilege motion. That's what the chair was doing. But if you just want the chair just to throw warnings at you without giving you a warning, everyone has been called to order before a warning was given. So, and that's what I will continue to do. So if you don't like it, break form like colleagues do all the time.
Jermaine.
But for those that want to do this, get the business done, pass the zoning ordinance, and move on, let's move forward. So if you would like the motion on the floor was to,
Give yourself a warning.
well, yeah, and so you appeal the ruling of the chair for not giving myself a warning. So if you want to uphold the ruling of the chair, vote no. If you want to overturn the ruling of the chair to give me a warning, then you vote yes. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
No.
Mr. Franklin?
Yes.
Mr. May?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Yes.
Vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no. The ruling of the chair stands. So now we're trying to go back to the first motion that we have dealing with the dealing with ARPA improvements from $5 million to $20 million. Ms. Burns, excuse me. So last time Ms. Burns had some time on the clock, then all of her time expired.
Madam Chair.
What you say? Yeah, you're asking you.
She had time left. I believe it was 2 minutes. I'm going to give her 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
2 minutes and 30 seconds? Okay, please put her time back on the clock. Okay, please proceed, Ms. Burns.
All this because I stated that a resident, I support this number one, because there's not enough money. And all this because I stated that a resident, Ms. Mayfield, which is a fact, home needed repairs, her ceilings have fallen in, her blue tarp is halfway off of her roof. And this is the reason why I support this. Ms. Mayfield was removed from these council chambers. She didn't get the help that she needed. She's handicapped. She resides in the second ward. Her council person didn't speak to her that day. I support this because there's not enough money. The money is not making it to the people who need it the most. And that's what Ms. Mayfield wanted to say. She was unable to speak. She was unable to say, because she was put out, that she needed to get her walkway fixed, which actually the walkway, we're actually able to get fixed for her. But the main thing was the ARPA funds. So the funds aren't reaching where they need to be reached. And this sad part that when we're talking, about residents getting the help, it should be all of us on the same page. And it's not. So yes, it turned into, again, a kangaroo court where, we're gonna warn you, get you out. It's a playbook. If you don't say anything I like, then you have to get out. I'm gonna blackmail you, or you're gonna get out. I'm not gonna warn you.
Ms. Burns, you're speaking to motives. Let's not do
I'm
that.
speaking to motives of whom? Excuse me, warn yourself, you took the floor. You did not say point of order, please warn yourself.
The chair does not have to say point of order.
Yes, you do. I have the floor. You cannot.
The chair does, Ms. Burns.
You're becoming argumentative for my
Ms.
time,
Burns.
Madam Chair. I have the floor. I have the floor.
Ms.
I have, Madam Chair, and I have the floor.
Do not speak the motive, you will be warned. Go ahead.
I feel the decision of the chair that you don't have to say point of order.
Second that.
That's fine. Appeal, leaving the rule of the chair that the chair does not have to say point of order. Seconded by, was that Eric Mays?
Councilman Mays.
Eric Mays, so we will go ahead and, go ahead with Mr. Pfeiffer.
Thank you, Liddell Lewis.
No problem.
Through you to the city attorney.
Kim, where you at, man? Where you? Oh, there he is.
I think he was wrong. He was going away because he knows the answer to this.
Come here.
That any Robert's rules or any of, does the chair have carte blanche, and I can't see around these stupid partitions, do they have the ability to speak and interrupt the speaker who has the floor without a privileged motion, or a privileged, whatever the terminology is, a privileged motion?
They do. This is a situation where frankly everybody is wrong. The relevant rule here is Rule 6111, which basically speaks to Robert's Rule 6111, which basically speaks to the chair calling members of order. The chair doesn't have to call a point of order or say point of order. The chair can call members of order. There's repetitive language in there, but as to whether the exact words that the council president used satisfy that, that's essentially a question of the law.
Can you read the rule?
Sure. I'm going to start noticing a bunch of stuff at the beginning. 6111. The chair normally should first warn the member, but with or without such warning, the chair or any other member can call the member to order. If the chair does this, he says, the member is out of order and will be seated. Another member making the call rises without waiting to be recognized and says, Mr. President, I call the member to order, and resumes his seat. If the chair finds this point of order well taken, he declares the offender out of order and directs him to be seated just above. If the offender has the floor, then irrespective of who originated the proceeding, the chair clearly states the breach involved and puts the question. That's a method that goes into essentially how a member can be stripped of the floor for violating a point of order.
But that only speaks to stripping the floor from the member, so.
It speaks to calling members to order, which is what. Again, this is a situation where I believe that everybody who's doing something is at least in some way incorrect here. Obviously, the council president didn't use the exact language that would say here, here where it says the member is out of order, but there's also no requirement in Robert's rules that the chair who's running the meeting must say point of order or some such sort of call.
Request for information.
So this is to Councilman Pfeiffer, because it's to the speaker? Okay, so we're
no, I'm not done, and all that smirkiness.
There's also...
excuse me, You have to be acknowledged by the
I
chair.
had the floor, you did, and you shut me down. I didn't say I was done, I asked for the floor. Maybe you missed that part too.
Wait, excuse me, Ms. Burns.
I had a request for information.
And
you call that?
And absolutely I do. And so I said, according to our rules, it's to the speaker, to Mr. Pfeiffer.
You should say, what is your request?
Exactly.
This is the condescending bullshit
Okay.
everybody's talking about.
Go ahead. What is your request to the speaker?
Through you to the speaker, did the chair give any type of language when she actually stated that?
No, she said you're out of order. She didn't say you're out of order. She said we're not going to speak to anybody's orders in the middle of it.
If I could, there's also the rule preceding that, which is Rule 6110, which is titled breaches of orders by members in the meeting. And that reads, if a member commits only a slight breach of order, such as addressing another member instead of the chair in debate, or in a single instance failing to confine his remarks to the merits of the pending question, the chair simply graphs lightly, points out the fault, and advises the member to avoid it. The member can then continue speaking if he commits no further breaches. More formal procedures can be used in case of serious offenses as follows.
But there is language that the chair, if they're going to interrupt the speaker, they should be speaking. Is that a fair opinion?
Can you say that again?
If the chair interrupts a speaker, is it a fair opinion that they should be using certain language to interrupt a speaker versus?
The way this is written, it essentially says that you should, for the first instances, address it.
So if that doesn't do it, we should go back to our rules, which state that you should use a privileged motion to interrupt the speaker. Is that also a fair statement?
I don't believe that would be a fair statement.
You don't believe that?
No. The rules themselves, council rules in this case,
They address privileged motions when somebody says
they do, however.
So is the chair the only person?
Okay, that's your time, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. May.
Yeah, Madam Chair. As best as I can see around these petitions, you know, I seen Ms. Priestley shaking her head no. On the surface, she believed that the chair can just interrupt. The chair don't have to do a point of order. But listen to our rules, Mr. Pfeiffer, Council. 25.1. The purpose of a point of order is to correct a breach in the rules. Now, if she's saying Ms. Burns breaching the rules by talking about motive, that's a point of order. Our rules do address that, Ms. Priestley. I respectfully disagree with you. And the rules apply to everybody. If you look at the maintenance of order rules on page 15 of 17, the rules apply to the public and the city council. When it says city council, Ms. Lewis, you can look at me, but it don't say it's city council all except for the president. It say the city council. And we got a duty and a responsibility to enforce these rules and sanctions. And once you make a determination that we don't agree with the decision, we can appeal. I don't need Attorney Kim to tell me that. I've been reading since junior high. In elementary, I used to get to take the milk out because I got so many A's. I've been understanding stuff since Michigan State University. I don't need nobody to tell me that. 25.1, the purpose of a point of order is to interrupt the speaker and point out the breach. Any decision you make, Madam Chair, we can appeal. The problem we got with appeal is before Irving wrote a letter, her and Lewis and them got together, We could have 6 people here. It would take 5 to overturn the chair. We can win votes 4-3 all night, and we need 5. Robert's rules don't say 5. Council rules do. They're rigged.
Yep.
Council rules supersede Robert's rules. Mashat and Priestley normally keep that chair in there. Know why? They chairs. They're rigged. I keep saying they better pray that the vibe don't switch from right to wrong. They're gonna be toast.
All right, anyone else would like to speak on this appeal?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Councilman Mays, you're absolutely right. They did read the rules. And you know what? Attorney Kim helped them. How about that?
Take
They were meeting
Kim.
with Attorney Kim while they were rewriting the rules.
Yeah.
So to even ask him what the rule mean or whatever, of course he gonna agree with the rule breakers on this mess. That's what I call it, mess. So, yeah, I'm sitting here. It's 8:50. This is a dumpster fire of a meeting.
Got to be done.
We're not getting anywhere. And then we have a chair that thinks she can do whatever she wanna do. She wanna control. Terrible.
Request for information.
What is your request?
Through you to the speaker, but Ms. Flint Ricardo, you've been here long. You would agree that these are necessary exercises, wouldn't you?
It is. You know, because a lot of times, our voices are not heard. So I believe that the appeal process is needed because it gives that council member a chance to voice their concerns. So when the audience come and say, well, why they're doing all these appeals, it's holding up the meeting. Yeah, but the appeal process is necessary, you know. And I feel that even when I was in the classroom, I felt like, you know, everyone should be able to voice their opinions. And when they feel like they've been done wrong, yes, you can appeal it. So, I'm done, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak on this appeal?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns?
Yes, Attorney Kim, in these rules, how are you supposed to gain the floor properly? If someone is chairing and someone is speaking, how are they supposed to gain the floor? According to you.
My opinion, it really doesn't matter.
Your opinion matters because you helped write these rules. You're upholding these rules. You're finding a way to make these rules possible. Because you can't just take the floor. Robert Rules allows every person the same amount of time to speak. And she keeps taking the floor. And to gain the floor, you can't just blurt it out. She didn't say request information. She didn't say point of order. She just took the floor. Nothing speaks to take the floor. And so if it doesn't speak to Robert's rules, then we default back down to our rules, which tells you to gain the floor. The purpose of a point of order is to correctly breach a rule. She's stating her reason. Her reason is she's stating there was a breach of rules. So if she's stating I breached the rules, then she should have used a point of order. She did not. I'm talking because I didn't heard your stuff, and I've been kind of easy on you.
We pay that guy to tell us his input.
She breached the rules, and if she said I breached them, then she should have given a point of order. She did not give a point of order. That was her statement, not mine. So when she does that, and you're qualifying what she's saying, And when these rules were written, I remember I had a conversation with you. And we're in the hallway. And you were saying, because I asked you, some of these rules just don't make sense. And you had made comments, I don't know if they're all gonna stand up, be able to, basically if they all had merit. Because some need to be challenged. They're a violation of the Open Meetings Act, they're a violation of our council formal rules. They were. But now you're finding a reason. I've never seen a city attorney in my entire life find a reason every single time that something needs to be challenged. You find a reason when you know that to be wrong. And I told you that other attorneys have called me. It even came down to when you wanted to remove Councilman Mays. And I gave you exactly what my reasoning was for and disagreement. I don't agree with you on that. She said it was a breach of rules. If it is a breach of rules, our council rules speak specifically to what action you should be taking. That means she should have said a point of order because I breached the rules. She didn't do that. She took the floor legally and you allowed her to rob me of my time. This is a stick up of my time.
Yep,
you allowed
that's it.
her to do it. And that's not fair. She should have said a point of order and she didn't do that.
All right, anyone else like to speak on this appeal? Seeing that there is no one else to speak on this appeal. Yep. Yeah, been on appeal for the last 3 hours. Audience is correct. So, according to our rules, which is rule 25.1, the one that my colleagues continue to state, it states the purpose of a point of order is to correct a breach in the rule when the presiding officer does not correct it, or when the presiding officer makes a breach of the rule. So point of orders are directed towards the presiding officer. The presiding officer does not have to state point of order. Again, we have someone yelling out in the back. So,
Keep it moving.
Excuse me.
You got somebody over there yelling out.
So the point is, again, you cannot sidestep the rules. This body cannot, we cannot, the audience cannot. So as I continue to keep it moving, we need to have the colleagues be in order. According to this rule, 25.1, point of order is for the presiding officer to correct a breach in the rule. Now, what I can do, according to the attorney, I will stop and say, the presiding officer is bringing Councilwoman Burns to order. I will do that, not a problem. Instead of stopping you and encouraging you not to go down the rabbit hole of not using decorum and speaking of people's motives. So that is fine. But as these rules stand, and as Robert rules state, the chair does not have to say point of order. That's not what the chair has to do. The chair is to establish order and maintain it. So as I do that, no vote will sustain the ruling of the chair, and the yes vote will overturn the ruling of the chair. And we are talking exclusively about the chair having to say point of order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chad?
No.
Mr. Piper? Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Lindsay Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no. The ruling of the chair stands. So we will go ahead and we're going to go back to the first resolution. And we have,
My time, Madam Chair.
okay, so go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Ooh, let's see, she don't want me to talk. Now, this dumpster fire is clearly on hers. I've been trying to get through this one resolution number 1, and all these problems are clearly squared on the chair. The chair. The chair. Who is ruling, I'm gonna say like an iron fist. This is an abuse of power and position. It clearly is. Ms. Claire McClellan, you are still out there. I support this. But you see where you have this council. You see it, and residents see it. It is about them. And they can stay mad at me because she's got, whatever. They can stay mad. But they want to shut people up. And they shouldn't do that. This is disappointing. It's not going to change. We don't need any more suggestions for a kumbaya. It's time to make some changes on this council, unfortunately.
Madam Chair.
Mr. May, go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I want to speed this meeting up if I may. Y'all ready for me to try to speed this meeting up if I may? Let me see what I can do to try to get us to public speaking into this agenda. How many, Madam Chair, through you to the clerk, how many agenda changes did we have? 7, 8? 7. I want to move all of them together and see if I can get this council to vote to make all these agenda changes, put them on the agenda. We'll discuss them and vote them up or down when we get there. And if we can get that done, then we'll have ample time to vote them up, down, move them to this committee, that committee. But we've been on this one too long, I think. And if it's a way to move this meeting along, that's what I want to do. Because I don't want to go through this on each one up.
Are you aware that if you vote on it, they'll only take your speaking rights away?
Am I conscious that they could vote no and we couldn't get by? Yeah, whether we do them one by one in a group. You make a good point. So maybe we should see what they look at one by one. I'm just tired of it, Mr. Piper. I'm tired of folks thinking they don't have to follow the rules. I'm tired of something that should happen in 2-3 minutes going on for an hour. I'm tired of somebody make a sound in the back and the chair divert and say to the audience, quit howling out. And I'm here, they not howling out. It's a sound being made. Miss Lewis, don't interrupt.
Councilman in the first ward, you're being brought to order to stay relevant.
I appeal the rules of the chair. I am in order.
Oh, but wait a minute, let me finish. You're being brought to order for not being relevant to this motion on the floor. And we're talking about adding this to the agenda. We're not talking about you being thrown out or anything like that. So you're not being germane. So because you are not being germane, that'll be your warning. Since you go up here, you can let a chair. So
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
That's fine. That's fine.
And then we gonna probably get up and leave in a minute and leave you sit here by your damn self. But right now I appeal the ruling of the chair for a second warning.
That's fine. So there is an appeal for the ruling of the chair to give Mr. Baines his second warning for not being germane.
Is there a second?
Supported by Mr. Pfeiffer.
Now, Madam Chair. You got a point. Madam Chair, I'm waiting to speak in this appeal.
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
No, I'm waiting for you to give me the floor so you won't have to give me no 3 or 4 warnings. Don't set me up. Let me say this, Madam Chair, if I may. I done got tired of it.
What are you doing?
For Rule 1.2, the chair has to state what the appeal is. That was right.
You're going to get a chance, Mr. Flatt.
What the chair did, well, I'll state it again. Mr. Mays has received his second warning for not being germane to the motion.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
So that's your Mr. Pfeiffer. So go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Let me say this, Madam
Please start
Chair.
the time, Ms. Madam Clerk.
I done got tired of it. And I'm going to go out there in the second ward and get some signals. Y'all ready to roll? Because I done got tired of it. I'm not going to come in here every meeting because you warn me. Now you going to say me talking about speeding this up ain't germane. That's being relevant. When we spend an hour, hour and a half fooling with your appeals and I try to speed some up, how dare you tell me what's relevant? You bigger, you foolisher than I thought. I mean, what they calling you doctor for if you ain't got that much sense to know what's relevant? What's relevant is trying to take care of the business of the city of these people and get out of here. What's relevant is boosting this up from 5 million to 15 million and we spent on it for an hour and a half. That's relevant. What's relevant is these people sitting here waiting for you to cut this foolishness out. Ms. Burns, Ms. Winfrey and Mr. Piper sitting waiting and hoping that Priestley and Mashat quit condoning this ignorant behavior. What's relevant is we gonna leave you sitting here by yourself if you try to keep throwing people out. What's relevant is you acting a fool because Quincy and Eva ain't here. What's relevant is that's stupid what you're doing. You know, ain't nobody gotta keep babying you while you dog people out. Talk to us like we ain't any kind of thing. And I'm feeling bad if you really don't understand what you're doing. I can't never see somebody just don't understand something. And that's you. I hate when you turn and look at you. That's bad when you sit next to somebody and don't even want to look at you. Yeah, I don't. I feel sorry for you. You look at me, smile. Don't you feel sorry inside for yourself? You're a nasty acting lady. Don't give somebody a second warning for trying to speed up a meeting and think you smart. I'm coming out in the second ward and bringing 20 or 30 people with me. I went there and took the mayor June. I'm not going through this 3 years with you and Eva and Priestley and Mashat and nobody else. Enough is enough. This last warning you just gave was the one that broke the camel's back. Nobody gonna blackmail nobody about how to talk. You gonna get up out of here.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
I guess I'm gonna look at the agenda and see what you don't want to talk about.
Money.
I don't understand why you're trying to blow up this meeting. We had a public hearing that's been posted. Are you trying to kill the public hearing and make it reposted?
Yeah, what's really going on?
That we have deadlines on this particular public.
Mr. Pfeiffer, you're being called to order because you're speaking to the motives of the chair. So let's not do that. Please proceed.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I'm gonna speak to the motives of you, Trump, Biden, everybody, Santos. Ain't no freedom that you can speak to folks' motives. That's how they solve crimes. This is a crime. You gonna speak to them, I'm gonna speak to the motive of the criminal activity.
Improper point of order. Please proceed. Mr. Mays, you're being disorderly.
Good work.
Mr. Mays, you're being disorderly. So please proceed, Mr. Pfeiffer.
So,
You gotta be very well said.
for real. We want to throw a member out who is talking. Mr. Banks, don't leave. Don't leave. We want to throw a member out and blow up this meeting because they were talking about maybe consolidating to move the meeting forward and then calling them out of order and not being germane. What the? Honestly, I think that this is the most non-controversial that I can think of in the history of city council. Yes. The agenda, and yet we want to blow it up. And I mean, the only thing that I can think of is they want to vote against the public hearing.
What?
Not have the all the people.
That's what this all about.
So, I don't know.
Let me in, woman talking
Could possibly be, I mean, they couldn't want to not talk about the suspension of our committees or the censure of Jerry.
Keep on talking, Ty,
They
Dan.
have a resolution.
That's right.
So they don't want to talk about it?
Enlighten the public, what's going on?
They don't want to talk about.
Mind the crime.
Local budget.
You can't do the time.
Maybe it's that they blow up the, motion to potentially deny the mayor his raise. So this meeting is about not getting the mayor in a 70% poverty. The city is 70+% poverty to give the mayor a $140,000 salary. That's to stop this. That's what it's got to be. It's got to blow the whole meeting up so that the mayor continues to pay the salary 5 times the general poverty rate of the city. Maybe that's what it is. It's to blow the meeting up so that the mayor gets his $140,000 salary while the community lives in poverty. That's why, that's what it is. Yes,
All right, that's your time, Mr. Flint. Anyone else would like to speak on this appeal?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ms. Winter Carter.
Councilman Pfeiffer, I'm giving you the bingo. I'm sitting here, this is crazy. Councilman Mays was simply just saying, okay, we need to speed this meeting up, this happened, people get thrown out, blah, 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 blah. How can you say what is not germane when you haven't even heard the whole sequence of what he was trying to say? I don't understand. He was very relevant to what he was saying. You can't say when people are not germane. He was making his points. He may not be able to get to his points right at the beginning of his speech, but he was getting there. You just gotta sit back and listen. But I mean, to me, that's a breach of a rule. Speaking to somebody's motives. She spoke to his motives by saying that he's not being germane, when in fact, he was being germane. So, you know what? I am so over this. Just crazy. I will not be supporting the chair on this appeal because this is wrong. To give him a second warning because he was being relevant to what he was trying to combat. Terrible. I'm done.
Anyone else would like to speak on this appeal?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns.
You are so wrong. Again and again, and again, and again, and again, and again, and again. To infinity with being wrong and again. You are abusing again your position and your power. You are abusing your position and your power. You haven't taken any constructive criticism. To speed it up to consolidate seven resolutions into one is an absolutely great idea. And it came from our most vocal council person. So that's like a win-win, that's a touchdown, that's a game winner, that's a three-pointer at the shot clock running out. And you had a problem with that. Even if you do the math, 7 resolutions, we all get 2 rounds of 5 minutes. That goes on for hours and hours and hours. And she denied that. She had a problem. She would let him wrap up. She was so impulsive, she couldn't stop herself. She couldn't stop herself. It was the control he was saying. Someone had mentioned to me, legions of demons.
Oh, yeah. No. Go get the priest, get an exorcism right there. He might turn around 3 or 4 times.
That would be, if anything else, Councilman Mays asked me that I was about to go take his temperature. He wanted to wrap 7 up into 1. Trust me, I want to take his temperature. But you wouldn't allow him to talk. Hey, let's get to public speaking. These have been your warnings. You refuse to warn yourself. You can't take any constructive criticism. And Mr. Pfeiffer, if it is to stop the mayor from getting his raise, and that very well could be part of it, because the mayor said when he was running, he was going to take the pay back down to the pay of the emergency manager. That did not happen. He has applied each year to get a raise each year.
Candace know that too.
And each year he has applied. Now, we look at the average income of Flint residents and the poverty, and even with us. This don't pay your bills just working this job. It's impossible. I'm agreeing with Councilman Mays. I'm going against the chair. This was a great, he wanted to consolidate 7 into 1. And you don't like hearing his voice. You should have been the first to vote to let him finish so we can get on with it.
Anyone else would like to speak? Anyone else like to speak?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley. Hold on 1 second.
Time up.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Thank you. I was starting to see hope in getting through the agenda tonight, and we do have some important things on the agenda, specifically the public hearing. And Mr. Mays I think he tries to stay on topic, but maybe I'm giving him more credit than what is there. But he isn't able to do that. And Mr. Pfeiffer spoke to motives of council. That's the problem with this. We aren't respectful of each other. We just aren't. And Mr. Mays, I don't know that you know how being germane sticks with people, or maybe your thought process thinks that you are being germane, but other people's thought processes show that you aren't.
Request for information.
What is your request?
Ms. Priestley, you refer to other people, but it's about you. You've heard some say I was germane. You saying I ain't. So let's not talk about other people. Let's talk about you.
Hello.
Proceed, Ms. Priestley.
So this is about not being germane to the question. And you weren't.
Request for information.
What is your request, Mr.
Ms. Priestley, you believe what me and Mr. Bible was talking about in a bunch or splitting them up wasn't germane? I was talking to him and he was talking to me. It was germane.
Proceed, Ms. Priestley.
So, like I said, it didn't appear to me that you were germane.
No, that's you.
And that is right. That is me. And I have to vote the way I feel. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else would like to speak on this appeal? All right. So, seeing that no one else is to speak, I'll go ahead and be the last. According to council rules, Robert's rules, you must be germane. Mr. Mays, he was called to order, not because he chose to separate them, because I was excited when I heard it too, but he went totally left field, talking about people, throwing them out and saying other things that were not relevant. We are exclusively speaking to the first motion. What is your request?
Ms. Liddell Lewis, that's what we say, you ain't relevant when you talk about throwing people out.
All right, so that alone is why we're voting to put Mr. Mays out. So this will be the second warning. If you would like to overturn the ruling of the chair, vote yes. But to uphold the ruling of the chair, vote no, so we can continue with the meeting. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley? No. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Bouchard?
No.
4 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no. The ruling of the chair stands, and Mr. Mays has received his second warning. So Mr. Mays is removed from this meeting. So we can proceed with our public hearing.
Point of order.
So Mr. Mays, you are removed from the meeting. And so hopefully our colleagues will continue to stay so we can handle our important public hearing. Mr. Mays, you are removed from the meeting.
You asking the police to remove me from my elected seat?
We're just asking for you to remove yourself so the rest of the body
No, I'm not going to remove myself. You can make the record clear that you asking me to be removed. If that's what's going on, you're asking me to remove myself. But I'm not going to voluntarily do it.
So the chair calls a 5-minute recess without objection. That's fine. Roll, so the chair calls a 5-minute recess. Is there a roll call, Madam Clerk?
You got to object. It ain't going to be no matter vote. Yeah, it can't even vote. Once she get out of the seat, you can't even vote. You object. Can't get 5 votes. Yeah, once she get up.
So council call a recess.
Can't recess. You object. So that means when it's object, it's got to
So
be.
council will have a recess until quorum is established.
I object.
So, we will stand at ease until we remain quorum. Council will stand at ease until we regain quorum.
I object.
We didn't say recess, we said stand at ease.
Stand at ease, you cannot order my objection. I object.
Until we regain quorum.
I object. We adjourn.
Thank you. So, thank you.
I object. I object. Everybody needs my voice. I appeal to the little chair. You cannot order my objection. Read the rule.
She's got to go. She gotta go, man.
I object.
Everybody that wanna help get the signature, she never was leaving.
The meeting is not adjourned for lack of quorum. The council body is standing at ease, the council is, so right now we have quorum, so the council is back from being at ease, so we will go ahead, there's nothing to check. We have 5 people, so since there has been an objection, we will go ahead and move forward with the business of the city, because we don't want to break quorum and not do the business of the city. Mr. Pfeiffer. So, This is something we can so we can start back.
Kansas, I really thought you would be fair. You look reasonable.
I'm not putting this on you, I'm putting it on everyone. But we need 5 or else we are screwed. Essentially, there's no way around it.
Dennis is standing right there. And Jerry is standing right there.
Jerry's not listening to me. Tanya's pissed, but I think she's listening to me. But
That's what's going on all over the
voted on some very important items tonight. We have an important public hearing that will affect the entire city of Flint, in addition to the other resolutions from city council. So we're looking forward to regaining our quorum so we can handle the business of the city. Mr. Woodson, you don't have the microphone. It is not public speaking. It's not public speaking.
Y'all going back?
All right, again, the city council is awaiting quorum to be reestablished so we can get off from standing at ease and we can continue with the business of the city. We have the second reading and enactment of ordinances. We have some more resolutions and we also have an appointment. In addition to the other things that were brought up to the floor. So we currently have 3 council members in their seats, so we can pass the historic zoning ordinance. And we encourage our colleagues to come to their seat to handle the business of the city. So we currently have 4 council members in their seat, waiting for one more so we can have quorum, so we can tackle these monumental ordinances that we have on our agenda. We have a major zoning ordinance that we must pass, in addition to the city receiving 800 properties. This is the business of the city.
All of us voting to bring it back to get us through this.
It's gonna take 5 years, it'll take 5 anyway.
So.
Or basically, the chair could withdraw the warning and everybody else will do it.
The Three Musketeers, y'all, look at them. Three Musketeers. No, it's not. Three Musketeers, right? Yes, ain't no We'll tell that. Sharon, Musha, and Indigo. She did not want to do a lack of war, man. You know that? She did not want to do a lack of war.
You got one? No. You're supposed to be the city attorney, and you're supposed to tell them when they're right or wrong.
That's right. And they wrong.
You going on? And it's wrong.
Did you get that?
You should be sitting there like you ready. That's right, let's go.
So council is waiting for the college to come back underneath the commission. And so we will welcome Councilman Mays back. And so we have important business to handle. So Mr. Pfeiffer, Ms. Priestley, Ms. Burns.
I wouldn't come. I wouldn't come up here. But y'all want to destroy it anyway. I wouldn't even come.
I ate up all the candy.
Keep that bag over here. I'm sure that 5G time.
Man.
You keep playing.
Right here. Hold on, back up so you can get your face in there, not just your
16
drink.
though.
I got 7.
I wasn't talking to you. Hey, listen, it could be wrong. My bad. I said my bad. No mistake. Collateral damage.
No, it's just dead end. Oh, that's a bad. That's a bad.
Hey, we gotta put that on YouTube. There's about 2 states today.
All right, the time is now 9:48 and the city council meeting is back in session. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Oh, Lord. Hey, so,
Present.
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 We have six members present. All right, so right now we were on the first resolution.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
I make a motion to add all 7 agenda changes to the agenda.
Oh, okay, so there's a motion to add all 7 agenda changes to the council. Is there a second?
we're going to.
Needs to be done at First, she needs to send bring Councilman Mays back.
So how can, no, that's right.
You better get it done.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay, that's fine. So, that's fine.
You know what?
That's fine. Okay, so the chair would like to withdraw Mr. Mays' second warning for the record, and Mr. Mays is welcome back to this meeting. So with that being said, back to you, motion on the floor, Ms. Priestley, go ahead.
Because we have, Madam Chair, because we have agenda items with open, additions to the agenda, I'd like to vote them up or vote them down. So I make a motion to move up, to add all agenda items proposed to the agenda.
All right, there's a motion to move all the proposed agenda items to the agenda. Is there a second?
Support.
Supported by Councilwoman Shaq. So, any discussion? Any discussion? Second. All right, hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. And this is to add the changes to the additions to the agenda. Go ahead, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Hey, well, you got some money.
Yes.
No.
I give you 4.5 cents, easy.
Yes.
Burns?
Yes.
Shaq?
No.
Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Madam Chair, I'll change my vote to no.
Man, I'm gonna get up.
Could you please read that again to the record?
All right, vote is 5 yes, 2 no.
You said 5 yes? Okay, so I changed my vote before you called.
Oh, see, we not.
No, you can't change it. You
already called it.
Yeah. Man, that's the man. Ain't no way I'll be sitting there, man.
I didn't hear you.
I didn't realize that's what you had said.
Okay, so, but you didn't hear me?
I heard you say something like that.
Okay, yeah, so I have to have my vote changed to no.
Ain't no way I'll be sitting
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
there.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
We're still on Maze's regular.
Oh, okay.
Each one individually.
Yeah, so now it's gonna take forever.
All right, so now we are.
You know it's gonna take forever.
So now we are on resolution. Resolution number. We're on appointment.
Brent?
Out of order, we're still on changes the first item.
Oh, my goodness, you are.
Discussion on all 7 of them.
You are absolutely correct. You're right. So my apologies, point of order well taken. The chair skipped. All right, so now we are on, we made requests for changes to the agenda. We voted those up or down. So now we're on to the public hearing.
No, Madam Chair. My motion was an amended motion, so we have to go back to the original. We are on the second round of point of information, point of order. We're on the second round of adding number one, the ARPA from $5 to $20 million. So we're.
She don't even know what she changed her. Go ahead. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
We can revisit the motion, right, because we not moved on.
To my knowledge, yes, we are, so we just voted to add 70, all of the new walk-on resolutions. We just voted to add this to the agenda, and it failed. Want to make sure I'm clear, is that what happened?
Well, we had a motion on the floor, Madam Chair, to add on number one to the agenda. My motion was a substitute motion which failed, so we are back to the original motion.
Okay, so just for the record, what was your substitute motion?
To add all of them.
What you call for? Got it. Okay. All right, so we are on resolution number one, and we are in the second round. All right, and we have Ms. May, Mr. Mays, Ms. Burns, and Winfrey Carter have spoken.
I was in the middle of speaking when you ruled me out of order for not being germane.
Okay. So we're gonna move on.
So that means I would still have a board, yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Mays. And what was it? Was this time 3:33? All right, go ahead.
Madam Chair, it's becoming obvious that you really should let us help you as you try to check. Just with what just happened lets me know we really should try to help you. And if we try to help you, you should try to help us to help you. I mean, this is serious business. We deal with multi-million-dollar worth of business rules, ordinances, and laws. And it's becoming obvious to me when I turn my head that y'all want these chairmanships and presidents and ain't been properly groomed, and we need to help you. But if we don't help you, you need to let us help you to help yourself. Now, in saying that, we'll see where we go from here. This resolution, as I said earlier, to increase this 5 million to 20 million needs to be on the table. I don't know if it's going to end up, Ms. McClendon, to a $7 million increase or $15 million increase or $5 million increase, but 15 million is what I'm shooting for, because there's an outcry. And we'll see what happens when we get Ernst & Young in committee meeting, when we see the purchasing, we'll bid it out, or if they want to continue to go through Habitat, Metro, and others. But somebody spoke earlier, any of those requirements that we can get rid of with our own local program, we should do. That's right. So this is a start before Christmas. If it don't pass here tonight, I'm going to try to amend the motion to send it to committee. That's right. But it's time to really go to work on this ARPA money. Right. So I'll be voting yes, depending on how that goes. This is just to get it on the agenda. Right, right. You would have think this is to pass it or fail it all the time we didn't spend on it. This is to get it on the agenda, and I hope we have 5 votes. I'll be voting yes to get this on the agenda and get it in the system for discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes, I do object to having this put on the agenda, seeing how the resolution does not say where this $20 million is going to come, or the additional $15 million is going to be coming from, as I have asked several times where it was going to come from. So I am definitely against this resolution.
Request for information.
What is your request?
Ms. Priestley, do you see in the last paragraph it says, it is resolved funds will be paid from the American Rescue Plan Act Fund 287?
As I was saying, it doesn't say where the extra 15 million is going to be coming from within the budget. So I am voting against this. Thank you.
Request for information.
Somebody go get the priest and bring your order.
Through you to Ms. Priestley. You know more about that budget maybe than I do. You refusing to discuss it with me in an open meeting is what you're saying?
All right, so are you through?
Order, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Either you let her finish or you not interrupt, but it wasn't to you.
Okay, so anyone else would like to speak? Go ahead.
So, you, this council is unbelievable.
Yes, it is.
Mr. Mays got thrown out for trying to consolidate, to move the meeting along. There was a motion that was made and then voted against to move the meeting along so that we could get to the public hearing and public speaking. Does the public not see the nonsense that they just did? They made a motion to send it, to approve them all.
Man, you know what, I see that.
That didn't progress the meeting, did it? No, it prolonged the meeting, so they have no interest in moving the city forward and getting business done. If they would have done that, they could have easily voted yes. And they broke quorum after we completed the agenda items. What brain cells are lacking in this body? I don't understand. And yet these people want to run the city. They're trying to run it to the ground.
Yeah, that's what they doing, you sure right.
This moving everything along was offered on a silver platter, not once, twice. And then they said no. So who's trying to move the city forward? You know, you get half-assed speeches. We need to move the city forward. This is groundbreaking resolutions. This is earth-shattering physics that needs to be done. I'm literally baffled by the stupidity. It's frustrating. I can only imagine what the residents feel in their perspective. Every time we try to make the right decision, somebody wants to throw a grenade and stop progress. Like literally, we could not been talking about this anymore and move down to the next thing is a public hearing. The one thing that is groundbreaking, earth-shattering, that has to be done because of this, and they vote no to stop that and to talk about these 7 resolutions for the next 4 hours. I mean, I guess I got a doctorate of common sense, somebody else does. People want to throw around, but I got a doctorate, you should be sued for malpractice.
Anyone else would like to speak? In the second round about the first resolution? Okay, seeing no one else, I I will go ahead and take my turn. Ms. Priestley summed it up. We asked several occasions where this money come from. We asked our colleagues to show us exactly. It was an opportunity for them to show this on this resolution. This resolution does not state where they're going to get $20 million, an additional $15 million from. And so, we've asked, and it's not here, so I can't say.
Request for information.
What is your request?
We've asked finance and we asked legal to draft this. What we're asking y'all to do is put it in the loop so we can get to those details.
No.
Ms. Priest.
Okay, that's a proper request. So we're going to go ahead and vote for resolution number 1. And that is to add resolution number 1 to the agenda to increase the allocation of ARPA funds for home improvement from $5 million to $20 million. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Claire.
Ms. Priestley? No. Ms. Whitford Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? No. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no?
The vote is, you said 4 yes, 3 no? All right, so that resolution fails. So now we're on to resolution number 2.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I make a motion to move resolution 2, $300,000 for funds for the North Flint Reinvestment Corporation.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
Yes. I support.
Supported by Ms. Burns. Any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
When it comes to these ARPA funds, whatever happens with this 300,000 happens. But when it comes to that 15 million, I wouldn't care if I introduce a resolution for 14 or 16, it's coming back.
Thank you.
And I will demand that finance and legal and everybody else give me the information we requested. And I think it's a poor excuse for folks to say they don't know where the money coming from. Because if they know we don't have 30 or 40 million left, they need to tell me. Winters, everywhere I look, we should have 30 to 40 million dollars that ain't been voted by this council. The buck stop and start with this council. I've asked that Ernst & Young be in the next finance committee meeting. Madam Clerk, through you, Madam Chair, Madam Clerk, this resolution, I want to drop to 14 million and I want it in finance. The resolution for the home improvements, this particular resolution for 300,000 that we own now, I'm going to do an amended motion to send it to finance. I'm going to stick with this stuff left and right, and I'm going to get voting patterns over and over again, Ms. McClain, into the public, and we going to see who really want to do what. It ain't going to go away. So I move and do an amended motion that this 300,000 allocation to North Flint Reinvestment be moved to finance, and I so
Support.
Right, motion on the floor is to move resolution number 2 to finance, supported by Councilwoman Mashat. One round, any discussion? All right, now hearing none, go ahead with the vote. So we did the vote on the floor to move resolution number 2 to finance committee. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Richard Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
yes.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no. Resolution number 2 has been sent to Finance Committee.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Mayor.
yeah, through you to the clerk, what is resolution number 3?
That would be the resolution to deny the pay raise to the mayor.
Madam, Chair, I'm gonna make a motion to move resolution number 3, the denial of the raise for, the mayor to council, and I so move.
Point of order.
Oh, on the agenda for discussion, and I so move. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, so just want to be clear, what was your point?
And my point was, we had already been council.
I got his point. My motion is to move this for an agenda change for discussion. Resolution number 3.
Okay, so we are looking to get to put resolution number 3 on the floor. It has been, motion has been passed by Mr. Mays. Do we have any support? Supported by Ms. Pfeiffer. All right, any discussion? None first round, any second round? Okay, with that being said, go ahead and do the roll call, Madam Clerk. This is a resolution to resolution number 3 for the denial of pay increase for Mayor Neely. Put it on the agenda. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle? Ms. Michelle?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Whitford Carter?
Yes.
Vote is 5 yes, 2 no.
Vote is 5 yes, 2 no. Resolution number 3 will be added to the agenda right after the resolution. So now we're on resolution number 4. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Madam Chair, through you to the clerk, Madam Clerk, resolution number 4 is that dealing with the objection to the tax reverted property.
Yes, sir.
I would move resolution number 4, the objections to the tax reverted property, Genesee County Land Bank be added to the agenda, as a resolution for discussion. I so move.
All right. Is the motion to add resolution number 4 to the agenda? Any support? Support by Mr. Pfeiffer. Any discussion? First round? Discussion, second round. All right, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Michelle? Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Whitford Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no. Resolution number 4 be added to the agenda.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Mays?
through you to the clerk, resolution number 4 was what, Madam Clerk?
4?
Request reservation.
Number 5, I'm sorry. Thank you.
That, I do not.
You get shy with me over there.
I'm not sure.
Okay, if I look at it close, it might have been a discussion item dealing with the investigation of the right of first refusal and notice to the clerk prior to that auction. So that one, I think I asked for a discussion item after resolution. Madam Clerk, what have you got for 6 and 7 and 8? 6 is the Jerry Winfrey Carter resolution.
What you did a bit, but
7 would be the suspension of marriage.
yes.
And 8 would be, maybe there's no way. Okay. So I would move for an agenda change to deal with the investigation of right of first refusal and notice to the clerk for those 100 and some foreclosed properties after resolutions, and I so move.
Okay, so can you repeat that, Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I'm looking to add an agenda change after resolutions where we could look to see if we're gonna entertain a motion to investigate the information that I have about notice or non-notice to the clerk before the treasurer sold them foreclosed properties.
Okay, so we don't have any resolutions for this, correct?
No, I'm proposing it as an agenda change after resolutions for a discussion item.
Oh, discussion item. Okay. So discussion item after resolution. Is that before council comments? What did you want?
After resolutions.
All right. So that'll be. All right, got it. All right, any discussion first round?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Just to give insight, I went over and met with their chair and the assistant. Checked with the clerk, the treasurer here, and the city assessor's office here. And then I read the state statute, and there's some language in there. And in past years, the clerk has always got, they notice, and then it ends up in our mailbox. That didn't happen this year, and I want to explore and discuss whether or not we can have a look at that. And so I'm hoping that this agenda item gets a yes, or being a discussion item where we can invoke that. Check and double check, Mr. Moore. Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the second round? All right, we are looking to vote on discussion item number 5. And Mr. Mays want that at the end, excuse me, at the end of resolutions. All right, got it. So roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Mr. Mays.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Barner.
Yes.
Ms. Shannon.
Yes.
7 yes, 0 no.
7 yes, 0 no. Discussion item number 5 has been added. Now we're on resolution number 6.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
Through you to Madam Clerk, is that the resolution censoring Councilmember Jerry Winfrey Carter?
I'm not sure which order you put the last two in.
Okay, well, I'm gonna label it resolution number 6. And it's the resolution censoring Councilwoman Jerry Winfrey Carter. And I move that it be on the agenda as a discussion item. And I so move.
So there's a motion to add resolution number 6 as a discussion item?
No, to the agenda as a resolution, I'm sorry.
All right, there's a motion on the floor to add resolution number 6 to the agenda under resolution, supported by Mrs. Pfeiffer. Anyone in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
since this was brought by the president and vice president, I would assume this should be like the count. It should be seven to the count. So, it'd be interesting if they vote no, because their cohorts are here to support actually this resolution to censure Councilwoman in the fifth ward. So if not, I promise you, they're going to vote yes to bring it aboard and they have full attendance. So it'd be interesting to see if they vote no to not pass it.
Anyone else like to speak in the first round?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. May.
Yeah, I want to see what this vote is going to look like to put it on the agenda. I want to see what this vote is going to look like with the 7 members we have present and with the 2 members that's been absent the last 2 meetings. And the reason I brought it, because it's been all in the news. I've been contacted by media left and right. And, you know, it was even a special meeting called. And that was the only 2 things on the agenda. And the special meeting was called by Ms. Lewis and Kenneth Michelle. And my information tells me that this is sponsored by Ms. Lewis. So I want to get to the bottom of it and dispose of it or pass it one way or another. And I want to have the opportunity to find out what these censures mean. Because I wasn't here when Ms. Burns was censured. I don't know, I've been censured. But I want to know what it means by the definition of censure. And of course, I want to find out more about these 90-day suspensions. So I'll be voting yes to move it, at least for discussion. We'll see if it passes, if it fails, if it goes to committee, if it shows back up in another special meeting, a council meeting. But I don't know. It says that the censure is because of the words, next time you park in my parking space, you will come downstairs to all flat tires. I don't know why Ms. Worthing would park in Ms. Winfrey Carter's parking space. For those who don't know, when you go down in the parking garage underneath City Hall, on yellow placards, each parking space says first ward, second ward, third ward, fourth, whatever. And we've been parking in these spots for years. And I can say years when it comes to myself, 10 years. Miss Winfrey Carter, probably about 6. And Miss Worthing, about 6 years. It's really problematic when you pull in and somebody in your spot. But on that particular day, Miss Worthing's spot was empty. And it's way on the other side. Now, I want to talk about what censure means. So I'll be voting yes to put this on the agenda, but some type of discussion and a vote. Thank you.
Anyone else in the first round? Ms. Murray?
Yes, these censures are ridiculous that you're the sponsor of because you don't like people. And here yet tonight, you needed all of those people you don't like. You needed every single one of us. You needed me. But you know what? I love Flint residents more than I dislike your behavior. Because you would have cost this city millions of dollars tonight. 800 properties, I believe, would be, hey, that's according to Attorney Cameron. It would cost millions of dollars, because my sister could have had me here. I'm not your child. I was elected to my city. I worked hard, and I still work hard. As you say, I'm doing the work. Same thing. Let me back this up. I want residents to understand. 800 properties are going to be reassessed. It's going to cost the city millions. We don't have 21 days left to even do this. It costs $15,000. The city would have lost. We talk about all this centers, we flip people out. That day, Councilwoman Winfrey Carter's spot was taken. Not by accident. It was on purpose. She parks next to me in the parking garage. Across the aisle. It's not even on the same side. Not even on the same side. Now, what I told Councilwoman Carter what we should have did is just said, park your car right there and then trying to take me home. Block her in. Because what she did was something that was egregious. She was privileged. She took something that belonged to someone else. We have designated spots. And if you can't read, they got numbers on them. So it is very clear. After 6 years she's been here and she didn't know that she parks across the little parking garage. And then she didn't move and she giggled. It was funny. When you're black and someone takes your things, we assume you're racist. We have a problem with it. She took another woman's spot and thought it was funny. She parked her car, then refused to move it. She was trying to have her, she wanted to become angry. The angry black woman is what she wanted. She wanted her to be angry. Someone stole something. I remember my grandfather telling me about when we were in the South, when he was growing up, that when the white person walked on the sidewalk, you had to get off the sidewalk because they had more rights than you did. She didn't have the right to park in nobody's parking spot. And for Councilwoman Liddell Lewis to agree to this, I'm dumbfounded. Dumbfounded. That's like someone sitting in her chair when you come here. And someone sat in her chair that states for the second one Liddell Lewis, she'd have a problem. You don't do this. So yes, it becomes racial terms, you know, and the undertones of it all. You parked in a black woman's spot that you don't like, that you call ghetto. She called this black woman ghetto. She used microaggressions on her black colleagues. She's called black members of the audience a cult. She's hit someone in the audience. She was allowed to get away with that. Jasmine Stanley stepped to the podium and stated she hit me. She put her hands on me. When she should have been arrested for subcode section 31-10. And it continues to escalate. So because evil workings behavior was not checked, it was allowed to escalate to where she said, you know what? Everything else I got away with, I'm gonna park in her spot and see what she does. Councilwoman Winfrey Carter handled it very well, because many people wouldn't. And this type of climate coming out of Flint, it has happened. Somebody would have busted your windows, flattened your tire, put sugar in your tank. I see it all the time. She took something that belonged to her colleague. She felt entitled. She was entitled to someone else's spot that wasn't designated for her, and thought it was cute, it was funny. I blame my colleagues for this, for supporting this. I blame the ones who signed their names on the bottom of it. Because if someone takes your stuff, you have a problem too.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this resolution? The chair recognizes the councilman in the ward.
I promise you, if I would have taken the,
1 second. Did you already speak in this round? No. Okay.
if I would have taken Liddell Lewis's spot, there might have been a press conference, there might have been another high school.
Right.
But there's different rules for different people. I mean, Mr. Carter was kind of nuts. Because you only do that. I mean, she's been here for, I don't know, 6 years. So, not like she forgot her parking spot.
Right.
And then the gentleman came up and said, no, that's uncalled for, it's a parking spot. You only do that to try to escalate something. You only do that to try to prove a point, to try to prove dominance.
Yeah, that's right.
You only stand over somebody not once, but twice, maybe 3 times to prove dominance.
That's right.
It's unbecoming of a council person to even put this resolution together.
That's right.
Given the escalation that the councilwoman in the ninth ward started and continues to put fuel on the flames. I just don't, we want to say, oh, it's conduct unbecoming. I think there's conduct unbecoming like 10 times tonight from the chairperson. When we get down to this level of pettiness, when we start parking in each other's spot, when we start saying stuff underneath our breath, that's why I started bringing my own cameras. Because the folks around me want to say stuff underneath their breath and then throw up their hands. Oh, how could he? How could he? Did you hear what he said to me? Well, now, I got the accountability cam there. I got the accountability cam. I just put another one away. It captures everybody at all times. It's not pointed at one direct person. You can see everybody at all times. Accountability, transparency, I call it ain't damn hiding no more. And, you know, the aggression that the councilwoman in the ninth ward continues to do, and my colleagues obviously support it, and then they want to punish Mr. Carter for standing up for herself. So, stand up for yourself. I'm going to pass a resolution. You better get in line and shut up. That's what this is. You better take the abuse. You better park wherever the hell damn I tell you to park and be quiet. That's what this resolution says.
That's what it is.
So I hope my colleagues add it to the agenda. And I'd like to see who votes to support it. In 2023 America, I'd like to see who supports.
That's right.
Let's see if, how many preachers and,
Right, they go tell,
let's see how many preachers come out and support Mr. Carter for being talked down to, who get put in the unconcerned passengers come out and hold a press conference for Ms. Jerry Winfrey Carter when the colleagues vote for this. I'll be waiting. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Come, Ms. Winfrey Carter, go ahead.
And Councilman Pfeiffer, you know, that's interesting, because you know what? Did they come out, did they stand up and have a press conference when she called the ghetto? No, that didn't happen. So we'll see. But while we're talking about behaviors that are unbecoming of council members, I am deeply concerned about the unbecoming behaviors of that's exhibited by Councilwoman Worthing. Now, Councilwoman Worthing, as well as myself, we've been parking in our parking spaces for well over 6 years. Our parking spaces are designated, okay? My parking space has 5th ward. Her parking space has 9th ward. Designated, assigned. Why would she park in my parking space? But you know what? She parked there because she has repeatedly reflected a disturbing pattern. And this pattern is called weaponizing your white privilege. Yeah, she's weaponizing her white privilege and engaging in racist behaviors within the council. It's clear. She comes in every week and antagonizes Councilman Mays. She taunts Councilwoman Burns. And on that particular night, she taunted me, she antagonized me, as well as provoked me. That's called weaponizing your white privilege. It's a continuous pattern, okay? These behaviors are unbecoming of a council member. Councilwoman Worthing, she hit Jasmine McKinney, maiden name Stanley, Jasmine Stanley. She hit her. I watched it. Out there, Jasmine was here at a council meeting. But then Councilwoman Worthing, she cries, she's always crying, she's the victim. I'm the victim. She comes and she states that she did not hit Jasmine. Councilwoman Worthing stood over Councilwoman Burns, not only one time, but twice, inciting violence. One Councilwoman Burns to stand up and fight so that she can become the victim. And that's exactly what she did on that night, November 27th. She parked in my parking space. She weaponized her white privilege. But you know what? I'm almost willing to bet Councilwoman Lewis and Councilwoman Worthing, they got together and said, oh yeah, we got to get something on Councilwoman Winfrey Carter so that we can censure her.
Snakes. Yep.
Yeah. Oh, this was planned. It was planned. So here, the censure is...
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward, you're being brought to order. Let's not speak to motives.
somebody gonna get made.
You sure you want to do this? Because I'm telling how I feel. It's in my opinion. It's in my opinion. So yeah, I said what I said to Councilwoman Worthing, because she sits over there every week. She talks under her breath. She makes comments. She had that little smirky grin on her face.
All right.
Like it's all good.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Anyone else like to speak in the first round? Anyone else? All right, seeing if there is no one else, anyone in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Mr. May.
Yeah, Madam Chair. I want to make something clear about this. And I'm not picking on you, Winters. I just know that you and Missy may be out there communicating with the public. And so when I look at this resolution, what I want people to understand is this. If you look at our council rules in 32.1, it says every council member is subject to the established rules and disciplinary actions for violation of those rules. Then it goes on to say in 32-2, this is important, for any repeated violation of these rules, the presiding officer or chair may order discipline up to and including removal of a meeting. Up to and including removal of a meeting. Up to is important. Then it goes further to tell you that includes the meeting on the same day. So up to. Now I'm gonna go to the charter. That's the council rules for discipline. The charter says, whenever this charter requires the adoption of a rule, it shall be adopted in accordance with this section. The person having rule-making authority or an agent shall give public notice of a hearing in a manner required by this charter of at least 2 weeks in advance of the hearing. In other words, when you change, amend, or make a rule, you get notice. In law, they call it due process. So if it's going to be punishment of more than removal of a meeting, we should see it in the rules. In this case, if Ms. Winfrey Carter said something in that meeting, for me, the only penalty could be removal from that meeting, unless we do a rule change. For me, a rule change would mean we have a public hearing and due process on censures, removals for 30 and 90 days. Any new rule, you need notice. You can't just willy-nilly pick discipline out of the sky and say, I'm punishing y'all with no notice. The only voted upon discipline right now is up to removal of that one meeting. So I don't know where this new group is coming from. We don't find out if due process means something in federal court. Because I know due process and notice means something. And I know that the charter means something. And I know people just can't keep making up rules of disciplinary action. Ms. Worthing, if it's a rule about parking, she broke it. Why would Ms. Lewis, I got my own idea, but I'm asking y'all, why would she draw up a resolution like that? If Miss Worthing did wrong, let it go. If Miss Winfrey Carter said something wrong about it, let it go. I don't see a resolution censoring Miss Worthing for what she did wrong. That's why I keep talking about Nick Pitt. If this is sponsored by Lewis, you should have let that go. What you stepping in for Miss Winfrey Carter is normally quiet. According to our rules, that wasn't no repeated violation about no black tie. The rules say for any repeated violation.
All right, anyone else would like to speak in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns?
That day, you should have told your friend to remove her vehicle from the parking spot that's not designated. You should have told Eva Worthing, that doesn't belong to you. You should have told your friend she needed to move her car. She thought it was funny. It was a hee-hee, ha-ha moment. You're meeting tonight, and you still not getting it. You sponsored this. And the people that you hate or censure are the people who are saving you tonight. It's the people that you have censured. Councilman Mays, Councilwoman Murphy Carter, and then myself. Put all kinds of stuff in mind that I called you a witch and I didn't. Talk about the Mitchell voice, that was a lie. Said I said, wasn't a good person. Not a good person. I didn't even cuss. But you want to censure everyone but yourself. Your behavior is outrageous. It's outrageous and it's egregious and so is Eva Worthing. She had no business parking that spot. She has called members to the audience of cold. She has used microaggressions. She gaslights this community every time she's here. She talks negative to the people who come to these council chambers. And you even allowed Jasmine Stanley, because you said you didn't see it, to be hit. You allowed that. And that's against the law. That was assault and battery. So what you're tolerant for is very selective. She parked in her parking spot. It's like y'all got together on that. Let's do this. We know that upset her off. Ha ha ha. Grown women. Ha ha ha. She parked in her spot. Like I said, if I had a thought about it, I told Councilman Ricard, you know what, let the block green, let's go home. Let her deal with it. Because y'all playing games. You're playing games with the people, with the residents, with time. And then you're passive aggressive to the point where you say, you know, we come here to do the work. Absolutely not. You're taking the time of bogus censures. Your whole censure of me was a lie. All 5 of y'all lied on me. All 5. Doug was a lie. With Candace. Judy talking about some she didn't have with the censure. That was a lie. Come on, I said about the gun. You did go home. You said it. You went home, you said you was threatened by the women. The women happened to be black. We had that conversation. Tell it all. Y'all don't tell the whole story. But yet, you want us to stay here tonight. Because your other padres who brought with you on this garbage isn't here. For something that's so important to the city. And y'all playing games. That's what kids do. I didn't do this in high school. High school, I didn't do it. And you're still doing it with censures. I'm going to show you. And you do bully people. You are bullying people with censures. You're bullying people with censures. Same attorneys that send emails to you reached out to me. You probably need to have it hit your pocket to where you understand that you can't do bogus censures because you don't get it. You don't get it. You use censure to control people and the environment that you are out of control in. You're not in control. I'm trying to help you tonight with the rules. You can't hear it. It's like you have tunnel vision. Each time you do something crazy, Candace is like, oh, hell, please don't do it. And you do it. Time and time again. Because you can't stop yourself. Something's wrong with you. Something is wrong. You knew what was important. And you couldn't get your own stuff passed. You had to have councilman. You ate crow tonight. You ate crow because you had to have councilman Mays come back because we had to broker a deal. Yeah, she ain't like that. Attorney Kimley got told off by everybody tonight. He did. Just to get this passed. I went and talked to Clyde, told him I ain't even talked to Clyde. I'm at odds with him that I would stay because this is the business. But it's your behavior. This garbage that you keep doing. Garbage. You keep presenting us with garbage. You're a horrible president. Horrible. Amen.
All right, anyone else would like to speak in the last round? Anyone else would like to speak?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Talking about behaviors that are unbecoming of a council person. I can't get over the fact that Councilwoman Lewis cussed out Pastor Thompson not only one time, but twice. And she said to him, shots fired. Now come on. In the city of Flint, Michigan, where we have several drive-by shootings, you're going to use a phrase, shots fired? That's a threat. Yeah, that's a threat. That's a threat, and it's unbecoming of a council person to say that. Judy Priestley, Councilwoman Priestley, I'll never forget the night she told a resident in this audience, I don't care if that resident is considered as her nephew, but she told him that she had cut his balls off. Is that unbecoming of a council member? Is that unbecoming? Yeah. She said it loud.
Ma'am, please get in order.
But this is what I'm saying. There is a double standard up here. There's a double standard. And several council members up here has exhibited unbecoming behaviors of a council member. But you want to censure me, and not to mention, I didn't get a warning. I just get a resolution with a censure. Right. They want to get us. Councilman Mays, Councilwoman Burns, Councilwoman Jerry Winfrey Carter, Councilman Pfeiffer. You next. You next. Because you're not a part of the five. Oh my goodness. But yeah. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Every week we come in, we gotta deal with this. We gotta deal with this. And as far as I'm concerned, we got one council member that's bullying 4 other council members. She's bullying. Unbelievable.
is running Councilwoman, Lewis. I don't know. But this stuff is crazy to me. Then we got council members on Facebook. I don't know, half the time I don't know if she coming in here, Linda L. Pendleton, or who she is, who is she? It's all kind of crazy stuff going on. I can't make this stuff up. I can't make it up. Just crazy. I'll be welcome to send this to council. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anyone else in the second round? Seeing no one else, we will go ahead and call for the vote. This is to add resolution number 6, which is the censuring of Councilmember Jeremy Carter for conduct on becoming a council member to the agenda. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
No.
Ms. Priestley. Yes. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Shahab.
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
5 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no, and that will be sent to council.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to pass this agenda item, a resolution suspending council member Eric Mays for conduct on becoming a city council member. I'm calling it resolution number 7, and I so move.
All right, there's a motion to send resolution number 7 to council. Any support?
Support.
Supported by Councilwoman Burns.
Madam Chair.
Any discussion? Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I can appreciate the last resolution going to council for agenda item discussion. The motion will be made. This particular resolution, I want the public to know when I read the so-called facts of the resolution, Ms. Taylor, one of the things that sticks out to me, it says Councilman Mays has also created and monetized demeaning t-shirts depicting other members of city council as handkerchief-head Negroes. I haven't created any t-shirts. It's not true, but it's here in factual writing sponsored by Ms. Lewis to remove me for something that ain't true. Some people look at the term handkerchief-head Negroes in somewhat of a similar way as if you say a carpetbagger. These are political terms. All of them have a meaning. A carpetbagger might refer to somebody who really ain't invested in the community, but they deal with as candidates and running for office in that community. A handkerchief-head Negro is somebody, when you pull the definition, who don't seem to identify with black folks, but they bend over backwards to try to satisfy or identify with white folks. And Clarence Thomas' name is used in that definition. But we've got people on this council who have said the N-word, Quincy Murphy. I was appalled when Quincy Murphy said the N-word publicly in his seat. I thought that was conduct unbecoming. I was appalled when Miss Priestley said that, and surprised when she said she cut off my man's balls. I thought that was inappropriate and unbecoming. I was surprised when Miss Worthing called me a narcissistic a-hole. And I told her she could do a somersault or a flip off a City Hall belly flop. It went viral. But that's what she called me, an a-hole. I was surprised when Bible said, come to my effing house. I said they was putting me out every other meeting, wrongfully. But Dale Lewis and Eva Worthing stood up over Tanya Burns. And yet they have the right in their mind to talk about somebody else's decorum. I said, these women didn't fight her. I thought that was a lack of decorum. I thought it was obvious in the early stages when Miss Lewis lied on me and said I called her names. It didn't happen. That had already showed me something. I watched them in the first 4 months when I was president. And Mr. Murphy repeatedly calling me a disgrace, and since then have invited me, in my opinion, to the streets.
Yep.
I haven't had a police escort. Lieutenants and captains ain't picked me up in a vehicle and brought me to council meeting because in my people, you know that old saying, yea, as I walk through the valley in the shadow of death, I will get no ride by police. Ain't that what they say? The point is going to be very well made that these folks are gone wild. They are saying and doing some of the same things, and they're talking about my decorum. I try to treat people nice until you mess with me. I've said it, you go low, I'm gonna go lower. I'm gonna talk about you. You're not gonna run me over. I want respect. They ain't gave it to me. Quincy, Liddell, Priestley, Mashack, been here 3-4 months. It'll make sense. I'm gonna vote to move this to council.
Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else? Go ahead.
Well, here's, like I said, thank you. This is a public lynching. It's a public lynch, a political public lynching. So that you can flex your strength, your power, and you feel that you can do it. Because you have the support of the other council members. I really do. Because we let a lot slide off our back. And it is true, Councilman Mays. On 5-3 and 7-19, Councilwoman Worthing did stand up and wanted to fight. She wanted to show that I was an angry black woman. And said, come on, get over here. Get over here. She did it twice. In April of 2022, you were defending Councilwoman Eva Worthing. And I just got back from North Carolina. I was chairing the meeting. You were wrong. And didn't want to hear it, went into a rage. You know what's about Tanya Burns? You know what's about? Tanya girl. The police officer, Officer Davidson, a female officer, started to approach you, come down the aisle to tell you to be quiet, to stop. You kept engaging. You know what's about? She don't want none of this. This was in April 2020. It's a TikTok. She did it. Her behavior was unbecoming, had zero decorum, and was wrong when she was defending, wasn't even the same situation, she was defending Eva. She was doing anything to defend Eva to the end of this earth, and was wrong that day. I said, what are you even talking about? Didn't even know what she was talking about. Just wrong. Officer had to tell her, not once, but twice, but 3 times, to stop. I need you to be quiet. Stop. And finally, when the officer told her to shut up, she stopped. She didn't understand the officer politely talking to her because she was out of control. She was enraged over something that she was wrong about. So when we talk about these women who are aggressive women, I didn't go after them, you know why? And it's not too late. 5-3-7-19, Councilwoman Priestley turned around and said, Tanya, you say things to Eva. Where does it say I'm supposed to kiss Eva behind? So she stood up over me. I stayed seated. I never even got up. And somehow I was still blamed for staying in my They still found a reason to say, you're the problem. 7:19. It happened again. She says, well, we all know you're not going to get about your seat. Judy immediately adjourned the meeting for recess, and I stood up. Eva put her hands across her chest or whatever, and I stood up. I'm not proud of my behavior after that, but I bet she won't do it again.
Come on, Viking.
We talk about you get tired. It's the same with Councilwoman Murphy Carter. You don't park in nobody's spot. You don't take nothing from anybody. So when I say these are nasty people, yeah, they're nasty, some of them, and they lie. I had to spend a whole time discussing and refuting or rebutting their lies. Doug Mathis came after me. He got mad because he wanted to tell me, a black woman, what I should wear. He wanted me to show my receipt to the attorney and to appease him. A racist man, he wanted to be ombudsman. Has no business being ombudsman, in my opinion. He wanted me to show him my receipt. What I'm wearing, what my clothing, what my, none of his business. Judy told me, and you lied on me. No, you had a whole conversation. I asked you about the taking the gun home. I asked you about it. And you told me, you told everybody at the last meeting that you went home, you changed your clothes, you sat down on the couch, you thought about it, you came back home. You told me that you thought you were afraid. I said, they didn't follow you. You can see Sister Audrey Muhammad driving, her car is on the video. She wasn't up there, she wasn't following you. But because you felt compelled to stick with this nonsense, you had to chime in and go along to get along. And you were wrong. You were wrong. And sometimes Dr. King says the silence of our friends that in times of peril, that when they're silent is when it matters. You didn't stand up even what was right. We had a whole conversation about the Second Amendment. And when you had your gun, you wore it here, you had it, and you said, I got my gun, I believe in the Second Amendment. Y'all can quit going along with this nonsense, because it can be any of us.
All right, anyone else? Mr. Fowler?
So when we put together these and we just put anything on it, I mean, to me, this is using your council seat to slander and lie on your colleagues. Is there anyone that can show me proof that Mays created or monetized? Is there any proof that Mr. Mays took a paycheck or made 1 cent from this, from demeaning t-shirts? Is there any proof whatsoever? Did we subpoena his bank records to put this on there? Did we get affidavits from somebody that wore a t-shirt that said that they gave money to Mays for the shirts? I mean, to me, this is absolute slander. This is unfounded. I mean, we had to
request for information.
What did you request?
For you to Mr. Piper, this is in writing. Do you mean liable or slander?
I mean, to me, this is, Mr. Mays, I'll answer this honestly. It could probably be both, but I don't know, I'm not the Webster dictionary to know that. All I know is it's, this is, whoever wrote this is unbecoming of a council member. But did we subpoena or ask the clerk for, because we all have to file income statements, or where we get a paycheck from? Did Mr. Mays disclose that he got income from t-shirts? I mean, where did this information come from other than to slander a colleague, to put it out in public? In written official government form that will last for how many ever years, that, you know, they say if it's on the internet, it must be true. What road are we going down? So I hope that we vote and send this to council to discuss and act upon this slanderous, libelous, resolution. And it's funny, the two colleagues that called a special meeting that wrote both of these voted no. So why'd you call a special meeting for if you're gonna vote no? We're giving you the opportunity to put it on the floor.
There you go.
And then you're gonna vote no.
They ain't got their votes today.
To me, the voting no is trying to hide it here. It's trying to put up these bullshit cubicles to hide again. That's voting no. Like you wanna throw a fire, a can of gas, and then hide and vote no. If you're so adamant and supportive, try to convince your colleagues that Mr. Mays needs to be thrown out for 90 days. Let's bring it to the floor and have a discussion. Or you want to hide behind the barricades. We want to talk about conduct unbecoming. Wait until you lose your fight. Let me say this. I pray to God that they have mercy on my enemies, because I will not.
Are you done? All right. Anyone else would like to speak in the second round? My fault, the first round. Go ahead.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Thank you. Yeah, Councilman Pfeiffer. Conduct unbecoming a city council member. And I'm sitting here reading this resolution. And yeah, it is unbecoming for someone to write, Councilman Mays has also created and monetized demeaning t-shirts. How do you know Councilman Mays created those t-shirts? You don't know that. Somebody could have created the t-shirts. There's several t-shirts out there. But I can tell you, I don't think Councilman Mays created these t-shirts. I saw a poster one time where somebody had put Councilman Mays' face on this poster, and they called him Shea Butter. He was supposed to perform at a comedy show. And they had him in this orange jumpsuit. And so I called Councilman Mays. I said, dude, you're supposed to be at a comedy show. Your name is on this poster as Shea Butter. Councilman Mays didn't know anything about it. I said, somebody got your face on a poster for a comedy show. And you don't know about it? So, this is what I'm saying. Get your facts together. When you put something on a resolution, make sure that it is factual. Make sure that it's true. You don't know that Councilman Mays created those t-shirts. You don't even know if he's getting paid from the sale of those t-shirts. So how did you put that in this resolution? But you know what? It's unbecoming of a council member to use someone else's EBT card
What is your request?
Isn't that a felony?
Yeah, that's illegal. It's not only unbecoming, but it's illegal. Illegal. But you wanna write resolutions that says council members are unbecoming. Their conduct unbecoming of a city council member. And she still hasn't paid this resident for using the EBT card. Now, how unbecoming? Tell it. How unbecoming? But you want to point your finger at someone else? You know they say when you point your finger at someone, the thumb is pointing right back at you. The pot can't call the kettle black, my grandmama used to say. You can't say Councilman Mason's conduct is unbecoming. You can't say Councilwoman Burns' conduct is unbecoming. You can't even say my conduct is unbecoming. Because what about your conduct? Your conduct is unbecoming. And to write a resolution like this, I'm like Councilman Pfeiffer. This resolution in itself, written in the form that it's written, is unbecoming. Thank you.
Anyone else in the first round? All right, seeing none, anyone in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Mayor.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I don't know how this vote is gonna go, but I do know this. You got in here that I use constant frivolous motions to impede the business of the city. And you talk about the points of orders and point of information. They're not frivolous. I disagree with that. And it still says in the council rules that any repeated violations is removal from that meeting. How you get to 6 months or 90 days, might as well a year. I'm gonna fight not to leave the first ward unrepresented. A lot of people want to get stuff done with these ARPA monies between now and March. A lot of people don't want me in the discussion and bringing resolutions to put money here and put money there between now and March. It says in this resolution that I use racial rhetoric. No, it's the fact that Eva Worthen is white and I'm black, and they don't get penalized the same. Discrimination is different treatment for the same or similar conduct. Look it up. Discrimination is different treatment for the same or similar conduct. In some cases, you have to show that somebody is white and you is black, and they get different treatment or disparate treatment. By you, Mr. Author of the resolution. So it's not racial rhetoric. In some cases, it's racial facts. It also says on here that I mocked and belittled individual about medical condition and disability. I remember that meeting vividly. Quincy Murphy said something negative toward my brain, and I asked him the question, look at the video, what about your skin? Nobody has the right to talk about my brain, my voice, no personal attacks. So when he did, I asked him, what about your skin? See, y'all have done some bad stuff. And y'all have turned y'all head and treated folks differently for the same or similar conduct. And y'all trying to violate folks' constitutional and civil rights freedom of speech rights. All of that is going on. You demonstrated it earlier in this meeting. And Mr. Piper and Ms. Winfrey Carter is right. Y'all called me out my house for a special meeting. I done talked to media left and right, Ron Bonner and others, about this resolution. And y'all vote no, not to bring it, let's bring it. I can't speak to why Eva and Quincy ain't been here the last couple times, but you probably know. When you hit that hammer and adjourn that meeting that fast, when y'all call that special meeting, I said, she know they ain't gonna be here.
That's right, we all figured that out.
You know whether they're sick, whether they ain't coming, you already know. And you and Candace Machette and them both know to move on with business, but y'all be the ones criticizing us that might postpone it. We get to get the business done, vote it up or down. I done heard all them speeches. Conduct unbecoming. They called me about the bridge card, EBT card. And then you calling blight on them, getting cars towed out their driveway. I thought it was conduct unbecoming when I heard about Ashley Capital trying to do a $72 million project and then gave you grants and Halloween candy. And Quincy an $11,000 lawnmower. I thought that was conduct unbecoming. I think the way you be treating me in this public is conduct unbecoming. 5 votes to even talk about it. Can you get 5 votes, or can you get 5 votes to talk about it? Well.
All right, anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Byrne.
Make up Councilman Mays left off at. 10 reasons you were the maker of this, which you should be giving your own self a censure. Me and him was on the phone with the lady with the food stamp card. She was your neighbor. She asked you for the money. And I have a recording if you want to listen to it.
Please do play it. Go, what's your point?
You took the floor illegally, and it was requested to give yourself a warning.
Okay, got my first warning, so go ahead.
I'll play that at the end, but I got it. Trevor heard it. So I'm going to finish my 10 things. So the Mitchell boys did walk out, the video showed it. You said I lied, and that wasn't true. Right at the votes, all we can see is the back row Levi's. Pastor Thompson, you cussed out not once but twice and told him shots fired. People heard me. Did the library
Request for information.
deny?
How can anyone hear that? And according to the Michigan law, I was speaking to Pastor Thompson, so how can anyone hear that?
That's a point of information, a request for information is a quick inquiry. That's not equipment, we discussed that. Also, pump station number 5, where we had asked for the residents in your ward, second ward, pump station 5 resides in your ward, where people had feces and urine and it was untreated, and the system just couldn't keep up. You had people come here and beg for help, which were in the second ward. And not only once but twice did you vote no to support the resolution so that the residents could go over the amount of $2,500. Not once but twice to speed it up to make it more an expeditious way to get them taken care of. You let your residents in your ward have urine and water, feces in their basins. Then you told people, shop back on your back. It's not your fault, you can afford 2 homes. You on social media and did that. That's conduct unbecoming. These people, I had a lady at my meeting, 2nd ward, she used to be 6th ward. She's now 2nd ward. Asked me about that money this past Saturday at a meeting I had at 10 o'clock. So let's talk about the fake post you made with the pastors. We white out and sent it, that I said this about you and sent it to the concerned pastor. You sent it, no, it was a fake post from some deranged person, unless that deranged person is you, Linda L. Pendleton. You sent it and shared it, knowing, and my page is open. I left my page open so you can see what I was writing, because I don't have anything to hide. I don't have anything to hide. You ran up on me in April 2022. I'm gonna add that to it. You supported Eva. It's kind of like a kudos thing. You know, you and her kind of do the same thing, and now you see you working on Councilwoman Jerry Winfrey Kyron in May, but you're gonna get everybody back. $50,000 to your nonprofit. We didn't find that out till we were here at council meeting. We didn't know that you had put in $50,000 for Cyrus Park. You did not disclose that to us at all. Then you switched it up, who was the director and the president, once we found out on September the 9th. You originated that, you tried to peddle this I consider to be a lie. The Cyrus Park was created before me, yeah it was, but not the nonprofit that's gonna be receiving the money. And if Judy coming here with, she's not receiving, it's a fiduciary. It goes back down to her. So I'm not gonna play semantics with y'all in this garbage. You did a whole video called Flint janky. You janky, you janky. You sipping on bottled water, you janky, you janky, you janky. Your taxes is janky, it's janky. I mean, it is a little tone. I did not believe you did it. I could not believe you did it. Because people are still sipping on bottled water. People are still cooking with bottled water. People are still brushing their teeth with bottled water. Bottled water is essential in Flint. And you made a video joking about the residents. And you never apologized. You should get a public apology. Took a check for $1,500 that we didn't know about until I was at Metropolitan Baptist Church and I had some people sitting next to me. I ain't never seen our police be so quiet in my life. You could have heard a mouse pee on cotton when that lady said she gave you a check. Or to Cyrus Park, which is it was written out to Cyrus Park, which is your nonprofit. You didn't disclose. And I said I thought your program was a great one. I had said that, but you didn't disclose it. So you're honest. You don't tell us what's going on. Then you turn around and vote to give Ashley Capital a $72 million tax abatement. That looks like pay to play. That's what it looks like. Then you try to admonish everybody else. You're not right, and I don't think you're here for the people. You censuring Councilman Mays, myself, and Ms. Winfrey Carter is wrong. You're using your elected seat to politically lynch us. And I'm gonna sue you because everything y'all said and voted on in mine was a lie, because you're liable.
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Carter.
I'm becoming of a councilwoman. The gall, the nerve. And I just want to say this, you come in every week and you antagonize Councilman Mays. You poke at Councilman Mays. Every week. Oh, we must remember the day that she walked behind his chair when she could have walked around. She walked behind his chair and pushed his chair up to his desk.
No, she can't feel.
Squishing him. Yeah. Now is that unbecoming of a council member? Who does that? Who does that? And I'm glad, Councilwoman Burns, I'm glad you broke it down. I'm glad you broke it down. Because you know what? In summary, all of the actions collectively demonstrated a pattern of behavior, okay, that is unbecoming of a councilman. But you want to point the finger at Councilman Mays. When each and every week you come in here with your agenda in your mind to get rid of Councilman Mays. Because you don't like Councilman Mays. straw. Then you come in here with this resolution to suspend Councilman Maddox because you simply don't like Councilman Maddox. And Councilwoman in the 7th Ward, you haven't even been here a hot minute to even form an opinion on Councilman Maddox. You need to learn from Councilman Maddox. And you done signed this resolution to suspend it. When in fact, you shouldn't even be sitting here. You shouldn't even have the right to suspend anybody. Because you haven't even been elected.
She ain't gonna be either.
That's right. How unbecoming of a council member. But you got the nerves to be writing up a resolution to suspend Councilman Maddox. For what? Because Councilman Maddox come in here and he's for the people. For what? Because Councilman Maddox come in here and he tells the truth. Y'all don't like that. How unbecoming of a council member. You know what? Council members should uphold high ethical standards. They should show respect for their constituents, collaborate with fellow council members, and avoid conflict of interest like the donations from Ashley Capital. How unbecoming of a council member to accept donations and then come in here and vote to approve a resolution for Ashley Capital. How unbecoming, how unethical.
All right, anyone else like to speak in the second round? Mr. Pfeiffer.
I guess, Ms. Ricardo brings up a good point. I mean, why is the 7th Ward council person supporting this? She didn't even attend or was part of any meeting when these shirts were being worn by the residents.
Wow.
Do whatever you want, but like, this is where we're at. This is pure vendetta. You want to bring up t-shirts. The t-shirts were probably last winter, but until you get power, that's when you bring it up and then you want to cancel Mr. Mays for 90 days. And then you want to purely make up something that you have no knowledge of him creating or monetizing. He doesn't even use a computer. He's gonna be a graphic designer. This is public knowledge that he says, I want it in paper, don't send it to me in email. But now he's a Photoshop expert, and then he sends them to the screen printer, and then now he's out at the table somewhere. You know, people do enough stuff on this council where you don't have to lie. You know, there's a saying, stop lying about me and I'll stop telling the truth about you. When you have to lie to try to get your point across, that's when you know you lost. You lost. So, to the council persons in the 2nd Ward and 7th Ward, stop lying, and we'll stop telling the truth about you. It's It's the truth that she called everybody in the city of Flint that drank the water tank. It's the truth, I'm not lying about it. It's the truth that she walked out on the Mitchell boys' mother when she was crying up here at the letter. It's the truth, not lying.
True.
When I lie about something, come at me. When I lie, let me know. You're unbecoming. And you think that taking out a vendetta and bringing up something that was 6, 9 months ago, maybe even longer, once you got power, I hope my colleagues send us or approve this agenda change. I got a feeling that this one will fail because they want me wrong. So I got a feeling that this one will fail and it'll be brought up next council when they have the votes.
Yep. That's it.
That's what they want.
The censure one, the censure one is a slap on the wrist. They want blood.
We gonna want blood when the council flip.
The votes.
Excuse me, no yelling out.
So, hurry up.
Thank you.
So,
Mr. Woodson?
That's not my name.
Oh, okay, so we want to make sure that the crowd is not interrupting council, thank you. Proceed, Mr. Pfeiffer.
if we want to start bringing up council members being unbecoming, this is going to be a never-ending cycle. Because I promise you, we will be introducing them in every meeting. And they will not be based on lies. You have no proof. These are strict allegations, and you're going to try to suspend a member for 90 days on allegations that are unfounded, unprovable? Unless you went magically and got the state attorney to subpoena Mr. May's bank records.
Don't give her no idea.
This is an absolute laughable suspension. You don't even have to make stuff up. If you want to suspend him for conduct, there's a myriad of things, but you want to make something up? This is a joke. I hope my colleagues approve this agenda change so that we can discuss it and vote this up or down.
All right, anyone else like to speak in the second round? Anyone else? All right, seeing no one else, we are going to vote to add resolution number 7 to the council agenda. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley? No. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle? No. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no, and that fails.
You wrong,
No. You glad?
So we will go ahead and, all right, so we will go ahead and proceed with the agenda. So now we are at public hearing. So we have a public hearing 230-427.6. This is a public hearing for ordinance 230-427, a public hearing for ordinance to amend the code of the city of Flint by amending chapter 50 by providing sections 50-15, 50-139, 50-150, 50-153L, 50-186D2, Roman numeral 2, and 50-15887.
Request for information.
What is your request?
What are those numbers mean?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am getting to that. So we're about to have a public hearing. I believe Attorney Kemp.
Yes,
Yes, Councilman?
So the public hearing,
Yeah, at this point, we're only, just ask if there are any speakers in the audience who wish to speak to the ordinance.
Request for information. I'm asking.
Mr. Mays, please be recognized. So what is your request for information?
What is the plain language type of wording of these numbers? What is the ordinance?
Okay.
I want the public to have some background.
The ordinances are available in the back. I could get Councilman May's copy.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Somebody in the audience don't want
Excuse me, sir, that's your warning. Stop yelling out.
Point of order.
What is your point?
Normally, when you say point of order, all talking should cease and you should say, what's your point? So, let's not get out of order again, hollering at folks, Ms. Lewis. I'm asking the city attorney, if y'all don't want to do it, I'll do it. But before the public hearing open up, I want them to know more than a number. And I want them to know what this public hearing is about. What's the ordinance? The ordinance ain't a number.
Well, the ordinance is a number, so we will.
It's got something to do with
Mr. Mays,
point of order.
what is your point?
It's got something to do with some plain language. And I've been here long enough to know that I can request that they get a summary prior to opening up the public hearing. Now, if you in the city
Mr. Mays, thank you. So as we proceed, we are going to proceed with the public hearing, and I believe that Mr. Bailey, can you come up and just give us a small narrative? Mr. Mays, let's not call colleagues stupid.
Look, I done said it.
Okay, thank you, noted.
It took all of that to get to this.
You're fine.
That's a bunch of mess.
Proceed, Mr. Bailey. Could you please give us just a small cap over what this ordinance means?
So this is to address a lot of the downzoning that occurred when the zoning ordinance was amended.
Request. Point of order. Speaking to that mic or raise it up.
Sir, can't hear you. People got to hear it. Speaking to the mic, sir.
Over here.
This better?
We'll see.
Okay, so this is to address the downzoning that occurred when the new zoning ordinance took place last October. Large swaths of the city were rezoned into, sometimes they were traditional neighborhoods, a lot of times it was green. And when that happens, it reduces the ability for businesses to sustain themselves, to start new businesses, to capture that taxable revenue. So these are hand-selected parcels that the zoning team has worked on to submit for your consideration to rezone them, not green, but into MR1, MR2, city corridor, sometimes traditional neighborhood. But this would allow for businesses to actually come into the city in all 9 wards. This is largely impacted citywide.
And thank you. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get started with the public hearing.
Madam Chair.
We have to get started with the hearing.
While he's here, I want to ask him a question to clarify something he just said, if that's all right with you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you say the new zoning came into effect, and this council passed the new zoning. I wasn't a part of it. But the point is, something was not done right or overlooked, or what is he trying to fix with this?
Yes, so we are assuming this is human error. Every single parcel of land within the city was examined.
Human error regarding what?
When the rezoning was taking place.
And what would be the human error?
Essentially downzoning.
Downgrading the zoning?
Correct. So essentially going from a commercial zoning type to a green neighborhood type.
commercial to green. And that's what we was concerned about holding it up, because this council came in and approved that last, October, September?
October.
Yeah, they hadn't even did their homework, but they just approved it. So now this ordinance that the public will speak on in the public hearing phase is to try to correct those human errors. And then, have you looked at the agenda? The ordinance is after the public hearing. Is it on here today?
Yes, sir. Yes.
I'm gonna need to talk to you more. Will you be around?
I'll be here.
Thank you so much.
All right, so thank you, Mr. Bailey. So we're going to go ahead and get started with the public hearing. All right, so now the first speaker for the public hearing. Hold on, 1 second. All right, go ahead, Mr. Mitchell, and make sure that you're relevant to the public hearing.
Hello, my name is R.L. Mitchell. And the theme is, bring a pen and sign me in. Well, number 3, that situation was the mayor talking about getting a raise. Through you, Madam Chair, through my Councilman Murphy. As once again, you see, we can't get no information because he ain't here. So I got to go from Mr. Murphy's seat to Councilman Tanya Burns, because she always take care of business like she's supposed to. Like for instance, the situation over on about the problem over on I can't even get my words right. You doing this, bringing this dude up here, changing the boundaries, talking about that building over on General Motors, just to put. They talk about peapots, make the whole city out of a business of it. Oops, he made a mistake. Yeah. To all the black peoples in the city of Flint, changing the boundaries. And the second ward lady over there putting a roof on Whittier Junior High School in Central, and then Power was refusing to buy it because the black mold in there. And just sat there for 40 years, and then let somebody like this dude come up here and talk about, oops, they made a mistake and all them goons that he's showing up, the school teacher in Murphy, and you up there calling the shots, a racial shot, and doing all in the Second World War woman helping you out with that jump. With that jump, with a head down looking like Mona Lisa, don't want to see her smile. And threaten somebody with police brutality, talking about shut up and don't, and icing the public out, don't want them to speak. Like you is, with them earphones on your ears, with the mayor calling the shot, telling you what to say and what to do now. That bonehead downstairs. With your ball and take that, and talk, about this situation, about this president coming back to Flint, talking that junk to the former mayor, the former mayor, hey, that Trump called himself going to do somebody. Deuces out, somebody's scared of black people. Debate with Karen Weaver. And all that black people talking about, now listen, with the racial call, girl, won't you say something? Well, you ain't saying that now. Hello, Dr. Lewis. Are you going to give me a chill pill or what? Just don't give me the overdose. All right, get Dr. Yak, and don't look at my bank account. Oh, that's please.
Well, I hate when y'all come up here with this rezoning and everything else. Where are the maps? Where are these parcels located? And about 9 wards, but the people do not get to see them. I know that green innovation between Pearson Road, Carpenter Road, Martin Luther King and Saginaw, they had areas over there where if your house burned down, you cannot rebuild it, but they changed it to where you have to come in front of the planning commission. Green zones, I know that you cannot build high schools. Green zones, I know that you cannot build development dollars. The way that this sounded at first, it was urgent because people was gonna lose money, but what I thought I just heard him say is that business was going to come on that property. That's what he said. After they make it from green to commercial. So how are we losing money if there's no one there already? I mean, I'm just trying to figure this out because, you know, I'm really listening because we don't see any maps. And, you know, for us to be able to talk and for us to be able to see something, especially something this serious, it used to be 10 minutes. Why did they cut it down to 3 when it's a public hearing and it's something so important, such as this? I mean, I don't really understand. Why don't you all, matter of fact, change the whole green zone to traditional? Because it's a living document. Because, oh, you know what? They want to plant apple orchards and make it a plantation on the north side, on the east side. You know, plantation. So that's what they do, you know, for people that live in poverty, like the city of Flint, because poverty is a big business. And then, you know, the money that comes into the city is supposed to go to help the people, but, you know, it goes to these 501c3s downtown, and then they have the little smaller 501c3s on the north side fighting over the crumbs, and that's how they keep us against one another. Change that green zone, change it to traditional, so that redevelopment dollars, that's why you don't see any apartments or any new deals over on the green zone, because all you can put over there is vegetables and apple orchards. I mean, seriously though, I wish I could see a map of, are y'all gonna ask for a map? Do y'all have a map? Can I get a map? Can the public get a map? Should have been a map out here for us to see.
I'm coming down here again to talk. Kawana Mack from the 7th Ward. Yeah, I want to talk about, since we got to be germane to this public school section. What is this? Plant material requirements, amendment orders, green zone, red zone? We need more information, not just vote on some mess where no how they can sustain themselves. We need more information on this, and you, as the council, should need more information on this. Study this crap. We had to call him up here, and all he could say was the green wasn't right. They could. What is that? What? Like I said, we need more information in this. That's right. Just ready to vote something down, vote it up. And I want to talk about this too. Y'all always saying we running these meetings too long. Well, we sat there 3 hours while you didn't let 1 or 2 people that you said they can have the floor talk. And that's a doggone shame. That's, you sit on that yourself. And Miss Priestley, you too. Oh, I wasn't here, I didn't see that. I wouldn't understand. You know, you should have a moral compass of your own. You don't let nobody bully you. My mother used to say, hey, if they jump off a bridge, you gonna go with? You too, Mouchette.
She going.
Yeah. She gone. But hey, I'm tired now. I'll be back when we talk about something else.
Next speaker, please.
Howdy, Trevor Beard, the homeowners in 5th Ward. I just wanted to tack on to what Mr. Art said. Without any maps here, we as the citizens do not know what on earth you guys are voting to zone anywhere, any which way. Looking through this, it is in 90% legalese, which I don't have a degree in. I don't think any of us in here do. And a lot of it seems to have to do with landscaping. I don't know how any of this is historic or landmark, like is what was being called during the stand down. If there's any way you guys can get us more actual information before you vote on it, because we as the people you represent would like to know what the hell you're talking about, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Next speaker.
James Moore from the second ward. You know, green is beautiful. It really is. But if you don't have a place to work, I guess you can turn the trees into free money. Kind of like the ARPA funds that's been going on. You know, the people need it. We need to get back to we the people, for the people. Michigan, I hear my brothers asking about a map. It is kind of somewhat a map. It's a shape of a hand, and we work to get things done in Michigan, not only for the country, but for the whole world. And we seem to have lost our place here in Flint, and now we want to go green. We got the South to grow corn. Well, out west they grow corn. You know, we got cherries up north. And we do our best to clean up around here, and we could do a lot more. But if we don't start bringing some jobs in here, we're studying on to lose out, lose out, lose out. These people need work. See what you can do about that.
Next speaker.
I'm Stephanie Winfrey. I'm from all boards. How about that? But I'm so tired right now. I have a whole lot to say, but it's midnight and I'm hungry. But at the end of the day, I think that you all, I sit here and I don't come here often, but I'm really, I am so disheartened by what I see. And I'm a very educated person. I've been around the world and I've seen a lot. And this here, what I see is just not, I don't even have any words for it. It was a time where we couldn't even sit in the front of the bus. And now we have our people here in front and center of a city that has the power to make our city better, and we have to go against each other. I just can't believe it. And I understand each and every one of y'all, everybody have a point. But when you get to the point where you're unable to learn from each other, I used to be you, Liddell, where I felt like, you know, I was a manager, but then I had to step back and say, well, maybe I can learn from this person that I don't like. And I did, I learned. I became a pharmacy tech. I'm a nurse, I did it all. But I was that person, you couldn't tell me anything until I had to humble myself. Everything comes with humble. And I think that everyone needs to know when it's time to humble themselves. And then we can do better and greater for the city. We here for the people. These people, every one of y'all have a family member or a friend that live in each and every one of y'all's zone. Everybody has somebody that lives in each, and when you do something to affect the second ward, when you do something to affect the 5th ward, and I guarantee you know someone that lives in that 5th ward. You might even have a family member that lives in that 5th ward. You have to think about those things. You affecting everybody. It's just not your ward. Everything that everyone here affects everybody some type of way in their family. It was a time we couldn't even cross over to Saginaw Street from St. John Street. Y'all know that, right? We couldn't even cross over there. Now we can cross over there. We have family all over. We was just on one side of Saginaw Street. And we can't even come together for the sake of the good for our people. Come on. What is this? This is nonsense. I am so displeased. My grandmother, my great-great-grandmother was born at Hurley Hospital. My grandmother was born at Hurley Hospital. My mother's mother was born at Hurley Hospital. I was born at Hurley. It's just,
Thank you, ma'am.
oh, God bless y'all.
Next House Speaker.
Mary Wright, Second Ward. Back again with this sheet that my ward councilperson put out saying all the things that she's done. Which on here, I don't see nothing that's been done. But I want to know, what are you going to do for Second Ward?
Ma'am, this is the public hearing.
Yeah.
This is not time for that.
What is it time for?
The public hearing.
This is a public.
It's not.
What is
public
it?
speaking.
Well, this right here, it say,
Ma'am.
my work speaks for itself. Make it speak for itself. Do something.
Anyone else like to speak in the public hearing? Anyone else like to speak in the public hearing? Well, the public hearing is officially open.
Come on, baby.
Don't say nothing about her. She ain't gonna let you talk.
I'm like this, green, brown, black, white, you guys have it together. There's no words.
Ma'am, this is a public hearing. Please keep everything germane to the hearing. You have your time to speak in the public speaking.
Okay, this is a public hearing, but tomorrow, anybody that wants to go out with me and get rid of Liddell Lewis.
Ma'am, this is a public hearing. Ma'am, this is a public hearing. Please have a seat if you're not going to speak on the public hearing.
This is the public hearing.
Ma'am, please let's speak on the public hearing. Let's speak on the public hearing. That is the
Yes.
Any more public speakers to speak to the public hearing? Seeing none, the public hearing is officially closed. A motion to enact ordinance 230-427.6.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I'm gonna make a motion, to enact this particular ordinance. So I'm gonna make a motion to enact ordinance number 230-427. And I so move.
Support.
All right, supported by Ms. Priestley.
Madam Chair.
And 1 second, please. All right. So go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I made the motion, but I'm not going to vote in order to pass this ordinance. Now, I asked the gentleman, he was a tall gentleman, was he going to be here? Okay, now, okay, I didn't see him back there. Through you, Madam Chair, to the gentleman when he finished talking to Mr. Pryor. I want to ask him some questions. I'm not going to vote to approve this right now. Worst case scenario, Ms. Burns, I see you looking at me, I'm going to sit it back. Because the same 5 type of votes who voted and made this human error, me and BB Nolan there, when BB was on the council, we held this stuff up till we get it right. God was trying to get it right. This new group came in just like they're doing now, voting in a group of 5, not doing their homework, and now he describes a human error.
That's what he said it was.
That's what he said it was. And when you look at the complexity of changing the whole zoning across the city, you can't do that in 5 minutes. Sir, Madam Chair, through you to the gentleman talking to Mr. Piper, can we do something with this running clock while I'm waiting? I told him I wanted to talk to him when we got to this point.
Mr. Bailey, can you approach the lectern, please?
You said this was a human error. What humans made the error? The council? Somebody in planning and zoning?
I wish I had an answer for you.
I think I got an answer.
This was before I was.
For me, the council made an error. The 5 who voted to approve this back in October, September without doing their homework. We had held this up for months and years because of green space, particularly on the north side. And they come in here removing me from president, knowing everything, and here we are. Now, I don't want to mess up nobody's time. You got 2 rounds of 5 minutes. I'm going to end up making a motion to send it back to committee. But I want to hear what folks got to say. I think it's ridiculous to try to do comprehensive zoning in 5 minutes. Some of the council people don't even understand. Before I was a councilman, I sit on the zoning board of appeals. I bet you I've attended more planning commission meetings than anybody sitting up here. Over 10 years. And I cautioned them when they was brought before. So you had human error on the council, human error on the administration, and here we are. But this got to do with them big shots. This commercial folks ain't.
Yep.
It's some problem with the little shots.
They don't even live in the city.
Residential zone.
That's what they're trying to do.
Now, I don't know what's going to happen here tonight, but I know clearly what's going on. There's some big shots, and for the betterment of the city, they need this passed. They need to correct what you call a human error. But them same type of 5 folks who voted hastily back to do this, while they were throwing me out, they ain't got the votes tonight.
That's it.
I'm gonna see what they do with this human error.
Yeah.
Because it was some know-it-alls up here. We had been working on planning for years and zoning. They came in here in 3-4 months and knew more than me and everybody else and been flexing ever since. It's gonna be some more human errors down the road, Joe. They're gonna be dealing with budget deficits, and a bunch more. Cause of know-it-all council folks who don't know nothing yet. I've been here for 10 years and I'm still learning. I knew they didn't know what they were doing when they voted on them zoning changes. Hadn't even went through them. Ain't went through them yet to this day. Unless they did it when they illegally threw me out of meetings. They ain't do it, did they? I know they ain't. So I'm gonna let 1 round go by, see what folks say, then I'm gonna put an amended motion to send this to committee. Hey, look, man. Y'all gonna have to come up here and explain some stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know it, they ain't did it yet. Thank you so much.
Anyone else? Ms. Burns?
Did we bypass public speaking?
Yep.
No, public speaking is after public hearings.
Is after public hearing?
Yes, and somebody made a motion to vote on this right now.
Your request for information. You
What did you request?
She gave you the floor.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, request for information. Ms. Burns, what I did, I looked at Rule 10.2. And 10.2 says after a public hearing has been completed, any council member may move to enact the ordinance. So did you realize that's what's happening?
I realize that, but I'm looking at also, thank you, I'm also looking at the after we vote on this, that they're leaving. So I think the public deserves to be heard first, and they have waited. And so, I want to make sure that the public is heard, because this could have been done way before. This was not our deadline. This should not have been waited and postponed.
Request for information.
What did you request?
If you make a motion to table it down to public speaking, do you believe I have a problem with that?
Thank you, Councilman Mays. I want to make sure the public is heard. But I am going to make a motion to table this to after public speaking. The motion for the table is to after public speaking.
So there is a motion on the floor to table the enactment of the public hearing to, the motion to after public speaking.
Madam Chair.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I second that motion.
Okay, made and properly second by Amen. Okay, and for the record, Madam Clerk, is that one or two runs? One round? Okay, thank you.
3 minutes.
All right, one round of 3 minutes. Okay, go ahead, Mark.
Motion to propose ordinance to consider it is not debatable. Point of order.
Go ahead.
Rule 15.4 says a motion to postpone temporarily, which is under the title lay on the table, is not debatable.
Thank you so much, Mr. May. So we'll go straight to the vote. And this is to move the enactment of this ordinance to after public speaking. So roll call, Madam Clerk.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. If I could. I believe the motion was actually postponed indefinitely to a time after public speaking, so that the clerk was correct that would be 3 minutes, but it's limited to the reasons for the postponement and the date and time that the motion should be taken up again.
Okay, so please hold, Mr. May. So I just want to make sure I heard.
That's not what I said. I said to table it until after public speaking.
And my point of order I'm calling now is Rule 15.4. Says a motion to postpone temporarily, and it's on page 11 or 17 of the council rules. On page 11 or 17, it's titled Motion to Lay on the Table. And in 15.4, it says a motion to postpone temporarily or to resume consideration is not debatable. It goes from 15.1 down to 15.4. In her words, they'll be tabling. And that's what the motion is, to lay on the table. And council rules supersede all others.
All right, so there is a motion again to lay this ordinance on the table to after public speaking. And want to make sure that I am clear. So with this, we do not have debate. We go straight to the vote. So there is a motion to lay ordinance, the enactment of ordinance 230-427.6 on the table after public speaking. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes. Ms. Wendy Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Bichette.
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Mr. Mays.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
No.
It is 5 yes, 2 no.
Vote is 5 yes, 2 no. So we will lay the enactment of public hearing 230-427.6 on the table, and we will immediately go to public speaking. So, Madam Chair, do we have any public speakers?
First speaker is Mr. R.L. Mitchell.
Hello, Council. I'm R.L. Mitchell. To you, Madam Chair, to my Councilman Murphy. As you can see, he's not here because you see what's happening to the people's becoming homeless in Flint is all due to you and Murphy. Now you know how I was homeless for 38 years in Flint. Just like the woman, Miss Mayfield, had a roof, hole in her roof, and now it fell in, and they tried to put her in her own folks' home, but she refused, and now she had the shelter mission. Just because but now your plan is coming to nothing because this big tall dude, you know what I'm saying, he was an area in the green field, and people all over the nation can see what they try to do to us Flintstones in Flint. Us darkies, they don't want a black person to have a generation house. Ever since 1955, they send the Ku Klux Klans up here, the march down Saginaw Street, up to Pearson, and turn down over there with him, just to scare darkies, because they said darkies scared of white people with sheets on their face. That's because they want them to stay over there on St. John Street, like the woman said, under that viaduct over there, Lee Street in St. John. That's where I landed at when I come straight from Georgia, on State Street in St. John, by the 5 and 10 cent store. And the drugstore in the corner, Paps. I mean, all of them. And all that stuff. But I'm trying to say this. The lady, that's the house that she came up in and asked what, and you call Mays and lie to them, all these people don't get them funds, and you get the tax. And the county take the people's taxes and then put them out of the house and all that stuff, and y'all act like it's okay, and all that junk. And they got the 7th Ward okay in that. Look at it, Miss Bouchette, all that stuff. And they got evidence over there in her neighborhood. That's where it took me out of my junior high school, and it's still sitting there now. It's because it's too big to tear down. But 50 years, it's been sitting there. And them people from the outskirts of the city, them Catholic peoples, powers, they're biggity uppity self. God is the black people sweat all, but too many black people moving in the neighborhood. That's the only way they can deal with black folks, but by messing up the boundaries and then they got to come up here and now that Miss Byrne got to straighten all this stuff out because Murphy ain't here. And matter of fact, the woman's in 2nd Ward. And Burns know all about it. She know how to do it, but the lawyer always trying to put words.
Next public speaker, please.
The next public speaker is Michelle Young.
Good afternoon, evening. Michelle Young, 6th Ward. Just a reminder, the overall, the primary goal of the American Rescue Plan was to provide immediate relief, support economic recovery, and address the health and social concerns caused by COVID-19. The reason Flint received so much money is we not only had the COVID-19 health issue going on, we had a water crisis still going on. So it affected the citizens very much so here, health-wise, financially, in all aspects of their lives. So again, I gave you all an assignment. I did give everybody a copy. You are allowed to take over any of those resolutions from the other team. That form I put up, that's your report card. Gave you some goals. Let's see how good you guys can complete those goals. Another resolution I'm asking, I'm not going to assign it to anybody, I'm asking to have it brought to whatever teams of 2, is we've talked about the speeding problems, I know a lot in the 6th Ward. Our police department only have 2 radar guns, so they can't even ticket people for speeding, because they don't have the equipment to do it. So I'm asking that you use some money to provide each police officer with a scanning gun, so we can try to tackle that issue, because I know since COVID was going on, everybody became more reckless in their traveling. By not having plates, not all that went to the wayside. So we need to get back in order on that. Second thing, everybody on council is not going to be perfect, by far. I am requesting that you guys take a class or 2 or 3. One of them that you need to take is how to handle difficult situations. You really need a class on that. Another one is how to prevent a hostile work environment. You guys really need a class on that. Third, you need a team building workshop. Y'all need to go for about a week. A year. That would help. But you guys can get past this if you work on it. But y'all really gonna have to be serious and work on it. I don't know if other people have asked this of you guys, but you really need to take time to take some of these classes. Because they'll benefit you not just here in council, but in life. This is crazy. This is true madness. You could never work in the private sector of a business and keep your job doing the things that are going on here.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Rose Morrow.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Adam Abbas.
Gila, 2. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Speaker is already asked to be full. John Billings.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Jane Marie Arbor.
Next speaker.
James Moore.
Next.
James Moore, second ward. This is going to be difficult because most of the time I always come up and address all my wards, but I ain't wanted to talk about my ward. And I kind of need Madam President, I voted for her, after I got in office. I need to talk to you, baby. She behind you. I'm good when she's still in the chambers, but I like to look into her eyes.
She back there, that's what I'm waiting on.
You know, I live on Wisner Street. I got the worstest looking house in my district. My roof is falling in. And my council person let me know that your roof is falling. And I appreciate that because I left some holes so you can look up in there and see. And before the snow be able to press it down and it fall in like you did on the older lady, I will find a way to keep it up. But, I would just like, you the president, the council person, hell, I'd just like for you to be my neighbor. It would be nice if you had just said, is there some kind of way or another we could help you with that roof? That's why I'm very proud of Flint, but that's why I'm always talking about what Saginaw's up there doing, helping people with roofs and furnaces. We got to go back to being neighbors. And you had put me on Facebook, and I don't even have Facebook. I could care less about Facebook. But I got so many people calling me in the city, oh, you need to come over and see what's going on. They got you on Facebook. And at the end of it, and I believe you, because you said you keep good receipts. Well, I keep good postcards. Hell, I need for us to work together to help me so I can continue to help. I talked to you and I told you I cut all my neighbors' yards because I don't need nobody trying to get on Cloud Road and they can't see because the grass is so high. So I use my riding lawnmower and help out my neighbors. We got to go back to being neighbors. We get caught up on titles, president, you're the head of the second ward. I just want you to be my friend and be my neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Beverly Diggs Lee.
outside of the basement window? I mean, what, Dr. Lewis? Gotta look at him.
Beverly Biggs Lee. I've been doing some recalling, like I said, we started Thursday on the jail. And this is one of her residents' house, somebody's living in, with a tarp on both sides of the house. Next is a lady that's like about 85, 90 years old. This is the house next door to her. Look at all the trash. But she don't want to get a resident in. But she got 50,000. And Cash got her cash and she got 300,000.
Wow.
Make this make sense. All these 501c3s and people that have roofs on their house need a roof, gets nothing.
Yep.
And Julie Priestley, I was shocked that you voted good when it came to Jerry Carter Winfrey, but then when it came to Eric, you voted against him.
Whoa.
You are one of them snakes too.
Whoa.
And you're gonna have to go. I know your thing is up in January, but we're gonna redo it. So get ready. I don't even think you need 400 votes. So you got a little vote. You know, they'll get 785. If I got 100 in 5 days, you know what 785 will look like. It's gonna look like peanuts. You don't like to hear it. Michelle had her head down all day. Everybody that has said something, red lipstick and held her head up not one time. But she gotta go. And like I say, y'all are 3 stooges right about now. Your mayor got her used. Then she gonna use you. And then Priestley, you the dumbest crack I done seen in a long time. I'm sorry to say that. And no, I'm not sorry to say it. But anything that their foolish lives is gonna be gone. Because evil ain't gonna get that spot. We got somebody already ready for her. And I heard somebody wants your area too, Miss Lewis. You get your car wash guy a brand new little siding on their house. I put 2 and 2 together.
Oh.
I know you always say, well, like you don't understand, you don't know what's going on. Yeah. Do because you know what's going on.
All right, anyone else for public, Madam Chair? Good enough, thank you, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Arthur Woodson.
Oh. It's that word, sir.
All right, it's Councilman Mays. A councilman over in Taylor, Michigan, he was peeping through his colleague's window. He was peeping Tom. And he was an elected official, and she got a PPO order on him. And what happened, they said that they could not remove him from his seat because the only person that can remove him from his seat is the governor or recall. So they had to make a little spot over in the corner in order for him to come to the meeting. They cannot remove you from a meeting, period. Only that. So let's talk about, we keep on talking about this $94 million, and I keep on hearing people talking about the water settlement. Man, there's so much money in the city of Flint, man. The water settlement, y'all might as well just go and forget that, adults. You might as well forget about it, quit asking for it, because we tried to tell you back in August 2020 when it was pre-approved that you wasn't gonna get anything, do not opt in, period. If you're looking for money, you won't see anything until next year, probably mid-summer, because they have to exhaust all the appeals. When they send you a letter saying that you're not getting anything, you're gonna ask for a reconsideration. Then everybody have to wait until everybody's appeal is done. But see, here's the bad part right here. After that reconsideration, if they tell you no, you gotta pay $125 to appeal it. Oh man, there's a whole bunch of gamesmanship in this, right? And then they said, all you have to do is show your identification, you're gonna get some money. Guess what? If you don't have a lease or a mortgage, you will not see any money, period. So you got $624 million coming in with water loss. You have $134 million that came in as funds for the school district. You have $79 million coming in for the county. You got $94 million that came in for the city. Then you have COC continuum of care that comes in about $40–50 million. Then you got community block grant dollars. All this money in the city of Flint, and we still running around here with tops on our roof and poor as hell. And nothing is being done up here. You just go along with it. You just go along with what the mayor says. The green zones, I asked for a map when they came up here and did it. You got put out, like you said. They never came with a map. Suzanne Wilcox never came with a map. There's some gamesmanship going on with this rezoning. And y'all shouldn't pass anything until y'all see what businesses and who is moving into that area. Thank you.
What?
The next speaker is Mary Tollivan.
It's right. Got a question for y'all. Before y'all got this position, y'all was elected. Before y'all was elected, y'all went out and asked the public to give you this position and lied to the public and telling them you was all there for them, you gonna do A, B, C, and D. I wanna know how y'all sleep at night. Those of y'all that lied and don't do nothing for their district. Should be pretty rough. Second one, again, Ms. Lewis, you got on here, my work speaks for itself. If you don't do nothing else before you leave here, take care of that lady that got all the buckets in her house and her roof falling in and leaking and she got to go sleep at the shelter.
Yeah.
Take care of that lady. Don't have such a bad conscience if you have one at all.
Whoa!
Seeing that the last public speaker. Public speaking is now closed.
Just like that?
Point of order.
Wait a minute of it.
That's not the last public speaker. The clerk said no and you said it's closed. My point of order, it should not be closed.
Excuse me, Madam Clerk, I thought you said that was the last speaker. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, proceed.
No, next speaker is Rich Jones.
He left.
Oh my God.
Next speaker is
Roger
Casey
Jones.
Dumas.
He left.
Next speaker is Stephanie Winfrey.
Who?
Stephanie
She left.
Winfrey.
She left.
And the last speaker, no, I'm sorry, two more speakers, Tom Pedroni.
He,
Yes. Everybody gets a turn.
That's right.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
Tom Pedroni, Wayne State University. Candace Machat. I introduced myself to you after the council meeting on August 14th, the night that the council voted a $72 million brownfield tax incentive to Ashland Capital. You were the crucial fifth vote. When we spoke, I politely asked you why you had provided that crucial fifth vote when you indicated you didn't yet fully understand what you were voting for. You answered that you provided that crucial fifth vote because you had secured Ashland Capital's commitment to a community benefits agreement. Now, Flint residents have a right to assume that their representatives vote with integrity, that they are honest. So my question for you is this. Where is that community benefits agreement? Where is that community benefits agreement? I assume if there were one, we would know about it by now, but we haven't heard a mumbling word about it from you since then. Since voters have a right to assume you act with integrity, we have to assume you must be outraged. Here you provided that crucial fifth vote on a brownfields plan you indicated you didn't fully understand that will cost the people of Flint $72 million, and Ashley Capital didn't deliver the community benefits agreement that swayed your all-important fifth vote.
That's why she ain't got no business up there.
I have a theory. My theory is that you are not outraged. My theory is that you haven't raised the idea of a community benefits agreement since then. My theory is that you haven't called Ashley Capital once to express how hurt you are for the people of Flint that they deceived you. My theory is that you thought you could fool the residents who put their hopes in you to stand for them when you were really just standing for yourself and for the agenda of the filthy rich who want to extract even more wealth from the residents. Luckily, the 7th Ward residents will get the final word on your political future. Your fate is in the hands of the people you purport to represent, who will vote in just under 5 months on May 7th.
Hey!
The last speaker is Trevor Berryhill.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a long night. You've been beating each other up all night, and I'm going to pile on just a little bit. The punishments that you're trying to deal out to each other, back and forth, conduct unbecoming. This is going to turn into, as Mr. Piper had said, a political slapping match that we're going to hear about meeting after meeting. We're going to hear about it during your what's it? Every time you come up here. I want to understand what conduct unbecoming is. I read through your charter a few times, and there's really nothing expressing it. Eventually, you're going to be going after each other for wearing clothes that you deem to be unacceptable. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot more important here than your petty political bullshit. We have people out there right now, tonight, freezing without a home. I keep hearing the term, the business of the city of Flint. Today I'm here to tell you, the business of the city of Flint is not the business of the people of Flint. You need to stop yanking our chains, pull your heads out, and get to work. Have a good night.
Hey.
Okay, seeing that that's the last public speaker, Madam Clerk. All right, public speaking is now closed. And now it's time to, let's see the proper way to do it. Because Councilman Brown said that we will go after public speaking, not after council response. So, let's see. So, is there a motion to resume consideration for ordinance 230-427.6?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What's your point?
I could be wrong, but I assumed after public speaking, you'd have council response. Then you would entertain a motion to go to, take that off the table. But, you know, like I say, I could be wrong, but that's normally how we do things.
Correct. You are wrong. Mrs. Beverly Burns said that she wanted to do it after public speaking. She didn't say council response. So we laid it on the table to after public speaking.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What is your point?
If you don't get the vote of me and Ms. Burns, let alone Ms. Winfrey Carter, we just wasting time because it's still gonna be laid on the table until that motion to take it off pass. I mean, common sense.
Mr. Mayor, we're not here for that.
Okay.
We are going to go back to exactly what Ms. Burns said.
Okay.
So, is there a motion? So is there a motion, to resume consideration? All right, seeing that it is not, we will move on to council response.
Thank you.
So, any members of the council would like to respond?
How about you first?
Hello?
Well, no yelling out, and if you yell out again, you'll be put out.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Oh, excuse me, ma'am, that's your second warning.
I appeal the ruling of the chair on the second warning.
Yeah, we would like to move on, but we need order in order to do so.
If you still holding that second warning up on her?
She can't, she don't know who it was.
So, all right, so we want to go ahead and proceed
Point
to
of order,
council.
I'm asking the chair, I wasn't asking Michelle or nobody else.
But
I
if you
asked
go point
you,
of order.
was that, yeah, I did call point of order.
Okay, so what's your point?
I even did an appeal. Is that second warning gone off of her?
No, because he just asked me to leave.
No, but you wasn't the one that did that.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
You don't know what he said. You don't know, that wasn't her thing. Looking at you. She didn't say nothing. That's right.
It's all right, y'all.
No, it ain't.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
As long as she works that neighbor's roof fix, I'll be good.
She like to follow the law.
Who removing her, the police or you?
The police.
So, as we proceed, who will be the first one? Go ahead, what's your point?
If any member of the audience or council is removed, I will leave too.
And I don't need to. Y'all might better back off of that.
That's right, back off.
Okay, so I just want to make it clear for the record that Councilman Pfeiffer, Councilwoman Burns, and Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, and Mays, excuse me, so they're threatening to break quorum if we call the audience to order.
No.
So I just want to make sure that we're clear with that. So with that being said, ma'am, you don't have the floor.
Point of order. If you're not entertaining our appeal on behalf of that lady, and you call the police on them, and the police is making them move, you got a decision to make under the circumstances. Now, what decision you want to make?
I'm not about to be bullied into letting people be disorderly. Not on my watch, I'm not.
Have a good night.
Well, you please do have a good night. So let it be stated for the record that Pfeiffer, Mays, Winfrey Carter, and Tanya Burns are breaking quorum because the audience
I'm not out my seat.
And Councilwoman Winfrey Carter and Aaron Mays.
Have a good night.
Yeah, thank you. I will. I definitely will. All right, thank you so much.
Have a good night. Chair. Chair to yourself.
Not a problem.
It is a problem. You sit up here, chair to yourself.
Yep, and now probably continue to break form. So not a problem. So this meeting has now been adjourned.
Well, the record time, we're not break record, but we do have a stage. So because of the city council did not tell the truth. I did not break quorum.
So the member that broke form was Mr. Mays, Mr. Pfeiffer, Ms. Winfrey Carter. So this meeting was adjourned for lack of quorum.
Mr. Mushack, see what you done done? Where you going so fast? Till next time. Till next time. Out of here. Home game. That's okay. Kevin's coming back.
We're going out to get secretary. Hey, Jay, I can go back in the day, man. Come on here to city She's in my board. I'm gonna just say, man, you know, at some point, man, you gotta
Jimmy. James, tell Eric to leave his folder. His yellow folder. Tell him to leave it on the chair.
I'll let you know if our copy stays.
No, you're getting agendas.
So why weren't these suspensions on the council agenda? Last time, or everything, yeah, because it's suspicious as well.
We absolutely
You was the kindergarten, you get a man. Yeah.